So guys, we're gonna hop into 2 base Muta. The reason is I realized that the Mutas are coming out very late and there's too many bases and too many things to manage with what we were doing. It was a macro-ling Bane build. The Mutas were a bit of an afterthought. They were hitting late when our opponents often had lots of defense, lots of economy. If we go for 2 base Muta, we still have a 3rd base up relatively quickly, but we've actually sped up the tech so that we can hit with Mutas at a point where it's a crucial moment. Your opponent's not going to have as much anti-air. So higher, the earlier you hit with something, the higher percentage of finding an opening, right? Which means higher percentage of the correct decision being keep committing, keep flying around their base, keep doing damage. And that's where you're going to get the most practice with Mutas. The later you hit, you could go 80 drones and then build 30 Mutas and say, I'm playing good because I spent my money well. I'll tell you what, you're not going to get very good at controlling your units, are you? Because you got 35 Mutas flying into like Thor turret, you just fucking A-move or maybe you hold position over the top. Whereas if you get 6 or 7 Mutas and you stack them up, you're hitting SCV, you rotate around, we're doing in and out micro, and we're rallying out and all this sort of stuff. We still have 3 hatcheries, but not fully saturated, Cyril says. Well, you get a 3rd hatchery a little bit later. So you see we get it at 50 supply with the build we're going to do. And this is loose. I wrote this yesterday afternoon while watching my VODs and getting a bit frustrated at my last session because I don't think I was as good at teaching as I could have been. And I wrote this build out saying, I think this will be the build, but we'll see what happens. I don't actually know. We could even do a 2 base Muta version in ZVZ if we want to get as many reps as possible, I wrote. So yeah, why not? We'll do a Ling Bane pressure maybe in ZVZ into that. Let's give it a go. Who invented the build? I mean, I guess me, because it's a probably very unoptimized write-up here of just, yeah. So I just wrote this down yesterday. I just made this up. But 2 base Muta, I mean, Scarlet's probably the most recent player I've seen do it at super high level versus Terran. You'll see Rogue was doing it versus Dark a bit in ZVZ. Was doing a 2 base Muta build. In ZVP, actually we've seen... Who was it who was rushing it? The Bulgarian. Nidix, our favorite Bulgarian. The man with the big bulge, the bravest Bulgarian. He was rushing incredibly quick Lair and Spire versus Protoss every game. But if they had Phoenix out or whatever, he would have sometimes just build Corruptors and he'd do a Corruptor-ling attack. So it was his ZVP build. So you see 2 base Muta always. So someone's saying, Cyril said you just don't have as many drones on the 3rd. So I think what you guys are talking about there, Cyril was probably talking about... how you doing, Dalek? 2.5 base Muta is what we call that build. I don't know. I'm not in contact with the EU pros as much as I should be, but I call it 2.5 base Muta. A lot of casters have called it that. 2.5 base Muta is where basically your 3rd is a little later, but not that much later. Like this is a much later 3rd that I'm going for here, 50 supply. Because we're simplifying the build, but that's a special build. The 2.5 base Muta was designed to beat battlecruiser openings, and when battlecruiser openings stopped being popular, it stopped being popular at pro level. And obviously, I think it's still a good opening. It gets Mutas pretty fast, but it struggles a lot against like the 3 command center bio parade from the like Clem and stuff. It's just too good. This is Zerg vs Zerg. Super Saiyan's Anarchy does not want to play against Pumbaa. Fair enough. Probably knows who I am. We're getting closer to Diamond 1, guys. Okay, guys. So we're still going to do a 17 pool. But the main thing is we want to go 17 gas, then 17 pool. And this means our gas is about 30 seconds quicker than what we were doing previously. So we go 17 gas, 17 pool, 17 hatch. Now, is there a reason it's those numbers? Because we just want to always have basically 16 workers on minerals is kind of the reasoning behind why I chose these numbers. Now, obviously, now that I'm taking gas, that's not the case. So why 17, 17, 17? It's because it's the same numbers we were doing before. Actually, built one too many. Oh, shit. Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry, guys. I was just chatting to me student. Apologies. Oh, my God. I pressed it what I thought was twice. Apparently not. It's all fixed. Sorry, guys. Thank you, Derek Vineyard. I appreciate that, my dude. So we're going to build a queen, 2 Zerglings here. And notice we're a little under mineral saturated. But yeah, it's just simple to remember, right? 17, 17, 17 is a little bit easier to remember, I figure, rather than changing the numbers. And it works just fine. Now we still want to make link speed, guys, as per normal. We want to get one more drone because we are a little undersaturated on our main, and then we can rally that. Oh, we might as well kill that. And this is my student. He says, thank you for the coaching, by the way. TVT has really improved. Glad to hear it, dude. I'm really glad he's gotten a bit better. So Frost Dog, I think he normally plays mech. So that might create an interesting scenario. We'll see how it goes. And he has a Reaper there, so we can't really chase the SCV all the way home. So one thing you can do is kind of hide the lings. And you can just hide one there. Or we can just go one there, one there. Oops, I accidentally clicked them both. Now, because this queen's still building with this build, we actually make the lair on the natural. The moment we have 100 gas. And then we take a second gas as well. This is very quick, guys. Really, really quick. Okay? So just make sure these lings are watching the exits. Cool. So build 3 drones, rally to the gas straight away. And inject. I think I've got, is that 1, 2, 3, 4? So, okay, yeah, that's fine. Now, I said about 50 supply for the third hatch. That's rough. I don't actually know if that's the number we'll stick with. Okay, the Reaper apparently ran straight past me. So let's just cut off his rotation there. I don't think it's time for that. Build another Overlord. Don't want to get too distracted or we'll miss the injects. Drones. Notice we don't take our 3rd and 4th gas too early. This is the #1 mistake people make when they're learning Muta builds. Spire finishes, lair finishes, sorry, immediately go for that. Let's kill that Reaper. Keep droning. And the most important thing, I've put that there, you'll notice, at the 3rd really early. But I don't actually know exactly what time I'll be getting it. I think 50 supply was spot on. Now looking at this, I think 50 supply might have been spot on. Inject. Build drones. We don't want to interrupt drone production. But then the trick is, guys, you don't take the gases until after the 3rd. So we're at 50 supply. Yeah, 50 supply is perfect. So it's about a 4-minute 3rd base. Obviously, you know, when you're getting used to it, you'll be a bit slow on all these timings, but you'll get used to it. Now, I did skip a 3rd queen this game. I think that's one thing I'd probably want to be squeezing in, just so I have some safety, right? Let's build that. Obviously, if there's Hellions on the map or anything, I would have definitely been prompted into it anyway. Let's queue that 3rd queen and a 4th queen now. And we'll build a few more guys. Build a few more of these. So it's 3rd hatch before you take the gases, because if you don't do that, you have a tendency, even though this lowers our initial Muta rush, you have a tendency to delay the 3rd so long that you end up kind of all in, which it just, we don't want to be like, I have 10 Mutas and 36 drones. Instead, guys, we've got a full 2 bases, 44 workers. We're rallied to the 3rd, and check this out. We've still got enough for 6 Mutas, and we're starting those before the 5-minute mark. So just a rough benchmark. If you can start those maybe by 5:20, 5:30 when you're starting, that's going to be really good, and that's just going to give us the ability to get out there a little bit quicker. Okay, so now behind those 6 Mutas, guys, what are we going to do? I'm actually going to build a few more Mutas. I want to go straight up to 8 Mutas, which we've got now, and we want to drone that 3rd behind it. I'm building a few more Overlords and just putting them on the edges. And we're going to make +1 there. Now let's get a Baneling Nest. And we want to get 2 Evo Chambers in the near future, but inject. Don't go in with your Mutas, by the way. They should be set to a rally point. Drone. Okay, we've just done a macro cycle, so let's fly in, group them up. That's a Widow Mine. So we can go for the production. Now you can either just A move in these scenarios, but if you actually right click on an individual SCV, then that's really good. So I've just done some damage. Let's go home and do a macro cycle. Looks like it's a bit too early for that. That's okay. Just take the gases on the 3rd. If you can take a 4th base, that's really good as well. 1, inject. Drones on each gas. 6 more drones for minerals. And then drones there. Build some more guys. And let's come in from a different angle with the Mutas. So they should have already been queued around. We can make more Mutas now. And I really feel like we should get 5 more Mutas. We want to try and get 13 Mutas with the gas. Then Bane speed, and then 1-1. So is the Bane speed kind of slow? Yes. Oh my god, he's super defended. That's a no. Now he's obviously, I warned him what I was doing just to give my student a little bit of a heads up and also make the situation a little bit more difficult for myself. So looks like there's an exposed angle. Let's look for that. We've got an Overseer on the way. Now notice we're clicking underneath the Mutas. Remember we explained the magic box? And basically that is, and we can click that. Oh, he actually managed to borrow it. Well done. So we can get these SCVs. Basically, whenever we click underneath them, it clumps them. And whenever we click far away, they'll maintain their formation. Inject, inject, inject. So every time we go back from the harassment, what do, guys? We batch up our macro after doing the macro cycle. And what are we building? Well, we've already got 3 bases, so we should be doing nothing but building Zerglings and more Mutas. We actually want to spiral that Muta count with this build. This is not one where you stop at 10, 12 Mutas. We want to keep building Mutas unless there's a good reason not to. Now, you could argue he's building Widow Mines, he might have Thors soon. That's a good reason not to. Yeah, if you feel that way, sure. If we see a lot of Thors, he's super turtled up, maybe we would transition into Roaches. But just for the case of the default case of the build, the idea is we do enough damage that this is okay. We'll just clean up these Hellions. Oh, he's got a battle cruiser. Wow, okay. I will build a Spore in these bases. And, oh, I don't actually have the gases mining. That's real bad. Where's that? Where's that big boy? Oh, okay. I think he might be over here. And indeed he is. So pro micro is you see the first one the battlecruiser shoots on and you just click it back. Easier than clicking on the Muta on screen because they're, I'm trying to click it. Click down here. So it's really easy, especially if you have less than 24 units in your selection, to just kind of select the weak one down there and pull it back. So remember guys, if there's Thors and Widow Mines that we want to engage into, we want them to spread out. So let them spread, and you can even manually spread them more. And then what you want to do is you want to fly over. Now notice if we click underneath them, they'll clump. But we're trying to fly over and then hold position. Fly over, hold position. And that's minimizing that splash damage. So that's the magic box to spread. Now if we use the magic box the other way to move around turrets and focus fire, that's obviously very bad in this scenario. If we click underneath them, just showing you guys an example. So that's for early on when you're trying to find little angles outside of marine, missile turret, Widow Mine, is you clump them up. But when you go for big fights, lots of splash damage around, that's a good way to do it. Now, should we add a macro hatch? Yes, but it's always going to be later to get the hatcheries and so on than you would with another style because you're so much gas heavier and you're building much more expensive units because you're massing Mutas. So with this style, we're naturally going into gas earlier. Our 3rd's later, our 4th is later, our 5th is later. But because you're going to tunnel vision like me and be a shitter who doesn't know how to fucking macro, at some point, you're going to have money. So there's nothing wrong with 3 macro hatches. Guys, but Dark is the world champion. Well, actually, he's not the world. He's the GSL champion. He's fucking almost the world champ. He's the last BlizzCon champion. Like, he's basically one of the best players in the world right now. He's top 3 easily. And he regularly builds 2 or 3 macro hatcheries in his games. Okay, guys? So anyone who's questioning that, go question Dark. Okay, so we're going to keep trying to do this with just the Mutas for now, because like I said, it's a training exercise. We've got Overlord speed. The moment we saw Widow Mines, we should have made Overlord speed. If you don't see Widow Mines, you don't need to get it. If you want to do it by standard, you can, but because it allows those overseers to keep up, just kind of depends. So, at what point can you fight missile turrets is a good question. Well, he's mech. He doesn't have building armor. But I think at about 14 Mutas. Now remember, click the weak one, pull it back. Click the weak one, pull it back. That's super advanced. You don't need to bother. Just focus fire. Oh, there's a Thor. We're a bit clumped. Let's see if we can kill that there. So notice, if you're in this scenario, what you can do is you can click that, shift click, and go home and macro. So we've said kill the command center and run away. Now that's a bit of a gamble, but there was no one repairing the command center, no one nearby. So I feel totally okay doing that. And we double check. Yeah, they got out of there. Good job, Mutas. Maybe lost 1 or 2 Mutas to the Thor, which is well worth it. All right, guys, so we're going to try and do this with just mass Muta, but we've let him take a 4th base, which is a big problem. So we're going to send a run by in there. We haven't actually got any upgrades yet. Oh my god. Let's try and hit these bases, shall we? Oh my god, so let's do some Widow Mine sniping, shall we, guys? So notice we clump up, we shoot the Widow Mine, we pull back before the other one could fire. Is that a planetary? It's not. So we're just going to keep running lings in there. Let's try and kill these other Widow Mines, shall we? So you can see you kind of have to clump them up, go in and out to make that work. So guys, whenever you're in a base trade, set the rally point way up in the main. Keep building Lings and Banes because they're the best unit for that sort of base tradey scenario. And check it out. Often the front is most defended. So you rotate to one of those earlier angles, which he hasn't had to defend in a while. That's where your opponent will have the least defense. Now, when you do go home, whenever you have spare APM, what do you do to defend a frontal push? You just morph mass Baneling. Oh my god! Very dangerous, because Widow Mines are so good versus Mutas. Aren't they? Holy shit, man. Oh my lord. So thank you, Frostdog, for being a good sport. He actually defended really well, and I think a lot of players would have thrown away their advantage by running in. But we showed a few different concepts. Questions, shout them. Guys, towards the end of a game, shout out your questions so I don't have to scroll up through chat hunting for them. At me in them so it highlights it for me. Please do that. For now, I just want to reiterate, guys. Let's explain that magic box one more time in case you guys missed the full explanation earlier. So, check this out. Mutas are here. They naturally will all kind of spread out, right? So, the magic box is basically a game mechanic where there is essentially, whenever you have a set of units selected, there is a box that goes around all of them. These guys are there, that box gets bigger, right? These guys there, these guys there, these guys there, that box gets gigantic. Now this box is so big that basically, if I click anywhere on this screen, it's going to be inside that box, which means they'll clump up. Very bad versus splash damage. Same reason why we don't target units when there's lots of splash damage around, because if we click on something, look what happens. We're making a bullet. Okay, so that's number one. And then, once again, if we click anywhere within the circle, it clumps them. Now, only temporarily, which is why you see me spamming clicks. But notice this kind of keeps them almost all as one Mutalisk. So you can fly around a bit, they naturally spread, and then before you go into attack said Widow Mine, you can clump them up. So this is a nice way of like steering around zones of control. You don't have to be too fancy with this. This is one of those things that can help you out a huge amount as you get really good at it. Dancing around spores and so on. But how often do you really need this? You really don't. You can be a fantastic Muta player who gets great value simply by just flying them around in a pack and saying, oh, a missile turret, I have 20 Mutas, that's a good fight. Oh, I have 6 Mutas, there's a missile turret. Fucking avoid that. So, as I said, the in-game mechanic, the magic box is always there. It is an invisible box around your selection. Anytime you give them a move command in the box, they clump. Anytime you give them a move outside of the magic box, they maintain formation. Okay, that was just inside the box, apparently. The box is a little bit bigger than I thought. Well, that's they're kind of clumping a little bit to get there. Hey, so this is interesting. Normally, I mean, why are they clumping? Oh, fuck me. I've got Banelings on my control group somehow. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I'm like, this is not working the way it should. There was Banelings on the other side of the map and some Zerglings and stuff. Sorry, guys. That's better. Now, they still clump a little bit there, which is kind of bizarre. That was weird. Okay. Maybe you need to click a bit. Maybe it's a bit bigger than I realized. Let's just click them far away. Yeah, they do. They kind of clump a little more. They kind of maintain formation. It's not perfect, is it? And this is why, if I'm actually going for a big Muta fight, I'll do that beforehand. And then if I want to go left, I'll click on the minimap left. If I want to go south, I'll click on the minimap south. Notice I'm clicking like screens away. And then if I want to fight, and you notice over time they clump up, so you might need to spread them out again. Now, ideally, you're not fighting Widow Mines, Thors, Parasitic Bomb, Fungal Growth with Mutas to begin with, right? Archons. These are things you don't really want to actually be fighting. And to stop over the target when you want to attack, guys, let's say there's Thors here, you just hold position. Yeah, here we go. These Mutas are a bit too spread, so I'm not going to be able to get them all over the same target. But you can, move them up and just hold position, hold position, hold position. Tips for spreading like a pro. All micro is box micro, guys. So 2-box micro is the #1 micro you should learn in StarCraft. So let's imagine I want to split these units. That's 2 boxes and 2 right clicks. That is the efficiency you should aim for. A lot of people struggle because they overcomplicate it. They're like, fuck that shit. So organized efficiency is what we always talk about, guys. Box click, box click. That's it. That was kind of bad because some of those units were following each other. Box click, box click. We split into 3 squads. So obviously, well, what if you're spreading away from enemy banelings? I mean, you can do that as much as you want. It's just box click, box click, box click, box click. And if you can drag boxes from multiple angles, that's cool, but it's really not necessary. I'm doing all of these from the same angle. So it's just about, you start doing things like, if you're playing roaches, like imagine these guys are roaches and their army's coming from that way. We just want to spread them out. And if you just get more accurate and more used to doing that, that's great. What's a great exercise you guys see us doing at the start of the game? Why are you doing this? Why? Pros always... We're just practicing our box accuracy, that's all. That's just a little exercise. We say there's not much going on at the start. When I got a bit of downtime, let's try and drag a box around all the workers on the minerals, but not any bigger. And let's just see how accurate we can get at that. And over time, you get really quick at it. If you have a lot of air units, they still seem to clump up, even if you click really far away. Yeah, I mean, past a certain number, it seems a little weird, but I mean, it does depend what's on the control group. These guys, you can see, they maintain formation a little bit better. Yeah, that's interesting. I actually didn't realize, if you guys want, printf, I'm sure, explains this a lot better than anybody else out there. So it seems like above a certain unit count, maybe it's the Overseer, actually. Does the Overseer screw with things? Maybe because the Overseer has a different rate of movement? But no, they're maintaining formation perfectly, right? Yeah, so it's just above a certain unit count, guys, things seem to get pooped. So when you get to like 40 mutas, it's like, oof. How effective is this build? 2 base muta up against a 2-1-1 16 marine drop. Won't they have enough marines to gun down the mutas? Well, that's interesting. Let's take a look, guys. So when does a 2-1-1 hit you? Remember, we talked about this previously. 5 minutes to 20 is kind of the pro gamer timing, maybe as fast as 5 minutes. So ideally, you'd recognize you were up against that, and you might delay your mutas building, because otherwise you're defending with what, 6 mutas popping out, 8 zerglings, 4 queens. Yeah. Now the thing is, your opponent's massively delayed their 3rd base and doesn't have that good of a follow-up, so that's such a great question. So if I knew it was a 2-on-1 build, how would I know that, guys? I'd see no factory units, right? I would have seen lots of marines early. I actually forgot to do my overlord sacrifice this game, so that's something I forgot to do. And I think my mutas normally could be a little bit later. If I build a 3rd queen early and do the overlord sacrifice, that would have slowed down my mutas a little bit anyway. But basically, if I saw barracks on the reactor, lots of marines building, I would kind of just assume it's that. And I'd probably build like 30 zerglings to go with my 4 queens. Maybe bring all my queens together. Hopefully I'd see him move out with the medevacs. And then I can go the mutas after those zerglings to really shut it down. I saw Maru get 445 in this 2 map. And every Terran I play is Maru. Good point, good question there, Lloyd. Yeah. He would have been doing a reactor first build. Oh! Diamond 1! Very nice. So guys, we've got a 2 base muta build. We're going to try and keep the mutas super active. Reinforce the muta count. Force a big reaction, do lots of damage. Drone our 3rd base behind our harassment. We'll try to set up for big Bane speed and Ling Bane run bys. And we'll set up for a base trade if they weather the storm. First Phoenix play, we'll have to add Corruptors. And versus very aggro bio or Hydra play, we'll get Bane speed faster. Once we get to Masters 3, which could happen maybe in the next... Maybe we'll get there today, I'm not sure actually how close I am. We can... No, it's going to take a while. That's a few hundred MMR away. We're at 4-1 right now. I think we need like 4-4 almost, maybe 4-3. I'm not sure exactly. So basically, we can start doing things like what we'll probably do. We'll do like, you know, 5 roach pressure into 2 base muta into big roach all in. We'll do just a bunch of different timing attacks. We'll try and do a roach hydra +1 timing attack that then swaps into mutas and then back into like roach hydra lurker. We're just gonna like just mix in things where like, oh, okay, we'll try to do a speedling run by into a roachling attack. Like just trying to show a range of aggressive builds where it's always going to follow a structure of basically doing one attack sets up for the next, and that'll be a really cool way of doing it. All right, guys, continuing Bronze 2GM today, and we're still in Zerg Diamond 1. We want to continue 2-base Muta. Once we get to Masters 3, we're going to be doing a lot more wide-ranging aggressive builds that have multiple layers to them. Things like little Ling backstab into Roach attack, into 2-base Muta, do a little fly around the base, killing workers, swap into Mass Roach, try and kill him with that. That sort of stuff. Lots of like layered, pre-planned, do some pressure or an attack, be already droning behind it, get the next attack in there, and each one kind of sets up for the next. And that, like, if you do like a big Roach attack, guess what? It's pretty good to then do Mutas after, because whatever countered those Roaches is usually not going to counter those Mutas. And then when they're countering the Mutas, you go back into Roaches. For instance, a Terran building mines and turrets is not going to be ready for that. But for now, we're still just sticking with kind of the Mutaling Bane focus. I really like this 2-base Muta build because we delay our third for it, but it's not actually that big a delay on the third. The point is we get the third base. I think it's once the Spire starts, right? Yeah, layer finishes, we go Spire, but we take the third base before taking our third and fourth gas, which should be really effective. So let's just check. We got the capture on. All right, guys, we got a Zerg vs Terran vs Setsuna. Let's hope my hotkeys are set up. If not, that's okay. We will realize I didn't actually double check me settings before we've queued into the game. Should always try to do that, especially if you're playing on multiple accounts and swapping regions. Does tend to mean that your hotkeys might be a bit messed up. Oh. Sorry, my hotkeys reset. Can I have 30 seconds, please? Alright, so sometimes I always have a backup on my desktop and in my Google Drive of my hotkeys. Because when you're swapping accounts a lot, Battle.net gets confused and it will just mess up one of your profiles. So one of my profiles, which is heavily customized, was basically reset to a standard profile there. It happens. So especially if you guys play a lot of arcade and custom games, you'd be really careful with that. Always, if you have a customized setup, back that shit up. It is, especially if you go to play at a tournament or a LAN or anything. you gotta back that shit up. Because it will not guarantee to come to you. So, camera locations. Third, fourth, what do we do? Fifth in the corner? Sounds good. It's up to you where you want to put your fourth. I'm putting the fourth there and the fifth here. Remember that with our style, we're probably going to take both bases anyway. Actually, you know what? Let's take a fourth down here, because I think the corner's harder for them to assault. So I think that's usually a better way of doing it, personally. Second Overlord queues to our sacrifice spot. First Overlord goes to the pillar. And what do we do, guys? 17 gas, 17 pool. So 17 gas, 17 pool. This is a really straightforward build order. One more drone and then hatchery, of course, goes down. And I think if we built that straight away, that should time out. Because we want to go down there at about 150, 200 minerals. And it's going to pop a little late. Let's grab a different drone to make sure we're good on that. So we're going to put 3 guys on gas. Pig, why do you patrol the drone? You don't need to. I just like it to... Because it's hard to kind of have it centered perfectly in the middle of the hatchery. So it's just easier if you do it that way, where you're like, oh, it's already got momentum. It won't have to accelerate or anything. It'll kind of already be going. All right. So we'll go Queen and 1 Zergling. And remember, we want to dodge the Reaper and go stand next to the command center. Now we can build an Overlord. So that can go up here, right? So we've got 1 Overlord there, kind of watching the ledge, and we can shuffle that over into a better spot in a little bit. We can start Ling speed. We do need 1 more drone. Now we can do that. And of course, this guy, we're just going to check. Is the command center down? And what's happening with the barracks? Now that's a very early Marine, isn't it, guys? Oh my. Queuing up another Queen, continuing to build drones. So what have we started doing, specifically due to the meta in this league, is we've seen a lot of people put their command center on the high ground. So we've started trying to scout for that, but it looks like he did see me there. So we might lose the Overlord. Just, if this ever happens, guys, first of all, tell it to move to the spot and see if we can... Oh, he's actually gonna do that. Just build extra Overlords straight away. And what do we see, guys? Wow, it's a one-base factory starport build. So this is something where we're going to need to definitely just continue our build for now. Let's see if we can kill some SCVs. So the only reason I ran in there, so we're going to get the second gas. Let's get that in the main, just to be nice and predictable. The only reason I ran in there is because I was like just trying to distract the Marines at first. And then I was like, oh, well, if his barracks is floating down, we can see what we can do. So he's going to go maybe Banshee, maybe Battlecruiser, maybe Cyclone. We don't know what this is, but I actually think this is already a very safe build that I'm doing. Let's get that third queen started. So this queen can become our creep queen down at the front, while that queen popping out will replace it. We're still just droning for now. Now I'm going to build a couple of Zerglings so we can keep scouting. And this guy's already ready. The moment that layer finishes, we're going to make an Overseer. We're going to fly through and see what the hell am I up against. Because this is obviously something that's a little peculiar, right? We're now building our Overlords to spot on the edges. And so there we go. We can queue the Overseer through. Now notice this base is oversaturated. So let's try and get that. We can drop our Spire, keep droning. And remember, we want to go third base before extra gases, okay? For now, we're just putting a few Ling Spotters out. What do we see? A command center. And... that's interesting, isn't it? Okay. So third base. Then we can take the double gases. Put the guys on gas. Build the drones for the natural. And this looks, I guess, pretty chilled out. What is this? Extra gas. So this looks like BCs, right? So we're going to build a Spore in each base. Because we got a very early Spire, I think we're kind of okay. Because that should just be good against really early BCs, right? So I think he's like hidden a fusion core. Because otherwise, what's he doing? Building Banshees one at a time? Doesn't really make sense, right? So we're building a few more Overlords. Because we need to be able to build Corruptors or Mutas to deal with that Battlecruiser when it comes in. We're going to tell this Overseer to scout one more time just to see what's up. And notice I used Q to move there, drop a Changeling, and then fly through the base. Now I have two bases full of workers. We always would like to have that happen before our opponent kind of, before our Mutas start building. But for now, we're still kind of confused about exactly what's happening. But I'm building Mutas now. We've got 8 Mutas on the way. So we're going to keep injecting, keep droning behind this. Now, we also can obviously just kill our opponent right now. Because our opponent has no production facilities. They have a few Marines. We haven't seen anything actually fly out of the starport yet. So we should be able to go +1 attack. Let's build a round of Zerglings here. And let's keep injecting. Our Mutas will fly in. One more round of Zerglings. If your opponent's doing some cheeky bullshit, it's always a good idea to attack. And building 1 or 2 rounds of Zerglings is not a big deal. So our opponent is going Battlecruisers and was trying to hide them. Now, if we sat back and overthought things, we might have let him get away with it. But as it is... so we're just going to click those Zerglings on there. And we're just avoiding the Battlecruisers, because actually killing Battlecruisers is really hard with Mutalisks, alright? Behind this, I am building more Mutas. Inject, inject, inject. Take the gases. Trying to build more guys here. And we're just going to pull home now with my anti-air. We're going to put every queen all on a control group, right? Including this guy. Pull that back.
Because the moment they teleport across, they can't run away, remember, guys. Now, why am I pulling back right now? Oh, look at that. He dropped a mule. So kill the mule, then kill it. You can't teleport out anymore. The moment they can't teleport out, it's actually pretty good for us to fight them. Now, we did so much damage. Deep breath. What are we doing? We're droning the gases. We're droning the base. We're putting our queens back on injecting duty. And we can, if we want, go for another ling run by and get up the mutas. But it's more important to focus on our macro. 4th base, 5th base, macro hatch. Double Evo chamber. Let's get another attack upgrade. Or we could even just go armor. Make them a little bit tankier. It's up to you, really, which one you want to prioritize. More drones for that base. We've got the 4th, we've got the 5th, and the macro hatch all hotkeyed. Let's inject, inject, inject. More drones. Whenever you attack, it's easy to get excited and be like, I gotta keep attacking. What's more important is if you just chill for a little bit, make sure all your macro tasks are caught up. I'm building plenty of overlords. We're making melee and carapace here. Or actually, wait a second, guys. We saw multiple factories. We know it's max. So let's go range upgrades and drop that Roach one. Because remember, Roachling Bane is our standard kind of one-size-fits-all composition up against mech. We're building guys to go on gas straight away. And we're building these drones here just to go on this minerals as well. So 76 drones. Awesome. So our opponent is probably on about maybe 30 workers at most right now if he's rebuilding quickly. Is up against us who's on 75. Okay, let's see if we can do some more damage. So, we've got some lings. We're going to try and just click them in there. They're really expendable right now. Oh, remember guys, magic box. So what do? Magic box over the Thor. Lings are on there. And, oh, there's a turret. But you can see my opponent doesn't really have any material. So I'm just going to keep building mutas right now, as it seems like this is enough to win the game. Now, was I confused by what my opponent was doing? Yes. But, in hindsight, what did we actually do? We said, look, I'm pretty sure from what I've seen, this has to be battle cruisers. Why did I know battle cruisers? Because there was a tech lab, but the starport was not bubbling. And, other than that, why did I attack? Well, I knew I'd built around a mutas. I knew they're not going to beat multiple battle cruisers, but 8 mutas does beat 1 BC. And more importantly, I just needed to see what was happening. I needed to confirm, because what my opponent was doing was very strange. And I said, well, let's just build a round of Zerglings and attack. Because if someone's not taking their expansion on time, but then I've seen them go gas, gas, command center. I know they are still committing to all the normal economy things. They're just doing it later than normal off of a worse start. So what does that mean? Well, it means that they're just not going to have as much stuff. So we want to go once again. 2-2, roach speed. We get +2 attack. They're not going to have as much stuff. You know, if he's completely one-based, I didn't see an expansion or anything. Would I have attacked that? I might have ran in with the mutas. I probably wouldn't have built the Zerglings on the ground. Or if I had built Zerglings, I would have built them probably a little bit more defensively oriented. I told you guys he proxied the fusion core, right? Because I was like, well, what else could he be doing? And I did check the edges of the map. That's just revealed itself because I killed the command centers. So my opponent did actually go for that proxy. It's just we didn't actually find it. Because you notice I checked a lot of the edges, not all of them. And my opponent not too happy about losing this game, apparently. I wasn't reading chat that game. Are people complaining about me playing too fast again? So last week we've had over the course of it, we have this conversation a lot. A few people kind of complain that I play too fast or this or that. They say like, oh, that's not real diamond play. Anyone doing a bronze to GM is not doing real diamond play, guys. Otherwise they'd stay in diamond forever, first of all. No matter what, there are different ways you can kind of pretend that you're playing at the level you are, but it's pretending no matter what. Keep that in mind, number one. Number two, I'm focusing more on explaining, and I had a big rant about this in the last session, but basically we're focusing more on explaining what I'm doing rather than artificially slowing myself down. So are there times where I do things a little bit quicker? Yeah, absolutely. Because I'm going to be focusing on vocalizing. That's where my mental energy is. So that means I'm not spending my mental energy slowing myself down. You might be doing things a little bit slower, and that's fine. I think this criticism comes up a lot because this is, as Nathanias put it, Bronze to GM is kind of the McDonald's of StarCraft educational content. It's not really the best for you. It's not the most nutritious, but it is the most widely consumed, and it has the widest reach because people go, oh, I see you play in my league, therefore if I copy what you do, I get better. Whereas there's already, so many tutorials and educational content to teach these concepts. It just takes a little bit more individual mental effort to put that into practice yourself, rather than just watch and kind of, monkey see, monkey do is more what's able to do with Bronze to Gem. I'm not criticizing you guys who are learning from this because I know tons of people have learned a lot from this. But there is definitely a thing. Shouldn't you tailor your APM to that of your rank to show newbies how to do it? So we're in Diamond 1, so we are just shy of Masters League. And you've got to remember as well that I'm using very efficient mechanics. So I am playing a lot slower than I normally would. Is it massively slower? No, I've probably still got 200 APM here, right? No, 165. Okay, that's a lot slower than I normally play. That's about half. That is actually a lot slower, yeah. That's about half of my normal APM. So this is actually about half my normal speed, and plenty of Diamond 1 players play a lot faster than this. Some play slower. So I actually am trying to play slower, guys, and we are succeeding in this game at the very least. Now, there will be moments where I burst ahead, but you've also got to remember, especially with Zerg or Terran, if you have efficient mechanics with like just holding down the Marine key, that's going to boost your APM way higher, right? You can see my opponent has crazy APM. They didn't do anything this game. It's very typical in Diamond 1 for players to have lots of APM, but to use it poorly. I'm doing a real Diamond play. I only use Proxy Fusion Corpus Protoss. Very nice. I don't think you're playing that fast, and I'm Diamond 3. Okay, glad. I mean, I think at the end of last week's session, I was playing very fast, but it's just because I've been streaming without enough breaks for like 4.5 hours of Bronze to GM, and my ability to consciously slow myself down kind of wore off. This goes to show I play inefficiently, not slow. Absolutely, guys. Well, most people do, and I'm constantly doing things inefficiently. So StarCraft, RTS games in general, it's about finding situations where you're not sure what to do, and it's coming up with a plan for that. It's like builds within builds. It's not only do you want to have a build order for your opening, but you should have a build order for what happens in what order in your mid game. It's, when a battle cruiser harasses you, what is your exact response? I always call it reaction lists, but it's a lot about learning those reaction lists and kind of detailing it and adding to it over time. So yeah, so the really cool thing I think about the 2-base Muta build is obviously our lair finishes so early that we just get such an early Overseer scout, which is basically impossible to stop scouting. So it's kind of crazy. And it's always about organized urgency is the term that is the most important one. We have can someone link the B2GM document, guys? It's down in the description if you're watching this on YouTube. But basically that's actually in the stream title as well. It's B2GM doc. Thank you, mate. So this is just one of these games where I think a lot of people would freeze up and go, what the hell is happening, right? So let's just, what did I realize, guys? I just knew my opponent was doing some weird stuff. Even if I didn't see this, their 1 base, I'm always going to scout with an Overseer straight away. Now, if I didn't have the earlier scouting, I might have been a bit more worried about Marines coming across. So what safety precaution would I have taken if I didn't happen to have all this vision? Well, I probably would have immediately built a few more Zerglings. Because the thing is, if you see a factory on a tech lab, they can't come and punish you very quickly. Because if this was a factory on a reactor, I'd be worried about Hellions darting across the map. I'd be worried about all sorts of crazy things hitting me, right? But because I just saw, he's built 2 Marines and then he's going this very factory starport tech lab, there's nothing here that can come. There's no 4 barracks Marine SCV pool. There's no Hellions. So I just kind of went, that's cool. I can just wait for the Overseer to confirm what's happening, right? But if I didn't, let's just say I lost the Overlord to the Marines, I had no other scouting, my Zerglings died, I would immediately replace my Zergling spotters, and I might even drop like a Baneling Nest for safety, right? If I really wanted to be super safe. I don't think you need to this early necessarily, but if you really have no information, yeah, maybe I'd drop a Baneling Nest. Probably not too fast, but probably, yeah, like as long as I do it after, say, the lair and the second gas, it wouldn't be too bad to squeeze a Baneling Nest in. It's just what do we see as the big problem most players fall into is overreacting. He's on one base, and they build all this defense right here, right now. You still need to focus on droning. I'm only on 21 workers. Yeah, there's 6 more building, but if you just start building defensive units and banelings and spores in each base right now, you're killing your own economy. So even building a Baneling Nest this early, I'd want to be a little bit like, yeah, if you think there could be Marine SCV all in, you might need to do something like that, I guess. But really, if he's on the other side of the map, you'll have plenty of time to react when you see him move out. As long as you're on high alert, you're ready for it. You know, you could probably delay it. But once the Overseer goes in, I mean, we knew exactly what we were up against. And even if we didn't know exactly what we were up against, obviously I made that read. Can you make that read, guys? I mean, what else could it possibly be? At this point, there's a starport with no add-on. So, well, Pig, what if it was a Banshee? Well, it wouldn't have Cloak. That literally dies to my 3 queens. What if it was a Liberator? I've got 3 queens. Once I see the Liberator, I can build some Spore Crawlers. It could be Mass Raven. Once again, not an issue. I can ignore that. But once I saw the command center and then these gases here as well, it was like, okay, this player's just going to keep building really high-tech units, but they don't have a proper mineral income. They don't have a basis that they're playing off. So I was like, if your opponent's doing some shit that doesn't quite add up, it's a good idea to just throw an attack at them and see what sticks. And for me, it wasn't an all-in. It was the initial 8 Mutas I'd already built, and I just built 2 rounds of Zerglings. And then I was already droning behind it. So it wasn't like, oh, I've got to go all in to punish this. It was, I know my opponent's doing some gimmicky, janky-ass shit. And at the very least, that attack is going to force my opponent to show what they're doing, because I'm pretty sure it's BCs, but I want to confirm what the hell is happening in this game. If my opponent's doing some weird shit, let's check what's going on. So, yeah. In my opinion, battlecruisers are better as a follow-up to pressure. That way you already have an economy up and you can build 2 BCs at a time. Do you mean 2 to 3 battlecruisers at a time, Kilkenny? You don't mean 2 upgrades, right? Because that's pretty late if you've already got 2 upgrades on the way. That's like a late game battlecruiser swap, basically. You mean 2 to 3, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, I think in general, and that's what we're going to go into when we hit Masters 3, is more, and it's the same for Terran and Protoss, the more you can set up for a push, the better. So if you can throw one wave of harassment, then a different harassment, and then in comes your big surprise play, it does tend to be stronger than just, I'm making 4 battlecruisers in one base and hoping you don't realize, you know. Yeah, it gives your opponent more opportunities to screw up. It also gives you more information about what your opponent's doing, so you can adapt if needed. You're like, oh, actually, my opponent's rushing Spire. I'll need to double down on this, or I'll need to cancel and do a different thing. Yeah. Oh, don't worry about getting Masters Supremist. There's a ladder bug at the moment. Oh, we're playing Classic. This is the guy who I always get matched with in TVT, and it's really unfair. He always does these weird, like, one base, every game he does a one base marine tank drop in TVT. And I always have like a 900 or 1000 MMR advantage, but because we both live close to the Singapore server, relatively, we get matched repeatedly, and I always feel really bad because we'll play like 10 times. Yeah, my opponent Yamato'd a hatchery in that last game as well, which is hilarious. But yeah, guys, so depending, just remember your MMR is all that matters. If you guys do play games and you get placed, it doesn't matter what league you're in, because number one, there's a ladder bug. So it might put you in bronze, even though you don't belong in bronze. And it might, it also won't demote you mid-season. So even if you belong to be in a, whoops. Even if you belong to be in a different rank, it won't demote you mid-season, but that doesn't matter because matching happens based on MMR. It's not based off of whatever your league logo is. So the more games you play, the more accurate that read is going to be on who you should be playing. So you could, a lot of people go, oh, I got placed in plat, I'm afraid to play because I'm going to get placed first plat and diamonds. The fact of the matter is, early on, you have flexible MMR. So you will gain or lose a crazy amount of MMR with every win or loss. And what that means is that basically it'll find your ranking. If you don't belong there, you'll very quickly you'll lose about 100 a game, and you'll start playing people way lower, and it should be good for you. Now this is a Terran again, so let's cue that Zergling as always to their natural around the Reaper path, as we do with this full first build. If you go hatch first, you might want to keep your Reapers at home. Now this Overlord's a little bit late because we chose to get Ling speed before it. Doesn't really matter too much. First Overlord out here, of course. And let's kill the SCV actually, and then we can go over there. Now notice he's just chilling at home, and he's getting the command center there. Overlord pops, so finally we can queue up those next 2 drones. And we inject, move to the natural. Of course, everything should be rallied down there to that natural. And remember, we've already got 100 gas, right? So the moment your natural finishes, you start that layer. It's a nice quick Muta build. Now, because the Overlord can see if the Reaper's hanging out, if the Reaper's there, we can just hide our Zerglings behind the base. And if that Reaper comes out, we can try to run those in. So I'm putting those immediately on my second army key, because I'm not really thinking of those as my main army. It's more like, hey, these guys are just going to do a little run by if I get the opportunity. Now, I didn't set up my camera locations, so I'm just setting them up now. Inject, inject. Oh, I forgot to make the second gas, guys. Normally you make that with the lair starting. Mine's a little bit later this game. That's going to make it a little bit harder to afford the Spire, and definitely the Spire and the Overseer at the same time is not going to work out. Because normally these 3 guys can click straight on that gas, but instead they're going to have to wait about 10 seconds. It's a little sloppy, but it is what it is. So we're still building Overlords and putting them out there. Building drones, building Overlords. Time for another macro cycle in a moment. Always give it a second to pop, guys, so that both your hatcheries have actually finished before you try to do it. And then we can go Spire. So we've got the 200 gas, and we can even replace that drone. So we've got 16. Now let's go take our third base. Oh, sorry, Overseer. There we go. Just got the 50 gas, so we can scout through, see what's up. I still haven't seen any, like... Oh, there we go. Let's build a few Zerglings. So we'll build like 8 Zerglings, see if we can kill that guy. Oh, you know what, guys? I forgot me third queen, didn't I? So let's put that down just to make sure that doesn't get blocked. But this is kind of a little bit greedy, isn't it? And he's actually gone a lot of Marine Marauder, so we're just going to run away with that Overseer. Let's try and build 2 queens here. And they're going to replace the injecting queen. So these guys can come to the front and try to spread a bit of creep. And we put the hatch down, so we're going to go the gases afterwards. I've let my build get a little bit messy. But what are we expecting, guys? If they go 2 barracks and a reacted starport, that's a 2-1-1, okay? So am I building a few more drones? Yes. But we need to very soon focus on... What are we going to focus on, guys? Just building fighting units, okay? Oh, he's killing even more of them? What an ass. So... Remember, what's the rule against 2-1-1? Build Zerglings. So we're building just Zerglings right now, and I'm even going to build 1 more queen and bring this guy to the front. So these Zerglings plus the queens will be my defense, okay? Now, if you want to be super pro, you pull your Overlords back as well, because they're easily sniped otherwise. Now, that's a command center. We can see it looks like our Zergling that just died saw that. I'm going to try and finish off droning this base. And you might be like, well, Pig, isn't it important for you to bloody get your Mutas out? It is, but remember, we talked about this in an earlier session. Against this build, we could just die. So let's not just die, shall we? That's probably important. That, I think, is a good rule of StarCraft. Let's make sure we don't just die. All right, let's send these guys in, see if they can kill the SCV on the outside of the wall. If it's not there, hey, there we go. And... meanwhile, I don't know where his drop is. We're a little bit blind right now. Oh, there it is. Uh-oh. So why am I pulling back? Because we want to try and get the queens in there and wait for the Mutas if possible. Okay, let's try and put these guys back on gas. Now, obviously we want to try and wait for the Lings before we go back in. So you pull the Mutas back. Lings go for it. And then we've shift-clicked the medevacs with the Mutas, okay? And then once we deal with this, we can go back to macro. Phew! So what do we do, guys? Ling spotters, Ling spotters, Ling spotters. Pull your army back. What do we do? Macro cycle. Always, always, always. Inject, inject. Drone the third. Baneling Nest and double Evo Chamber needs to go down, of course. Let's change this rally point because the base is undersaturated. This guy and this one are our creep queens, so make sure they're organized because obviously we didn't have an injecting queen on our third. And we can also drop some creep tumors. Inject, inject, inject. Keep droning, keep droning, keep droning. Make sure our Evo chambers are hotkeyed. Let's take a 4th base. Let's take a 5th base. Now that was lazy, guys. What was lazy about that? I grabbed a drone, built a hatch, then I grabbed another drone. We should have done that in one go. We should have gone box drones, build hatch, build hatch. You know what I mean? So, Mutas didn't go across the map to get ready to harass. That's a mistake. They should have been setting up in that position ahead of time, right? Inject, inject, inject. Keep droning. And we're just kind of macroing up a little bit here because we had a bit of macro to catch up on, right? So we're just rallying a few of those eggs to those bases, then rallying everything over there. We're just making sure all these hatcheries are organized. We're spreading some creep. So whenever the game gets a little bit chaotic like this, it's always good to just take a moment and say, before we fly in with our mutas and kind of escalate the chaos, whoa, those were Widow Mines. I'm building more mutas now. Now we can go back to the plan with the Mutas. Oh my god, fresh mules. Oh my god, I really wanted to kill those. Now he's gone Vikings and mass reacted Widow Mines, which is interesting, isn't it? So he doesn't actually have any mobile anti-air other than a few Marines. So this was 2-on-1 into mech, which is interesting, isn't it? So let's pull back now. Oh, don't fly over the... No, not over the Widow Mines. Inject, inject. I'm actually queuing injects this time since we've missed so many. We're droning the gases. And then how many do we need on minerals? About 4 or 5. And then we can rally to the next base. And you know what? Oh. Let's rally to the 4th base here, sorry. And then we can kind of just do all this. Now, what are we missing? Guys, whenever your opponent goes Widow Mines, you need Overlord speed, and you should actually make an extra Overseer ahead of time, because there's a good chance that one will die. Yeah, because they always lag behind. If you want more vision as well, remember, what is the best thing you can do? Changelings. Notice how I put these everywhere. We can obviously saturate the gases, so we're just kind of managing the economy right now. Inject, inject, inject. And let's build a big ground army, because right now our ground army can best be described as sucking balls. We're going to focus just on attack upgrades with the Mutas this time. And we should have enough now that we can actually one-shot Widow Mines. Now look at this, our opponent has actually set up some really nice macro. So what are we doing, guys? My favorite thing to do. Clicking banelings randomly into mineral lines. And behind this, what are we doing? Making more upgrades, making more Ling Bane, but we're going to try and micro these Mutas, okay? Remember what we do? We clump up, and we focus fire. I'll let that one fire. That's okay. We're building more Mutas and more Lings and Banes behind this. And I'm not microing my other units at all, guys. We're just trying to let the Banelings roll into the mineral lines on their own. So what are we doing? We're going to go down, see if we can kill this base now. Kill that guy building that. And let's try and just fight one turret at a time. Notice that we moved away from the other turrets because we don't want to fight them all. And let's just disengage, okay? Inject, inject, inject. And notice I'm using shift. But if you even just do single injects there, that's fine. Let's make tons of Bane. So what can we do, guys? Well, what are we doing? Notice we're stealing those onto a separate key. And then these guys, we're also going to steal onto a separate key. Our main army's still hanging out there. Let's go back into the main, keeping an eye out for those Widow Mines. Yep, look at that. Oh, there's a Thor out. Oh no. So let's pull those Mutas back. So our Mutas are actually going to come to the top side now. Now, because we know he's playing mech, we probably should have already gone for our roaches, right? Oh, just click on that command center. Because we've got nothing else going on right now, it makes perfect sense for us to micro this, right? But before, we were just trying to focus on one thing at a time. And we can just try and blow up that wall. Now he's... Oh. Oh, that's a Thor in the open, right? Oh, no, because it's got Marines there, we can't really fight it. So we're just going to kill that depot and then pull back. Alright, so what are we going to do, guys? We're going to take, once again, a bunch of Banelings. We're going to click those into the mineral line. We're going to take another clump of Banelings. steal them off our key, click them in a mineral line. Now, if your opponent has more defense, we'd be a bit more careful with it. So if my opponent sets up the defense, which they really should have, I've done this run by so many times, you think they'd set it up by now. And remember, whenever you're ahead, guys, just take a bunch of hatcheries all across the map. Really good way to do things. Oh, he's coming for me. Okay, cool. So what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to take a whole bunch of Zerglings, send those over there. These Banelings are already rolling in. Let's pull back. Now, what if you're not ready to fight? Just run. Grab the drones, give up the base. This is how we win all of our games. This is how we win all of our games, is not fighting till we're ready, okay? What are we doing? We're just morphing Banelings. Now, what can you do if your opponent's shoving in really hard is you can just grab whatever Banelings are ready and just click them into their units to try to buy time while you're buying time to build more units. I've sent other Banelings and Lings in. I'm not looking at them because it doesn't matter. And we kind of just A-moved over the top here. We could hold position, spread the Mutas out a little bit more. But it looks like we should have just enough. Now, there was a lot of Hellbats, and they were quite well spread. So we probably should have started building Roaches here, right? Ah, run away, drones! Run! Okay, we're fine. What did we forget to do? Well, we were explaining so much that we forgot to just make Roach speed and make Roaches. Roaches kick the shit out of all those Ravagers, Hellbats in that army. So we could have just had those units as well. Now, we did lose a base, but it doesn't really matter. We can just retake that base. We've already got other hatcheries up. Let's build that. My drone count's not great because of all this chaos, so let's build a few more drones. If you're playing against mech, it's a slower long-term efficiency composition. Set up those Zergling spotters. So you do want to hover it a little bit higher. Notice that as you build buildings, it's easy to accidentally drop your worker count low. So if we can get back to about 75, that's just going to give us a bit more longevity. Now, my opponent doesn't have done any Hellbat or Hellion run-bys, but ideally as well, if you're going to build static, if you do that across your bases, this is a problem. People do this, right? Really good if your opponent's harassing you all game. I've had good map control. I haven't had to do this. But if I was to do this, if I was to feel a need to go spore, spine, spine at each base, that's really good. Problem is I just killed 10 drones. So if you guys are going to be investing in static, just keep in mind that you want to build an extra bunch of drones to make up for the built-in cost of sacrificing your own economy to build buildings as a Zerg player, okay? Now, what are we building? More Roaches. My Mutas are going to go around the top side. Macro cycle. We don't have a queen there. Inject. We've got a hive now. What would we want to use the hive for, guys? Well, adrenal glands for the Zerglings. And we actually should have been going range upgrades rather than carapace already, right? Once we realized it was Mechios that we were playing against. We can also get an armor upgrade here. Notice that upgrade's a good 20 seconds or more faster. So let's just make lots of Roaches, lots more Ling Bane. If you're a little bit unsure about what's going on in the map, we can always, once again, what do we do, guys? Changeling to each of these areas, and that gives us so much info about where our opponent's army is, what our opponent's army is, how we should attack, where we should attack. And if you're ever like, oh, I gotta kill him, sure, do it. The earlier you get your macro fixed up, the sooner you can kind of... What are we doing, guys? I don't have an idle worker button, so I just control click that. Idle worker button and click them to a new base. Hold down control, you left click it, select them all. Yeah, but I'm taking my time here. Normally I would have a bit more urgency, but because I'm trying to explain what's happening, you guys aren't going to be as fast as me. You're not going to be able to necessarily capitalize as quickly unless you completely ignore your macro. And your priority has to be, after fighting, get your macro cycles going. Get your macro cycles going. Notice I'm just using my one creep queen only to spread creep tumors in new locations. What do I see? Heaps of people with 300 APM spamming tumors down where they've already got active tumors. It's a complete waste of your actions. It feels like you're doing things, you're not doing things, okay? You're literally just wasting your APM doing what feels like you're playing fast. You're not doing anything with those actions. Now, if you guys want to play a hive tech unit, obviously space cows are the easiest to just roll over things with. Now, I've let my opponent take a few more bases than I should have. What am I doing, guys? I'm grabbing a Zergling, stealing it off, so I'm using that dumping key, and I'm just burrowing these on the edge bases. And there's no way he should be allowed to have that. So, anyways. Mutas aren't really doing much right now. Oh, that's a big army. We're just going to A-move that. Banelings killed all the Hellbats already, so let's just click those in the mineral line now. But other than that, that's fine. Just make sure this command center doesn't go up. And yeah, we should be good. Oh. Good run. Good running away from my opponent. All you need to do is build roaches and lings here. Roaches, lings. Obviously more banes if there's more like hellbats and cyclones. But if it's just a few tanks and Thors, just roaches and lings, and if you keep the numbers low, that'll do the trick. So obviously we're throwing my army away, but that's okay. Why? Because we built that big economy, and my opponent does not have that, okay? So there's Liberators now, and our Mutas suck versus Thors. So what are we doing? We are building Corruptors. We're adding more of these guys. We've still got these bases being denied. This guy, we're going to burrow there. Inject, inject, inject. And remember, in these later stages, if you want, you don't need to do that as often. Because, remember what we've said, is you can just queue up the injects. So just once every few minutes, you can just do that. Click, shift, click, 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 shift, click, 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 click. And they're going to have produced plenty of lava. We have how much lava right now? 19, despite building mostly Lingbane. So that's pretty awesome. So guys, more roaches, more lings, make some banes. Because there's a planetary there, it's hard for us to bust, but that's okay. We're going to right-click, shift move, shift burrow. So we're telling that ling to do lots of actions all in one go. Because we don't have any pressure up there, we don't think he's going to deal with it. And notice, to spread creep, I mostly just box. Some people like to control click the tumor to grab all the active tumors on the screen. It's really up to you guys. Okay. Let's just, he's coming into the open. So let's go. And we want to try to control click the banelings into the hellbats where possible. So there's still a few hellbats over here. And maybe just go after the marines for the rest. And all I'm remaxing on behind it is Zerglings because they're the fastest unit to get across the map. Inject, inject, inject. Oh, notice whenever we see that red number in the late game, it's usually a good idea to move those drones somewhere else. I'm trying to kill the command center first. I want to kill that. So, oh no. What can we do, guys? We could go PPP. So notice I pulled out of the corruptor range before unzipping my fly there. It's a good way to do it, just to make sure. Now, did I lose a lot of units to these libs while that happened? Yep, but I killed the command center. And as long as we never let him get a fourth, we should be good. Now, in this scenario, I could have gone swarm rounds. So if I wanted to sit back a little bit more, build and take my time, if they got a big enough army, but they're really turtled up with just a generic, what I call a traditional mech army, tanks, Thors, hellbats, one of the best ways to deal with that would be swarm hosts. Because my opponent was just so far behind after my previous attacks, I didn't feel the need to do that. Because look, this army is just pretty small. You can see it in the supply. But if they are getting to a higher point, but you've got great creep spread, great map control, you want to build 10 to 16 swarm hosts, and you want to kind of just run in, throw the locusts either on their army or on a base. If you go 16 swarm hosts, you can kill a planetary really easily. Like you could just have your main army kind of threatening in the bottom, and you could just run up here, throw locusts. But the trick is, when you throw those locusts, you need to control click them, move them past where you want them to go, and then when they're over the target, you use the swoop hotkey and tell them to swoop on the target, in this case, the planetary. So if you don't do that, they'll see a random depot or a hellbat or a marine, and they'll all just land on it and get stuck behind each other, which is really bad. So I'll show you guys how to use swarm hosts. I'll try to remember to do that next time I'm playing against mech, just so I can show you guys an example, because I think swarm hosts, once you get the trick of microing your locust waves, it's probably one of the easiest ways to beat a mech player that's just turtling. A lot of Zergs go, oh man, if they just turtle, it's so impossible to beat mech. And I go, trust me, as a Terran player who plays a lot of mech, there's absolute truth to the fact that you have great defensive power, and I make a lot of crazy comebacks with mech. But every time I'm way behind against a Zerg, which is a lot, I'm always crossing my fingers going, I hope this Zerg player doesn't know how to either build spellcasters or swarm hosts, or like Broodlord Infestor swap. Because if my opponent knows how to do any of those things, I'm so screwed. Because if I can't deny their map control, and if I don't have like an active army of like Cyclone Hellion or something like that actually clearing up the map, and they make swarm hosts, it's gonna force me to push. Because the swarm hosts just do massive free damage, wave after wave, forces me to move out, and allows them to just set up a nice, beautiful surround on my army. Vipers are fantastic as well. The reason Broodlord Infestor is really good, I never use that as a Zerg because I find it's really hard to pull off. But as a Terran, I die to it all the time because I get the Thors out. They hard counter Broodlords, right? But then if they can get neural parasites on your Thors, it is ridiculous value. So if they get like 6 or 7 neural parasites on 6 or 7 Thors, they steal a huge part of your army, and you just get like, the supply ratio is crazy. 7 infestors is 14 supply. What's 7 Thors? 42 supply, I think. Yeah, I think that's 6. They should be 6 supply a Thor, surely? I'm pretty sure it's 6. It's got to be 6. It's a 300 mineral, 200 gas unit. So basically, yeah. I mean, it's crazy. You spend 12 supply to not just take away their 42 supply, but that 42 supply becomes your 42 supply. So if you land neurals on, that's why you need either range libs or tanks to kind of cover Thors at any moment, and that's what that whole dance becomes about. Of course, this game was interesting, guys, because it was a 2-on-1, and I was over-prepared in this game, right? Because remember, what time is a 2-on-1 supposed to hit you guys? About 5:20. This guy didn't actually unload in my base and get in here till almost 5:50, despite us being in Diamond 1. But remember, I delayed my mutas, so I built 24 lings, 5 queens. So I got 2 bases worth of drones, and then I just built all of those. And I actually, because I was worried about him hitting a really fast 2-on-1, I think I actually built some of these Zerglings first. Well, I built those Zerglings, I guess, for the Reaper first. Let's take a look. Did I build a round of Zerglings before I got to 2 bases full? Because normally, once I get to about 4:30, I'm thinking, ooh, I've got to build Zerglings now or I'm in trouble. And I was a little supply blocked, so I couldn't build them straight away. So mine didn't start till about 4:45. The Zerglings build pretty quick, but I was a little worried. So yeah, you'll notice that I actually only had 2 workers on each gas. I was missing a few on minerals. And I was like, well, look, I scouted my opponents building a lot of bio. There's 2 barracks. 1 makes stim, 1 makes marine marauder, or usually just marines. In this case, he added a few marauders. The starport with the reactor makes 2 medevacs. I know that that's a very important pressure my opponent's doing, and if I can stop it, we're going to be in a good spot. So, and then the mutas can take control after that. So this is kind of the one style of build where you don't want to rush into the mutas. In hindsight, if I went straight for the mutas, who knows? Maybe I kill one of these medevacs before it unloads. Because he hit kind of late, I could have built 7 mutas. Maybe your opponent reacts slowly and you kill one. The problem is, of course, the stim. What is this background music? I think this is the Warcraft 2 soundtrack. I don't know why that's started playing, guys. Sorry. The end of the Warcraft 2 soundtrack is a very silly song. There we go. Yeah. So let's just lock this on my camera while we answer questions. And remember, I rely on you guys to ask as many questions as possible and try to help me out. I think Pig modded the name of the Mega BM self-pros got to just good in fairness. Funny. Oh, you mean auto modded it? I think at one point we just had a whole bunch of people, like, you know, he has like a couple of sycophants who I think might actually just be him. He just come to the channels and kept saying stuff. So yeah. You can just double click too? No, says Fluidboot. Double clicking is just less accurate. It takes longer than clicking once, but using your keyboard hand. So double clicking is a bad habit, especially if you're trying to double click on moving units like Zerglings or Mutas. I don't know if you can double click the idle worker button. Maybe you can. You should probably get in the habit of control clicking. It's more efficient. But yeah, if double clicking that button works, go for it. I don't know if you can double click the idle worker button, guys. I'm not sure about that. Yeah. What's control click on a tumor? So control click on anything on screen selects all of that on a screen. So I'm going to control click this queen right now, guys. Notice it selected the queens. All the drones. Control click is to, yeah, select all of it on a screen. But obviously if you're using the wireframe, it's not screen dependent. It's control select all within a selection. At this point, I accepted I won't be ranking up anymore, and games become less annoying that way, and I just play for fun. The best attitude, Performist. People always say I'm hard stuck here, I've been this rank forever, like it's a bad thing. And the thing is, I always say, improving isn't about, oh, well, I play the game every week, therefore I should get better. It's what are you willing to give up to get something? That's what all improvement at most things in life are. It's how much time are you actually willing to dedicate to improve at it? Because just playing the game, you're not really going to improve. And I have a lot of hobbies and games, and I always talk about rock climbing as an example, where I'm not really interested in improving at it. I just like the process of having a workout, solving some problems, and I'm not really ever getting better, or I am only at the slowest glacial pace. But that's because for me, it's fun just enjoying the process and getting exercise out of it. And that's all part of it. So, you know, like, even if I'm doing things kind of inefficiently, but I'm getting a bit more of an upper body workout, I'm like, oh, I kind of enjoy that, you know. Is it other the way someone else might enjoy it? No. But it's actually, you know, having your own expectations line up with what you're doing and what you're getting out of something, rather than just being, oh, I'm not as good as other people at this thing, and therefore I should feel bad about it. Like, too many people get caught up in the hive mind of, like, you're constantly comparing yourself to others. The good thing about something that's there's endless room for self-improvement like StarCraft is if you stick with it for the long term, you have to develop certain habits, like actually defining your own idea of what fun is and what success is and how much you want to improve and how much effort you want to put in. You know, rather than just being like how many times do we have people hop into the StarCraft community for the first time, hop into a chat channel, hop into Reddit, oh, hey, what league is good? I just want to get good at this game. I don't want to be a pro or anything, but I want to get good. So should I get like, is that like diamond or masters, or is it like platinum? People are like, what the fuck did you just ask? And they're like, well, I want to know what good is. And you're like, I don't think you understand what like good means and what subjective, like what? Like how can you even ask what good means? Like good is, it's purely self-defined. And they're like, no, like I want to be like above average. I'm like, well, you know, you can be above average in almost anything by just playing the thing a fair bit, because most people only play a tiny bit and then give up or don't play anymore. I mean, you can do that, that's fine, but like why does it matter to you that you need to be good? Like, what does that even mean? You know? Good means that you enjoy playing the game. That's what I think good means, Kilkenny. Yeah. I think it's just, yeah, enjoy the process and have fun with it, for sure. My idea of success is my opponent raging at me in private messages after the game. You don't need to be a high league to achieve that. True dat, fam. So there weren't many questions about that game. It's just lots of general discussion. If I ever miss some, or if you guys have specific questions, please tag me in them. So when I scroll up, I don't miss them, because I'm kind of skimming everything. So there's a good chance. Oh, Gabriel says, I can't tap fast enough on my unit groups and I'm missing combinations. It's annoying. I don't know if my fingers are broken or my keyboard is too hard to tap on. Make sure you slow down. Get in a custom game, Gabriel, and slow down and actually check what actions aren't working. Definitely having a mechanical keyboard helps. Brown switches are great for StarCraft, Cherry MX Browns, or any individual manufacturer's equivalent, because those are the ones that it pops back up under your fingers. So it's very easy to double tap exceptionally quickly, because you've barely started tapping it before the key's bouncing back into your hand. So you can very easily double tap a key. Very important in RTS, excuse me guys, RTS games, so you can zoom around to your control groups. Do you have a document for Zerg mechanics? I'm learning so many cool, efficient Zerg mechanics. No, but I mean, it's pretty much all in the fundamentals. Exclamation mark fundamentals video has like all the has most mechanics in it. I don't really have like a document for mechanics, Kilkenny. Just kind of, yeah, coming up as they do, I guess. Is there anywhere else where I've written down all my mechanics, guys? I don't think so. What's the soonest a battlecruiser can be in your mineral line? I felt like this build is short on queens to deal with it. You have a spire at like really, really quick, and you've got a quick overseer butcheresque. So the previous game we actually played against a battlecruiser opening. The opponent didn't come as quickly as they could, but you'll have like a spore and 3 queens. You can have a spore in each mineral line and 3 queens. And if you really want to be super serious, you could even build a second spore in each mineral line. And as long as you keep your queens behind your spores, you're totally fine, because then your spire kicks in and you'd make some mutas or corruptors, and they're on 1 base. So the fastest a 1 base battlecruiser can hit you, I would say, is 4 minutes 30. 4 minutes 40, maybe. 4:45? I'd say probably 4:45, but it really depends on your league. So don't get too... There's too many people who want to know what's the fastest something can hit them, and they play safe against that. But that's like if a really high-level player was executing a build perfectly. Base it on your own experience. And this is something a lot of people aren't comfortable with, but it's the best way to play StarCraft. Because if you don't base it on when people in your league are hitting you, you're playing too safe for your league. Which I know that sounds big, but then I'm prepared for later. You're not, because unless the rest of your mechanics are in line with it, you're sacrificing an even bigger percentage of your economy. And you're also doing it in scenarios where you don't need to. So the thing is, in that last game, my opponent I saw had an expansion on the natural very early. If they're doing a normal expand build like that, the fastest the battlecruiser can teleport in is about 525, I believe, off the top of my head. Could be slightly faster, maybe 520, but about 520, 525. So if you build spores, usually you can get away with building your spores at 515, 520 and be safe versus a battlecruiser, but 5 minutes is more than safe enough. Whereas normally a lot of people say, well, if my opponent goes a fast Banshee, I need 4-minute 30 or 445 spores. You can always have it much later versus a battlecruiser because they take so long to build. But yeah, if you ever die to something and it feels too fast or unfair, always rewind the replay and you just write down, when did that hit me with how many units? And then also check the context of that. Was this off a normal looking build or did my opponent do some crazy one-base shit? A lot of people never clear that up in their head. And every time they die to something that hits them too fast, that rather than checking what happened, they play against the demons of past games without understanding where those demons came from. I see people playing against a 3-base opponent, and yet they're building defense as if their opponent could be doing a 1-base battlecruiser. So you always need to understand what your opponents hit you with, and don't be tripping over your feet trying to be safe versus everything. And that's a balancing act a lot of people really struggle with. And when you're starting out, remember what we've said previously, the big key there is don't be afraid to be a little bit unsafe versus some things. A lot of people are very unsafe versus a lot of things. I felt the Spire was starting up around the time I get hit by a super early BC. Not at all. No, the Spire was a solid 45 seconds probably before the fastest BC in the world could hit. That Spire was going down at 4 minutes, I think. Maybe slightly before 4 minutes. Way before. Yeah. But you're not going to have them ready for the first battlecruiser, but you got to understand that your opponent's so all in on one base, you could lose a few drones, lose a queen, lose an overlord or two. That BC can't get out of there. Because if that BC pops, teleport's in, teleport's not going to be ready to get out. You build your 6 or 7 mutas or your 5 or 6 corruptors, depending on how much money you have. Obviously, corruptors counter the BC better, but they're not as good for other things. You kill that BC, it's game over. You've got 2 bases, they've got 1. You've killed their only important unit, and you've got a counter to any second version of that unit they build. It is game over. Do you put queen for injecting? Only on your 3 first hatcheries. That's right, Castor. Absolutely. Any more than that's a waste of time. Your injecting queens will stack up a bit of bonus energy because once you've already got creep tumors everywhere. And what you'll do is when you get a moment of free time, you'll basically just queue them to dump all their energy onto like your 4th base, your macro hatch, your 5th base. And that way they just queue like 5 injects into each of those hatcheries and they're automatically producing tons of lava for the next few minutes without you changing your underlying mechanical cycle. Injecting needs to be a fundamental cycle that is always the same and never changes, no matter what is going on. So no matter what is going on, you need that to be something. Like, what do I always say, guys? I just defended a push. Shit's happening. I'm flying mutas around. What do I say? Take a breath. Do a macro cycle. Inject, inject, inject. Build units, build overlords. If you prefer to build overlords first, that's fine. But you repeat that over and over. And the thing is, it needs to be something. When I'm doing that, I'm not looking at my hatcheries. I see too many people who I explain this macro cycle to, and they're like, okay, well, I'm on 5 bases and a macro hatch. And they're going around and they're trying to inject 6 different hatcheries in all sorts of different places. And I'm like, this is just a waste of your actions. And the thing is, normally when I'm injecting my 3 hatcheries, I'm not even looking at my screen. I'm looking at my minimap and I'm thinking about the next step of my build. I'm thinking about what my opponent's doing. I'm thinking about where I am in the game. Why? Because it's an automatic cycle that repeats over and over again. If I had to inject 6 or 7 hatcheries at one point in the game, 3 hatches at another point, 4 hatches at another, it's always changing and I'm going to different places. It means I've got to put a bit more conscious effort into thinking about that injecting cycle and what I'm doing there, as opposed to it being this kind of semi-conscious, subconscious layer that is almost just happening while I'm assessing where I am in the game. And that's the power of any fundamental thing that just regularly happens. You want to program in as a set habit so it just happens on its own and you don't need to think about it so much. Building depots. Once you get to the point where you're constantly building depots as Terran, right? You have 1 depot builder. Once you get enough production up, you add a 2nd depot builder. And all it is every cycle, you queue 2 SCVs per command center, drop your mules, queue up some units, queue up another depot. 25 seconds later, same thing. Queue up SCVs, build units, queue up another depot. With Protoss, you get rewarded a little bit more for batching your pylons up in big chunks here and there.
But that's like a really nice way of just kind of making sure you do that. Anyway, I want to play more. We're going to be doing lots of layered attacks once we get to Masters 3. If we do get a mech game, like I said, I'll show you guys how to micro swarm hosts if they do traditional mech. Battle mech, it's not so good against. If your opponent's building Banshees or battle cruisers and cyclones and hellions flying all over the map, not going to be as effective. So, Overlord to the pillar. Let's set up our camera locations. Natural, third. Some people like to take this as the third. I don't. I like that as my fourth. This can be my fifth. And of course, second Overlord goes to our natural to check if we're being cannoned or bunkered. And then goes to the sacrifice spot, which of course isn't really a sacrifice, is it? Because we actually get to make an Overseer. And that's what I love about this 2-base Muta build. Compared to the build we were doing before, where it's like 3 minutes 40, we sacrifice that Overlord through. It's just so fun with this one, because you're like, oh, I just get to actually make an Overseer instead. Easy. It's like, okay, this is kind of awesome. Alright guys, so 17 gas, 17 pool. I know we've got a few new people tuning in, maybe aren't up to date here on the build we're doing. This is a 2-base Muta build, but we've got a good economy with it. We're getting our Mutas out at a decent time, but we've got a third base up behind it. It's not crazy. And, oh, we're gonna hide the drone, guys. Hide the drone, hide the drone. Oh, piece of shit. So we're gonna build another drone while we wait here. Does he cancel it? So we could wait in between? No, let's just take our third. God damn it. Okay, build one more drone, no worries. So our opponent's being nice and annoying. Does let that finish. So you might be like, ooh, if he builds cannons, uh-oh. But I don't really care because there's no real area where he could wall anything in too well. So I'm building Zerglings definitely. And I'm also going to move this Overlord down there and out front there to make sure we don't get surrounded. I'm going to actually go Overlord straight away as well. We're going to move that Overlord there, next one out here. And then we're going to go Ling Speed. So Ling Speed didn't start immediately. Does not matter. Now, I could have gone 4 Lings, and that might have actually been really nice here. But check this out. The opponent's actually got a Forge. So I'm going to go check my third because there's no Nexus down. And I'm like, I think we might be getting cannoned. Let's check. Yeah. So just building drones, not changing my build. Let's follow the build exactly the same, guys. Kill. Now, you actually need to chase with 2 Zerglings normally. Okay. So we're just going to clear that up. And, oops, we did not change the rally point. So let's change the rally point. Don't stop with your queen. She needs to get there to inject. That's the most important thing. Still make the lair. We're following the build exactly the way we normally do. And the fact that my opponent's invested in these pylons, this is good for me. The problem is, if I freak out and start making mistakes because I'm not used to injecting a base in a different location. Inject, inject. I've told those both to inject. And guys, second gas. Remember, we were meant to take that with the lair. I've been taking that a little bit late today. That's okay. It's not the end of the world. As long as we don't take it any later than that, we should be okay. And then notice I'm rallying these eggs straight onto that gas. Still just building droney. Make sure these guys go on. So we're going to need to put 2 more drones here on the minerals to replace those, okay? We get a few kills. Inject, inject. More drones. And we can grab that guy and put him there as well. Awesome. Now we need overlords. Overlord there, overlord here. And guess what? Lair is finished. So... oh, I actually don't have my overlord ready. Oops. Spire goes down. Overseer morphs, Q's through for the scout. Now, you could say I'm actually very exposed to, what do you call it? And then double gas goes down. Oh, sorry, no, it's third hatch, then double gas, isn't it? Oh, no! The base thing in a different area is distracting me! It's okay, I'll put the hatch down straight away. As long, remember, it's hatch, then your 2 gases is the important thing. So this overlord should have been a bit closer so we could see what's up. I did forget my 3rd queen as well. Now the thing is, if he did come in with an oracle, would it be a bummer? Yes. Oh my god. Okay, he's got adepts coming, so what are we doing? Zerglings? We're going to try and build a whole bunch of Zerglings to deal with that. And we're going to put some guys on gas.
Forces are under attack.
What do we got here? Stargate, and he's making void rays, so we'll make...
forces are under attack.
Just going to fight with drones and the lings. That don't know where he went. There he is. Okay, we're gonna go there. All I'm doing is inject, build drones. And we're building overlords during this. This is really annoying, guys. This is really bad for me. Okay. So we've got a spore in 2 of those bases. This guy's here. We've got some lings. Let's try and put some scouts out. Other guys can just chill at home. And do we have overlords popping? Alright. Now we can finally build some Muts. Now he may have spotted the Spire, of course. And it looks like I did accidentally fly my Overseer through the cannon or a Void Ray or something. So that is a bit of a bummer. Oh, let's kill the cannon. So I've just grabbed all my Zerglings to go for that. My Mutas are flying down to the rally point. And we're going to build some drones for the 3rd. And then put these guys on gas. And then put everything else on the natural, okay? Now he's building lots of Void Rays. So he does manage to keep that base alive. And we've already talked a lot about our verse Skytoss style. But I'm always happy to get another example. Let's put a few more drones on gas. And then everything else on this 3rd, okay? So we've still got the lings ready to just try and be annoying. We're going to try and run in and just pick off probes up there, away from cannon range, okay? But what are we going to do? Remember, how do we beat this style, guys? It's double Evo Bane Nest and drone for days. Drone. So we can get a drone ready at our 4th base to take that. And in the meantime, what's that? A fleet beacon. So notice I'm just A-moving so they don't overkill too bad, but it's only 6 meters, so actually target firing is probably better. The more you get, the more you want to make sure you don't do that. Okay, we're just going to fly back with these guys. Inject, build drones. It's a lot of cannons, guys. So let's get a 4th base. And we're going to try to fly these Mutas out in between the bases if possible, okay? So now it's time to spread some creep. Keep building overlords, drones. Oh look, probies. And remember, he's got Phoenix coming, so if we stay here any longer, we are risking losing all these Mutas. So we're just going to kill those guys, and then we're going to leave, okay? Now remember, what do we build, guys? We want to build Corruptors to deal with Phoenix. Let's spread creep. 3 drones on gas, 3 drones on gas. Take the gases there, but not just that, guys. Gas is on the 5th as well, and this is the thing which most people kind of freak out about. So they're like, that's too much. It's absolutely the correct call here, okay? So we'll build a few Corruptors just to go with our Mutas in case the Phoenix come across. But in the moment, we know he's reeling from that damage. He's invested in a ton of static. He can't hit a strong attack. You don't need to worry about being able to beat a Skytoss's player's army at all times unless they are really in your face. So just make sure you're able to saturate these gases, which we've just done. I've built 3 drones, click to gas, built 3 drones, click to gas, built 3 drones, click to gas. And if you're going to go into this style, which is what, guys? It's mass Muta Corruptor. You do need a big economy. So we're going 80 drones, 75 to 80. Anywhere there is fine. Just make sure you go straight to 10 gas. You build plenty of overlords. And normally, I actually, at this point, would focus more on Bane run buys. Now, the reason I'm not just yet is he's got cannons effing everywhere. So I'm going to build 1 round of Corruptors. We're going to go up to about maybe 10 Corruptors, 11 Corruptors. So I'm adding 10 Corruptors, and then we're going to build more Mutas behind that. Mutas are better versus Void Rays. Spore there as well. And Corruptors, of course, we want to tank against the Phoenix. They beat Phoenix. Mutas beat Void Rays, and Corruptors beat Phoenix. So we've got to try and engineer this fight. Now, some people would say, do you put the units on different control groups? The answer is no. That's way too fancy. Oh, look, he's trying to take a base. Haha. We're going to make some more Zerglings as well, just to make sure we can cancel that base when it goes down a bit. Notice his air units are coming out. It's pretty good for us. So we're going to get down here. Let's get an armor upgrade now. Keep injecting. Still just building Mutas right now, guys. We're going to spread creep while we're waiting. I'm playing a little bit fast here. I know this is people like, don't do that. We'll try to slow down a little bit. We're just waiting for our units to gather up. We spent a long time droning, so if I attacked with like 5 Corruptors and 4 Mutas, that would be what we in the industry call fucking stupid. So instead of doing that, guys, what are we going to do? We're going to make 1 round of speed Banes. Yeah, Bane speed's done. We're just going to click them in that mineral line, okay? Let them do their thing. And now let's go. So control click the Corruptors, get them in front. And I'm actually just going to right-click these Mutas behind. We're building more Mutas, and let's go. And what are we doing? We're one-shotting these Void Rays. And look at that. Oh, we can even kill the carrier. And we can just kill that. His Phoenix aren't fighting right now, so it's okay that we're kind of out of formation. And then we're going to kill the carrier, kill the Phoenix. We just cleared his mineral line as well, I believe. The opponent had no scouting, was doing no interaction with me, and was basically trying to just do stuff that counters everything. Cannons and batteries everywhere, Phoenix to counter the Mutas, Void, which are useless against everything else, right? Void Rays, carriers, Flux Veins, they're trying to do too many things at once and cover every option. And if you do one sharp, pointed maneuver, especially if it's a surprise, that was the first time they saw Corruptors, it's going to make it much simpler. Now, remember, in some of my previous games, I didn't do the Muta Corruptor thing. I played, okay, I would do one wave of Mutas. I didn't micro those Banelings at all, by the way, guys. They would just click in, but notice the timing. You might be like, oh, well, my Banelings, would I click them in? They don't do that. Look at the timing. I morphed, I queued them in, and then I engaged here. I bring my opponent's screen here before they can see the Banelings. I would actually prefer these Banelings almost to come in maybe a little bit quicker, maybe already be finished morphing a few seconds ago. So they come in right after my opponent's screen gets pulled here. But this is predictably going to pull their attention. This is my opponent's camera, guys, and watch their minimap. Look at how little time they have to react here. And you really think when they're microing against this, they're going to look at that base? No, of course not. The first warning they get is their cannon killing one of the Banelings and the Baneling splash damaging the cannon. Protoss looks back, mineral line's dead, leave game. So we did Muta Corruptor. What were we doing in the other games? We did Ling Bane and just threw Ling Bane at their bases. No anti-air units was the other way we did it, right? And we're going to swap between these two styles just to show you guys two different options. With the Ling Bane style, what did we do? We add Ultras as well, because Ultras are even better for breaking down walls and base trading along with Ling Bane. And we do, with that style, go double Spire, so we can swap into Mass Corruptor to eventually kill their air army if we have to. But the idea is, with the other style, we just try to win by base trade. I think this style's a little bit more... It's more you actually fight their army. So I want to show this as an option, because, hey, if you're opening Mutas, why just do one wave of Mutas and throw them away to kill as many probes as possible? With this one, we keep the Mutas up, and we kind of bring them back and actually say, hey, that's part of my air army. What air upgrades are best versus air toss? It's very based on the player. So armor upgrades make your Corruptors survive a lot longer against Phoenix and Carriers, because they both have double attacks, which is really, really important. But what's the problem? Well, the problem is it's an arms race. It's more about just killing their stuff before they can kill your stuff, which is why I favor attack upgrades. But what you'll notice is I alternate. I don't really prioritize. I prioritize air, but I'll go +1 air, +1 armor. +2 air, +2 armor. So I just go 1, 1, 1, 1 is the way I do it. Some players will go straight +2 carapace, so the Corruptors are mega tanky. You get +2 carapace, that's 4 armor off both of the Phoenix attacks. So that's actually huge, right? So there is an absolute argument for doing it both ways. It really just depends on your own personal preference. So yeah, I think that's a really good question though, because a lot of people obsess over it. So why do I alternate? Well, it's also because they're cheaper. Lower level upgrades are cheaper and they upgrade faster. So that's part of why, unless I have a really big reason why I want an upgrade, it's going to be an issue. Is Pig playing Mutas here as well? Yeah, actually, the one matchup I haven't been getting at all is ZVZ in the last bunch of games. And I want to even show a 2-base Muta build there as a follow-up to the early Ling Bane attack. But we just haven't got any Zerg vs Zerg since I started doing 2-base Muta. So that's interesting. Notice we're going to try and go through him. Oh, okay, good. Doesn't manage to block that. We were a little bit worried about that. Taking that third in that last game was kind of scary because I forgot my third queen, and it meant if my base was over there, like an Oracle would have caused me a lot more damage than I would have liked to take. Don't get me wrong, Queen does okay against it, but definitely would have been a bit of a dicey situation. So I feel like that build order, you're a little worried if they're going for an early Oracle, the way I did it in the last game. And actually, if you guys want, I can go back and analyze that after this game, because I probably should address, hey, wait a second. Are we actually okay with being that vulnerable? Because people freak out over that. And I always argue, hey, being a little vulnerable is not the end of the world, but that was a bit too vulnerable. Now, I accidentally built 2 Overlords here, guys. My build's broken! That's gonna hurt us a little bit. So that's delaying this queen by just a tad. But we're back up to at least, and my link speed's going to be a little late as well. Oh, Reaper's coming straight across the map. I want to commit to the SCV kill. I think it's worth killing it for 2 lings, and it pulls the Reaper home, which just makes my life a little bit easier, right? Oh, the Reaper just pissed off. Oh, we might be able to kill this guy then. Awesome.
Our forces are under attack.
Oh, he does pull back for it. So this time, we're going to take that gas right after the lair started. Remember, lair as soon as our natural's ready. And you can see we've got so much unnecessary supply free. But we build 3 drones, click him on the gas, build him, click him here. Why? Because now this base is done. It's ready. We don't need to bother with our main anymore. We don't need to think about it. So we can see the Reapers coming, so we can move our queen to intercept, potentially. We can move this queen to intercept a little as well. Let's get that 3rd queen out, shall we, in the main base. Let's not forget her for once. Droning. And I didn't actually check what was up. We're just going to poke in for a moment. We don't need to do that, but why not? Get a bit of extra vision. So it looks like that's going to be Hellion production. Cool. Very standard Terran play. Nothing crazy there. Now, I actually built 4 Zerglings. And I'm building lots of drones here, guys. Lots of drones. Oi! Get out of my base! Bro! Get out of here, man! Alright, so I forgot to set up my camera locations this game because I was answering that question. And I suck at playing while talking like a dummy. Let's go. So, Spire. We're already moving a drone to our 3rd. No? Oh, whoops. Actually clicked him over there. What is this sloppy play, pig? If those Hellions come across, we might need more Zerglings. So let's just build a few more Lings now for safety. Okay? And we need to get 3rd base before anything else. That's a Viking. So we could make this into an Overseer and then try to fly the other one away. Because what happens is when your Overlord turns into an Overseer, it gets back to full life. I don't think I clicked it in time though. Yeah, I didn't. That's okay. We're going to make an Overseer on this one. We'll go through. Though we kind of already know what's going on. So 3rd base went down, which means, guys, we're allowed to take the gases. We're just building Overlords right now. And check it out. My opponent went Viking. So what am I doing? Pulling back all of these. I'm actually going to build an extra queen here on the natural. And we do need to get these gases saturated. You can see my economy is kind of weak this game. So building those Zerglings did hurt me. I could have used the extra vision that I had there to skip on that. Now, I thought I had more Overlords popping. Apparently, I only built 1. So we're going to need to wait just a little bit here. I'll saturate that gas, but that does hurt my minerals. So that's a choice, guys. If you ever pull off minerals onto gas, you're more committed to your mutas. You're more focused on finding damage with those mutas. Okay? That's dangerous. That's dangerous. Is it worth it? It's a strategic direction. What's better? How often do we get that question? What's better, pig? There's no better. There is just, if you make it worth it, you find the damage, then it turns out that was worth it, right? But as long as you understand kind of what you're committing yourself to as a player, you should be good. Oh, look at that. That's a Banshee, guys. So our Zerglings here, notice we moved past Intercept to get the surround. We get that. So the Lings, I moved them to make sure they were a little bit better positioned. Mutas are flying across. We're going to set up Zergling spotters across the expansions. Just need a few extra guys there. And you know what, guys? I will leave 1 Overseer at home. Why am I doing that? That's going on my creep hotkey in case there's a Cloak Banshee on my side of the map. And what are we doing? We're droning behind it. Oh, that's super early turrets. Okay, we'll just pick off whatever we can on the edges then. So my opponent's got lots of turrets. Now, a lot of people go, shit, I can't do damage. Ah, this is so bad. It's not. If your opponent has built that much defense early, it means they're not going to be as fast on their production, their economy. So the important thing to remember is any attack you do, any type of attack in StarCraft, it doesn't really matter how much damage you do. People always say, how much damage do I need to kill? How many SCVs to be ahead? How many to be even and how many behind? And it's like, well, it all depends how much they commit to their defense, right? Because if you both build a lot of units to fight each other, but you're not focusing on your economy, your production, then you don't really need to do any damage. It's whoever takes the worst fight that ends up losing the game. So guys, what are we doing now? Well, our Mutas can't find damage, but we just saw its mech. We saw multiple factories and cyclones. So we're doing our double Evo Bane Nest, but we're adding a Roach Warren in so that we actually have the right response. We've got a 4th base on the way. Let's take a 5th base. Now you'll notice that I usually don't actually have a macro hatch with this style. Why is that? It's because mutas are expensive. So you just don't end up having the extra money. Try to pick off a depot from there with a bit of micro, but he's got cyclones. We really don't need to focus on this, okay? So what are we going to do? We're just going to hide the mutas, or pull back for now with the mutas, get roach speed, 1/1 upgrades. We've got 3 bases. So that's a good spot to stop. In general, let's build units from there. We're going to build lots of roaches and then lots of banelings. We're just continuing to send in changelings. We're spreading creep. Now, you could easily say, well, my opponent's mech. Mech's not that good for attacking, therefore I could drone my 4th right now. The reason I'm not doing that is, number 1, I haven't seen a 3rd command center, so I don't know. Is my opponent expanding or just going for a big attack? That's number 1. Get some banelings in here, more roaches, we've got roach speed. And remember guys, the upgrades are changed. We're going range melee rather than carapace because it's mech. And we want to just have as much damage as possible. Because mag field lock-on, cyclone lock-ons are spell damage. Armor doesn't affect it. Tanks do like 1,000 damage a shot. Armor barely affects it. Lots of lings. Have we not got bane speed yet? Not yet. More banelings. So we're trying to put these guys out. Let's put that there. Okay, so it looks like he has taken a 3rd base. And it's pure Cyclone Hellion. Now against pure Cyclone Hellion, mutas are not that important. So we're going to hide these down here. Notice I'm putting them on a less important hotkey. Their job is they're going to fly around the turret and hold position here over workers to kill them while I'm attacking. So I'm purposefully kind of throwing them away, essentially, right? And in the meantime, what are we doing? We're building Massling Bane to go with our 16 roaches. Lots of lings, lots of banes. And we're also going to split off a baneling run by as well on the right. Because remember, if we hit in many places, it increases our chances of doing damage. So what are we going to do now? We're going to split our army. So we're going to send about half of it there, about half of it to come from here. And 1/1's finished, roach speed, bane speed. Seems like a good time, right? Inject, inject, inject. All right, so these guys are going to go bam, bam. These guys are going to go there. And then we can just attack with our main army, okay? And if we want, we can control click the banelings, but we're just going to kind of move command in there and try to get on top and then just A-move it. We could put some banelings in the mineral line as well. It's probably a good idea. But otherwise, we're just clicking in. We can check the mutas if we want. There was actually a missile turret in the mineral line we didn't know about. But essentially, we're just rolling in from all sides with Roachling Bane. And whenever a mech player moves out to take their 3rd, remember that's the important point. Where you want to look for a big attack. GG. Yeah. It seems you don't need that many roaches. I'd be tempted to spam them. I had 16 roaches. You could have more, but the more roaches you have, the more they get stuck behind each other. So above 25 roaches. I mean, if you've got 25, it's okay because you could have 12 in each army. That's okay. 12 roaches aren't going to get stuck too far behind each other. What about Ravages? Yeah. I haven't used many Ravages in this series. Why not? They're more expensive and more micro-intensive. And they're not like a roach kind of just does the same job if you're not actually casting spells with them or in a back and forth cutting. If my opponent was in my face more, I would have made Ravagers early because before roach speed's ready, making a Ravager, it gives you extra range, +2 range on a roach, and it gives it basically the same movement as roach speed. So that would have been a good reason where I would have been, oh, he's pressuring me the Cyclones, let's make some Ravagers to help defend. Because when you're in that back and forth, it's good. If my opponent's pushing into me, with tanks, I might make Ravagers because I can pile them down. If he's got defensive tanks, I might have made some Ravagers. In this scenario, I just didn't really bother with it because I was like, well, I just don't see a need to spend 75 extra gas on this super expensive unit. Let's save that for transfers. Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty straightforward one, right? I think the really important thing, though, is that Muta, the Muta's going in, seeing a billion turrets. Remember what I said is, oh no, he's so well defended. But who cares? He's gone and built 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 turrets, Widow Mines and Cyclones, and he's completely given up all map control. Now, if I saw him with no turrets, nothing but a 3rd command center and factories building, but hardly any units, I would have been mega focused on these Mutas, diving in, killing as many SCVs as I could. So I like to think of this as like a very simple equation where your pattern recognition, as you get more experience, you go in with your Mutas and you go, they're no defense. Yes.
and you go in and you try to kill everything you can. And you're like, go, go, go. I'm okay with missing 2 whole injects to just kill because I am in an undefended mineral line. The fox has gotten to the chicken pen, the wolves have gotten to the chicken pen, and you're just ripping up these undefended chickens, right? But in this scenario, your opponent's clearly committed so much. Simply from him having all these turrets ready, and he even comes over with some cyclones, I am like, oh, like you're so well defended. That means, I mean, you're not going to have a sick army if you've just invested in 3 turrets in your main. You've probably got 3 in your natural as well. That's 600 minerals. You can't have a 3rd command center and double armory and 5 factories as well. You're delaying that stuff. So this is kind of the important. So my opponent is so focused on surviving the mutas that he's actually technically over-defended. I would say what Hollow Man did for this league against someone playing 2-base muta, this is probably perfect defense because you still get good production. And my opponent was actually pretty good at dropping a 3rd command center, I think. When did that go down? Oh, it's pretty slow, isn't it? It does finally go down. But you can see that they've played against players who probably go mutas and then just keep holding the muta key down. That's also what I would have been focused on. If I was doing damage, guys, I would have gone 8 mutas, 13 mutas, at least 13 or 14 mutas and keep diving before going for double Evo Bane Nest, right? That's what my build order says. But in this case, I said, this guy's so defended. Let's just skip building mutas for now. I've got my initial bunch. Let's just go straight to the double Evo Bane Nest, Roach Horn. Drone a bit harder, spread some creep. You know, wait for my opponent has respected what I've done really hard. Okay, no worries. No point doubling down, right? And this is where good StarCraft players is you learn to recognize when your opponent has responded hard to what you've done. You go, that's cool, we'll go to the next step. We'll finish this step. Or they've under-defended it, they've left an opening, and you double down. Taking a 3rd base between 2 and 3 minutes gave you so many more options and growth faster. Very nice, Master Knives. I'm glad to hear it, dude. I did say I'd look at that previous replay. Okay, really quickly, let's answer that question. The Oracle. What if there's an Oracle? Oh, shit, man. Has Piggy been too greedy? Has Piggy been too greedy? Did he get lucky that his opponent built a Void Ray first on this previous map? Maybe. I might have. Now, my opponent's build was jank as fuck, which you have to remember. So I think that's the reason it was fine. In this scenario, I couldn't really read what tech my opponent was going to go for, but I actually probably should have. So because I knew my opponent built pylons on my side of the map and was doing a little cannon rush, they were going to cannon rush, they just didn't get to do it because I scouted it. I actually could have moved me Overlord south here. Because number 1, he's not spinning on the warp gate. Number 2, that's not shining. He can't be building a Stalker because the lights aren't on. Number 3, and most importantly, we know that this pylon has to be where the tech is because he doesn't have any other pylons. He can't have 2 pylons on my side of the map and 2 pylons on his and a Nexus and a Forge and a Gateway. Like, he can't do everything at once. So I could have moved this Overlord, just queued it to move there and then back to the high ground, or I could have queued it. A lot of times if my opponent cannon rushes, they don't get a Stalker for a long time, if ever. So sometimes I might just queue my Overlord to go around the cannon, to just go move there, move into the main, and then move back to check what's at the pylon. That's like a cute little thing that I could have done there, just to confirm it was a Stargate. And if it's a Stargate, just sit over it. If they don't have a Stalker, just sit over it and see what comes out first. Now that being said, the Stargate should have been pretty late, but this one was actually pretty well timed because my opponent's Nexus was obscenely late. So my opponent got a pretty decently timed Stargate despite building 2 pylons and a Forge, but their economy smelt a little bit Gucci, I guess is the best way. It didn't smell fresh. It was not a fresh economy. This is a terrible economy. 39 drones to 26 workers. Of course, keeping that in mind, in hindsight, I could have dropped a Spore. And if I'd built my 3rd queen on time in my main, so I don't think I need to be as hurried in this scenario to get the Lair, the Second Gas, and the Spire. I could delay all that by a little bit, right? If I wanted to. Get a 3rd queen in the main. So if you've got 2 queens, that defends an Oracle. And then I could just build a Spore down here. Probably about 340 would be pretty fine in most scenarios. About 340, 345. Obviously, you could build it later in your league. If you want to skip getting away with it, well, you could say, why don't you just build 2 queens at each base? You cannot do that. You need this lair, or this stops being a 2-base muta build, and you're just playing 3-base. So it's important that you get the lair here. This base is where you need the Spore. So just 1 Spore Crawler at 340, totally fine for me to have done that. And as long as I keep the third queen, it spreads a creep tumor between the bases and then goes back to just hang in the main. And by about 4:35 minutes, you'll know if there's oracles coming or not. Yeah. I die to oracles sometimes as Terrans, and then I win macro games. Why do I care about losing cheeses? I just work on the build forever. Lots to work on. Yeah, proxy oracle can be quite surprising as Terran, especially if you're doing a like reactor factory build or something like that. Are you casting any tournaments today? Says Kazi Hub. No, not today. We're just doing bronze to GM. I might do some of my own actual, you know, GM random ladder play at the end of today. We'll see how we do it. Why do we build the lair at the natural? Because your queen's still building in the main base at that time. So because it's a gas pool hatch, you build your first queen, it injects, walks to your natural, and then another queen starts up in the main. And then you've got money for lair as soon as that natural hatchery finishes, because we've gone gas pool. So you go ling speed, and you've still got 100 gas by the time your natural finishes to start your lair. So you can just go straight into the lair. And that's actually, people go, isn't that greedy? It's like, well, it's actually safe, because then you can morph an overseer at 345 and scout while dropping your spire. So is your tech very early? Yes. Are we a little fragile with this opening? Yeah, but it is by its very nature a much more reactive play, right? Because we've got 6 scouting, we're heading into very fast tech, and we are reacting when needed, right? If adepts come out or hellions come out, we build up to 10 or 12 zerglings as needed, maybe 16 zerglings if they're very aggressive with the hellions, and we maybe add an extra queen or two and get them out front. If our opponent does a 2-1-1, we build an extra queen or two and a lot of zerglings before building the mutas. We get 30 or so zerglings, and we fight the 2-1-1 that way. So there's like a lot of adjustments if our opponent's being very aggressive. That being said, most of the time you can probably just get straight towards the mutas. But I mean, we're learning to play very set planned reactions is the important thing. And I want people to distinguish this, because the diamond conundrum is an actual disease on the ladder that I've talked about a lot. And the diamond conundrum is people who are, you're not unfit. If you're a diamond player, you're pretty fucking fit. Like, you are really quite fit. If StarCraft skill was fitness, you maybe have a few abs poking through. You know, you don't have a six-pack or anything. You have a few abs poking through. You know, you've got a bit of definition in your arms, like that sort of thing, right? What are we playing? ZVT versus Tryhard. What a legend. I don't know, I love that name. But what a lot of people have it is in Diamond is they go, cool, I have 2 abs, and then they try to do a triple flippy spinny shit, as Aussie man would say. Like literally they're the people you see in those videos trying to do a triple backflip into their pool and smashing their legs on the cement on the side of the pool or the pavers or whatever, you know? And I'm like, guys, stop trying to be so flexible. Stop trying to bend over backwards in so many different ways. And just embrace the fact that you're not a perfect player and that you can only do so many reactions in a game. And I always tell them, GMs react less than Diamond players. Diamond players don't even have a game plan, so everything they do is a reaction, and because of that, it's just suboptimal. Now notice, we just pulled an extra drone. If he built a building, I would have just sent one of those drones to the third while the other one killed it, guys. This is the same response we've used against a pylon block, a drone being there. It's always the same. Bring 2 drones, fight it. If they drop a building, just go take your third base. We didn't have to in that case, which was nice. But yeah, so my point being that number 1, have a really well-defined build is the first most important thing. Remember, we cue the lings because it's Terran to go around the edge of the map. Number 2 is reacting bad. No, reacting isn't bad, but it has to be set reactions that are planned and refined and either written out or memorized dot by dot, whether that's in your brain or written on paper. I'm not a nerd pig. I'm not gonna do that. Oh shit, guys. Oh my God. We are in a very interesting scenario. Now, one of the best ways to break out of this is actually to pull back the Overlord, first of all. Did my lings get out? They did! Okay, so those guys are going to go counterattack. We're going to put this Overlord in the center of the map on a pillar. This Overlord can go down here along the edge. And we're going to make Roachis, so that's going to be cool. We'll build another Queen now. I don't care about losing this so much. I'm just going to build some more Zerglings for a bit of a run by to try and cut off the rally. But after that, we're saving all the next ones for Ravagers, okay? And one more Overlord just to have plenty of production. Oh, look at this. He screwed up. So what's really important, we're going to put these on my second army key. Their job is not to kill the SCVs. it's to waste his time. So notice I've queued them to run circles so we can look away. That's the whole point. Now I've made roaches here, and when ling speed finishes, these lings are going to run across the map, okay? So these guys are going to... Oh, wait. He's coming into my base. So it looks like we can't. Okay. Oh no, he's killing my queens! That's okay, because the lings can come in. And we can make more zerglings here, because I've already got some out. And let's try to stop him getting into the bunkers even if we can. Let's just go over there, shall we? Actually, we don't even need to kill the bunkers. Why would we kill the bunkers, guys? There's no reason, just go across them. I did lose those zerglings, which is interesting, because I thought I'd killed an SCV. You'll notice those lings, their job was not to actually, like I said, win stuff. Until you actually have like 8-10 zerglings, you don't actually want to fight. You just want to distract them and waste their time. So I actually did a bet there. I'll show you guys what happened. And he actually got us around. So what I did is I moved them in. Now, if you just attack from the choke point or you hold position in there, they can't really get surrounded. So you can just be annoying, right? Now, what did I do? I said I moved in, I clicked the SCV, and I shift-clicked, right-click the SCV, shift-click. So basically I said kill the SCV and then do a loop-de-loop. Now let's see. My opponent A-moved all the SCVs, so we killed the ling. Oh, I only clicked to there. I didn't get the extra click down, so I misclicked that extra click. But if I did the extra click, those SCVs would have chased my lings on Ring Around the Rosie, which would have been really, really cool. Now this was a proxy 2 racks. Because I've gone pool first, I don't actually get vision on my natural very early. And we went for the roach response. We could have gone banelings to bust out as well. But the important thing was those lings. The moment you see you're up against a pool first, extra overlords so we don't get supply blocked. That's a #1 rule of cheese. Or any attack that surprises you or you're afraid of, what is the first thing you do whenever you are in that situation, guys? What is the very first thing you do whenever you're getting attacked? You panic, you build units, you hit a supply block, and then you don't realize because you're like, what's happening? So after years of doing that, I eventually made a rule, which is build overlords, pylons, or depots. First thing you do. At least look at your supply and be like, okay, do I need extra? You know, that's got to be almost programmed in as part of your response. Number 2, if they're setting up a siege or something like this, always go around. That's it. Always go around. Always. If I had wind of this earlier, we might have been able to fight it by pulling drones and building more zerglings. But in this case, we just run our zerglings across the map. I took a little while to decide to do that. And we actually decided to go roaches and just say, oh, that's fine. He's already got bunkers up, guys. There's no way we're not going to attack bunkers unless we have a roaches are really good because you can focus down the SCVs really quickly and they're just really tanky with their 1 armor. So I could just bust this with roach ling, but in general, you want to say, oh, well, I mean, I've got a really fast ling speed. Let's build some lings. Try to just go threaten, and even if they get a wall off, we at least force them to repair that because they can't have any units behind their wall if their buildings are on your side of the map. So that's awesome. And then we can break out with roaches. What if the hatch dies? Then we're 1 base versus 1 base. I want to show you guys something. That's what a lot of people don't realize. They're like, well, can I lose my hatchery versus a 2x? If he builds just 2 barracks on 18 supply, no. Losing your hatchery is an effing disaster. What's the supply count say? Does anyone see that? 12? This isn't even a good build. There's people like, no, if people cheese me, it takes me playing perfectly to respond and defend it, but they can make so many mistakes and still win. So this is 12 depot double 12 racks. The thing is, guys, with any proxy racks, you need to send SCVs across the map immediately for your first barracks, even with a 14 or 15 racks. This player waits 17 seconds before sending their SCVs across, and then they send 3. Which for a 2 racks makes no sense. So my opponent's build makes no sense here. This is just not a well-organized build. They don't even queue that SCV back to mining. They should already be building barracks. So they've totally messed up their build. And this is, why am I pointing this out? Because this is Diamond 1. And people still don't do their cheese properly. They're 10, 20 seconds late. They're low on Marines. They're low on Zerglings. They're low on Zealots. Their Cannon Rush Wall-Offs suck. even at super peak level, I'm always casting Grim Reaper and people mess up their defense versus him. He messes up his execution all the time in 6k, 6.5k, 6.7k, even pro gamers. Cheesy situations are dynamic. So don't ever get your knickers in a knot doing this whole, oh, well, but if I make one mistake, I'm dead. No, you can make mistakes. You absolutely can. And in this case, we just did the Roach response, which I think is if you've gone gas pool is the easiest response, because you can get a Roach Warren out really early. And if I happen to see this earlier, I could have already had a Roach Warren down way faster, and that would have been awesome. Yeah, just don't fight into your opponent's strong point. This is almost like a continuation of this whole series, which is if your opponent wants to fight somewhere, hey, look, I have bunkers. What's rule number 1? Don't attack into the bunkers. And yet we struggle against this so hard, because that's what we all do. So what is I think like the number 1 all-encompassing rule we've got from this whole series is stop running into your opponent's attacks head first. If your opponent sets up his pikes and they plant their pikes in the ground, don't charge your cavalry into it. Don't you keep your second overlord over your hatch? It goes to the hatchery and then it moves across the map to the sacrifice spot. So it checks for a very fast cannon rush. It doesn't see a bunker rush coming that late. So if you're worried about that, oh, I want early warning, you could against Terran keep it around for a bit longer, right? You could queue it to move back and forth over the hatchery a few more times and then move across the map, and it could probably still get across there in time. For me, because I'm going gas pool, I feel like I've got Ling speed. I could get Roach Warren or Baneling so quickly. I've got a Queen out so fast. Even losing the hatchery, I've got like decent production. It's not like losing the hatchery when you go hatchery first. Where the hatchery first, you're going to spot the moment they come up with the bunkers, and you're going to be like, oh, pull the drones, fight it with drones and Zerglings, because that hatchery is a more important piece of your setup. But with a pool first opening or a gas pool, you're kind of just more set up to have units out. You've got the Queen injecting one base, so you're okay. Hey, what about drone scouting in the start versus Terran? I think drone scouting is great. One of the things I always say is drone scouting is great. Pool before hatchery, great. I would probably only drone scout if I was going hatch first. I don't really see the need to drone scout if you're going pool first. Like, you might as well, if you're going to drone scout, do it early and go hatch first, but scout early enough to go, oh, my opponent's 12 pooling. Actually, let's put a pool down instead of the hatchery, or, go pool hatch, be a bit safer, or this. Just as always, with any investment in scouting, make sure you learn your responses to things. You go, in this situation, I'll do bam, bam, bam. And like, guys, I have no knowledge of even what the pieces do in Age of Empires, the game I'm learning right now. So it's really hard. I understand when you don't have all the game knowledge. I'm like, okay, that thing killed me. I can't go straight to writing down what my response is. I need to go look up what the unit is that killed me first and go, what are the stats on that? But I do that in Age of Empires. I look up the unit stats, or I look up how that unit works, how much it costs to get an idea of what it was that killed me. I look at the replay and look at what my opponent did a fucking 17 pop feudal age. Mongol scout rush, because it was bloody steppes and it's a stupid ass map with way too many deer on it. God damn. Okay, cool, no worries. All right, I know to look out for that next time and not be so surprised at a billion scouts running into my base really early. Okay, cool. Pigs, stop talking about Age of Empires. Oh no, what's happening with my internet? So I'm on my 5G connection right now, and it seems to be struggling with the connection to Asia at this exact moment in time, guys. So that's a little bit of a bummer, but hopefully it settles down. We're at 350 ping, so you guys get to see me play here with some Omega lag. Should settle down in a second. Stream's fine. Using a different connection for each one. It's probably just, I think it's because we're on the Singapore server. The connection to Asia can be a little schlonky on this. So guys, what are we doing? Putting guys on gas. Notice I pulled a guy off the close patch, so we're just going to replace him. Came SC2 after a couple years of AoE 3, and now AoE 2 seems too slow for me. There's a lot going on in that game. There is a lot going on. It definitely is a different pace, though. I agree with that. I agree with that. I mean, you can always play Empire Wars. Yeah. Alright, so anyways, guys, we're pausing at 18 this time. Often we just go straight up to 19. Queen plus 2 Zerglings. It's a Terran player, so what do?
Zerglings go around. We queue them there. So if I don't give any more commands, those Zerglings are going to do their job. Remember that, guys. Those Zerglings are going to do their job. What's that job? Run around the Reaper, go there, and then automatically aggro onto the SCV building the command center and screw them up. So if I'm making mistakes and losing to the Reaper, that's fine. That's actually fine. Now, if we see an SCV right here, oh yeah, I'll take that kill. No worries. Of course I'll take that kill. So we're going to inject, move to the natural, and notice the Reaper is being very respectful here, guys. Oh, that's a Marine. Looks like he's doing a normal build. So we're just droning here. Droning. So notice I've right-clicked there and to shift hold position. And we're looking at where the green circle lies. We want that to be in the middle. Lair. And second gas goes down. Remember, replace the drone. And let's click these drones onto that gas. No reason not to this early on, right? 2 more drones there. We didn't change the rally point to the hatchery. We've just rallied 3 drones back on gas and we rallied 1 back on the minerals. Inject. Keep building drones. Ooh, we're almost supply blocked, guys. So let's build another overlord and put it over here. So we've got the 2 overlords out front. We only need 2 on this map because there's not many ways into our base. Then we can build another overlord, put it down on this edge, and then 1 on the top edge in a bit when we build our next one. So we're rallied to the natural, we're building drones. Remember, this guy's already hotkeyed on number 3 for me, but I think of it as my second army group because my hatcheries are the equivalent of number 1. Third queen can be building. Ooh, so inject, build drones. And because there's a third queen building, she'll replace this one. So this one can go become our injecting queen. And oh my lord, we're already up at Spire at 330. Oh my god, this is such a quick Spire, guys. I don't even have the money for the Spire straight away. Pig, that Spire's important. You suck. Doesn't matter. We're focusing on our droning. If your Spire's a few seconds later, it just means you're droning well. That's fine. Remember, we just spent a drone on a Spire. Build a drone. Click it there. Keep tapping these drones. And remember, third base before we take the next bit. Now, I'm not injecting. Why am I not injecting, guys? Just want to sync them up. Inject. Build some more drones. What do we see here? Oh, that's a medevac. Oh, is he doing a 1 base marine tank drop? What the hell? We're building overlords right now, guys, and we're just putting them all around. And let's try and get that third hatch now. Obviously, if you don't save that drone, that's fine. That was me doing my hardcore, I have fast hands thing. I've played the game a lot. Now, it looked like he was jumping up into our high ground, guys. I think he might see the Spire now, because I didn't really block it. So that's me kind of screwing up a little bit. I'm going to build a whole bunch of Zerglings now, because it looked like Marine Tank Medevac or something. I don't know if this is just for safety or what. It's third CC there, but could be a Liberator, I guess. So I could build Spores to defend that. But yeah, it's a Marine Tank push, guys. What? What do we do? Well, remember, this does not have stim. It doesn't have a second barracks. I've built some Zerglings. As long as they're underneath it, it's fine. And actually, let's think about the map. He's going to try and drop here. So we're just going to sit behind that. So we're building Mutas. I'm going to build an extra queen. These guys are going to come over and try to kind of get on top of this. And we're going to try and drop some crits. So we're trying to mine this over because I think he wants to drop a tank there to be annoying. So we're building up to 8 Mutas, guys. Oh, we're a little supply blocks. That's okay. 7 will do. Okay, inject. So we're just back to droning right now and adding Mutas still. Let's get +1 air. So I think this is a game where the Mutas could do a lot. So let's see if we can do some more stuff. We're kind of hunting right now. Hey, where'd you go, bro? Yeah, I think he knows that I probably have Mutas out, so he's running away. Okay. So what are we doing? Mutas and drones. So all the gas goes in the Mutas here. These guys have opened up that patch, so we don't need to worry about that anymore. Let's see if we can take a 4th base, which I forgot to camera locate. Inject. Okay. Holding down drones behind this. Let's pick off some SCVs. So we don't want to actually fight those Marines. Now notice I queued them to go in behind the main. That's a specialty of this map. Building drones. We can't inject yet, it's too early. Oh, he's going mech. That's a Thor, guys. Ooh. Oh, there's a turret building there. Let's see if we can do some damage. So we're trying to pick off some SCVs, just seeing if we get some damage, because those aren't stim Marines. I would not go anywhere near them. I would not be taking that fight. Build drones. Build drones. If it was Stim Marines, I would be so much more cautious. Keep that in mind, okay, guys? Oh, what is this? Oh, what the hell? He's gone straight for his third. Wow. So I'm just trying to kill these mules because they're fresh. We know that they just dropped there because he just got this base, okay? So we're setting up Ling map vision right now, and now we're pulling back because we've been getting a bit too aggro. There's too much going on at once. We need to focus back on our economy. Do we have 3 bases? We do. Let's get those gases up on that one. Let's get the 5th base up. Let's spread some creep. Let's, you know, queue all this stuff. Get some creep tumors everywhere. Where do we want to go with our mutas? Probably around the back if we can. But wait a second. Pig? He's playing mech. He's got tons of turrets, tons of Thors. What's the reaction? We talked about that before. Let's stop building mutas, first of all, okay? Let's just keep him for defense because he has a few metabacks. He might try to drop me. Let's just saturate that gas. We've got the 5th base. And what do we build? Range upgrades because we want roach speed, bane speed. We want to do that big roach bane attack that we did last time. He's already moved out to his 3rd. So we want to try and damage that if we can. Oh, look at that. We've got scouting, guys. So I'm building lots of overlords, lots of zerglings while I wait for my things to get up. And remember, 1 in each base. Oh, he actually saw it. Well done. He's got Thors everywhere. We're not even going to bother harassing. What's the point? This guy is playing really safe, really good defense. There's no need for us to play into his hands. We're building roaches now. Bane speed, roach speed. And that's it. What are we doing? I don't know. We've got nothing to do with our APM at this point. Build a macro hatch, I guess. You know what would be cool? Let's grab some overlords. So let's box, use the hotkey for poo-poo. And then right-click, shift-hold position, deselect. Right-click, shift-hold position, deselect. Right-click, shift-hold position, deselect. Rinse and repeat. Really cool trick if you get good at doing that. It's so sick. We're building tons of roaches now. A lot more than I did in the previous game, just because I was holding the key down and I didn't realize how much lava I had. We're making lots of banelings. Let's also break these rocks down, because rocks are choke point creators, right? And we don't want choke points. We Zerg. So let's try and break down all of these rocks. Obviously, if you've got banelings in your key, you got to be careful to make sure you're not telling those to blow up on things. But yeah, basically, we're just going to try and get that one going. And remember I said I'd show swarm hosts if my opponent turtles. So we're still going to go for this attack, even though I'm starting to feel it's not going to work. Now, why am I feeling it's not going to work? It's a very good defensive map. Oh, okay, that's nice.
A creep tumor is under attack.
Guys, we're splitting my army, hotkey-wise.
Mineral field depleted.
Run.
Mineral field mutated.
Let's use that. Let's see if we can kill that raven, maybe. Okay, so these guys are down here, and then my other army can be up there. Make 2-2, inject, inject, inject. Put these guys on the 5th base. Lots more lings, lots more lings, lots more banes. Let's go. This is just a really good map for defending. So anyway, these guys, I'm going QA move because there might be a depot wall. So this is making sure they won't path the wrong direction. It's a really cute advanced maneuver there. And indeed, there is a depot wall. So that's always something you can do to prepare there. Now notice I control click the banelings into the mineral line, and I'm just kicking those on the SCVs. The roach is going after the tanks. I'm not really microing those at all. And now we're just A-moving this base at the same time. We're just going to make sure these banelings cut off an SCV retreat. Now, he did defend, so we're going to try and reposition this army, get it all clumped up a bit, and A-move, and then control click the banelings. And we're just going to hold position. The Mutas behind it. The banelings are trying to get on those marines, even though they're not upgraded. And I don't know how that fight's going, but we're going to swap into Swarm Host behind it, okay? So it looks like we actually killed the game. And I wanted to show Swarm Hosts, but I think I also wanted to show that you always commit to the timing. Unless I went straight to Swarm Hosts, he needed to actually withstand this blow for it to make sense to go Swarm Hosts. It's too easy to go, I think he might defend, and I don't know if this will work. And like, it's easy to tangle yourself up. Let your opponent prove that he can defend that attack well. It's a two-pronged attack. If he was super well cemented, my army's going in, there's 5 tanks shelling on it, there's 10 tanks shelling on both sides, it's getting stopped in its tracks. Maybe I make the mature call and I disengage. Like, this is actually a pretty good setup then. I'll get these banelings in the middle line. I think they'll overwhelm, but if we can just, once again, spam click those banelings in there, make sure they blow off and stuff. And you know what? He's weathered the storm, guys, so we're making 16 swarm hosts. Remember, one of the most important things for effective swarm host play is to just make sure you've got good creep spread. That really opens things up. So, looks like he does end up defending. Obviously, don't only build swarm hosts. We're still building lots of lings, lots of roaches. And my work account was never that high this time, guys. What are we doing? We've got extra inject energy, so we're using those creep queens. And we're queuing injects on our extra bases that we don't regularly inject. Once again, why don't you have any static? Why don't you have this? Why don't you have that? If the game goes long enough and you're not in enough control of it, you can make a habit of doing those things. But I much prefer if we do it kind of situationally. If we go, hey, in this scenario, it makes a lot of sense to do this thing. Rather than just, oh, I'll just do 300 things at once just because it's a thing I should do. Unless you're someone who's always playing a 100 drone, really slow late game, that means you're going to be focusing on a lot of things, and it's good because it builds habits, but it doesn't build other things. Notice I control clicked, I move past where I want to land, and then we can, oh, he's actually not letting me kill anything. So we're going to just try and land some locusts in different areas, and let's see if we can kill a few different things. And you just want to shift click or hold position them so they actually sit there and attack. If you don't do that, they don't do it. Now, you always want to rotate the swarm hosts after a wave. I should have done it before, so we're going to shoot the next wave from up here. Or actually, let's do it from here. Inject, inject, inject. And you can see, ready in a few seconds. Okay, so we're going to run right up there. And if you pair up a ground attack with it, or a run by even, that's awesome. But we're just going to focus on the micro. Quickly control click. You see I didn't get it fast enough there. Now, you want to make sure you dodge the Hellbats, because those kill these very fast. So we're going to try and land there, a little bit away from the Hellbats. The Hellbats still roasted some of them almost instantly, so not the best wave. Now, obviously, right now, we're standing in a sensor tower vision, part of why he was so well prepared for that. So did that make sense doing it that way? Well, it wasn't the worst thing, but it would be much better if this army ran in at the same time and did lots of damage. And the more spread out your bases or your opponent's bases get, the more chances and opportunities and angles you get to do this sort of thing. So, check it out. We're just going to blow up the planetary. And the Banelings are trying to clear their Hellbats here, which they're doing a fantastic job of. We're just kind of moving forward, trying to kill whatever we can. And then these guys this time are going to find a player who's not nearly as well defended. So we're going to put some there, and you're just using the swoop hot key, guys. So make sure you know your swoop hot key and use hold position. Because otherwise they're just going to spend their time moving around or shift click them on units. You want to make sure they actually kill things. So even killing a refinery is value. And if you just A-move them, they're a terrible unit. But if you control them, they're really, really effective. So now we're going to swap it. Swarm host will rotate, they'll throw one on the third, and our ground army will attack in the natural at the same time. Now you can pair them up to attack the same location. Ground army jumps on top, and at the same time your swarm hosts land. We're just doing more of a, hey, let's attack multiple areas. Let's make it as hard for our opponent as possible by making sure that they have to defend multiple areas. What is the swoop hotkey? Well, it's different for everyone, guys. I don't actually know what the swoop hotkey is by default. I'm thinking C maybe on standard, but some people use grid, some use standard. Everyone's using a different hotkey layout. Oh, see, tank in the open. And we want to swoop right there on those units, and they do crazy damage. And you see how the swarm hosts, once your opponent's turtled up in a shell, they can start taking really good fights and choke points versus Roachling Bane. But swarm hosts are going to punish them really hard when they get in that position, and especially tank heavy armies just get ravaged. So if there was a lot of tanks, let's imagine these roaches are tanks. I'll show you guys what you do. So just use your imagination. Imagine it's pure tank. This is the dream. Imagine that's all siege tanks. Maybe some of the pairs of roaches are single tanks, whatever. So the way you do this is you go, and if you're changeling spotters, they've already seen it, it's great. But you're just like, ooh, box, swoop, box, swoop, box, swoop, box, swoop. And you'll notice this is kind of like when you're dropping Marines on tanks, where you're bringing friendly fire onto their own units, but you're also making sure the swarm hosts aren't all taking the same splash damage, and they're all going straight on those siege tanks, which is doing amazing damage. So that's like really, really effective there. GG's. No, I mean, what is it? What is the swoop key? It just tells them to land. Yeah.
If you swoop on a unit, does it attack said unit? I have no idea. Jamie, look that one up. Twitch chat can maybe look that one up if they want. But generally, I mean, they're going to attack whatever's next to them that's a fighting unit, right? So if you swoop them all on a planetary, they're going to naturally land in a circle around the planetary when you click on it and all start shooting it. And if you do that all at once, you can kill it really quick. If they don't mass repair very quickly, it dies. No, we're doing bronze to GM. Maybe later today when we're done bronze to GM, Jackson. Is right-clicking them to a location different than swoop? Yes, because right-clicking them just tells them to fly to that location. So the problem is, if you tell them to just fly to a location, they will have to touch that point on the ground and then go, well, I'm left to my own devices. If there's no one nearby, they'll just stand there. If there's an enemy nearby, they'll swoop on that unit. So, but they might swoop in a slightly different area or in a different way than you intend them to. So they might go after Hellbats, which you don't want. They might not land right on top of the siege tanks where you want them to, so they're not bringing friendly fire onto them, that sort of thing, yeah. Yeah, and if you just let them move, or if you A-move them, they're just going to land on anything they see. So you'll commonly see a Protoss way of dealing with swarm hosts, right? Is they'll pick up an Archon, and they'll go and drop it on top of the swarm hosts, so the locusts launch, and if the Zerg doesn't instantly control-click those locusts and give them a move command, all the locusts land on that one Archon, and then the Warp Prism picks the Archon up and goes, hey dickheads, and flies off, and all the locusts, rather than going up the cliff to land inside the Protoss base and kill a Nexus, they're just sitting there like, god damn it, and they start trying to like crawl their way around the low ground, up the ramp, and they do nothing. So it's the same thing where like if you can send a medevac and drop a Marauder on them or something, or sometimes you'll see a battle mech player sees the swarm host and he just runs one Cyclone or one Hellion up into them, and that one Hellion's like, take me, you know, sacrifices itself to basically take away the power of an entire swarm host wave. And time is everything with swarm hosts. Mule drops can do it as well. That's a super cute way of doing it. Oh, that's so cool, dude. That's so cool. I didn't even think of that, man. So we're halfway to Masters 3 now, guys. Haven't seen swarm hosts in a pro game in a long time. You don't see a lot of mech. When you do, it's usually very active mech. So yeah, people got really good with like Ravages. You'll still see swarm hosts picking away at it though. If you do see a bit more mech, you just don't see that much mech. Dot says to check the Valkyrie. Have I run into someone playing a Vibe Bronze to Jam? We can never really tell because I kill people too quickly. So you can never really tell if someone's plan was to make 90 workers and touch themselves full game because they're dead before they get there. So has Pig played against someone doing Vibe Bronze to GM? We don't know. I kill them before there's a chance to find out that their plan was to sit there and make Thors all game or whatever it is. Plus there's multiple Vibe Bronze to GM, so it could be very different styles of Vibe Bronze to GM. The most famous one, of course, is the Build a Billion Workers, but you look at his more recent ones and it's like him just doing little timing attacks and layered assaults and things. So guys, we can just see they found a game. That just swapped to ranked 1v1. So we can click play game there because we don't want to keep playing the same guy. I don't think he saw my message or responded. Was not happy. Probably thought I was a Smurf taunting him. I am a Smurf. I'm Smurfing right now. This is exactly what Smurfing is. We're doing it for educational purposes. But punching a child is still punching a child. Doesn't matter if you're displaying proper self-defense techniques or not. I'm still the guy out of Napoleon Dynamite. Let's just say, when someone gets a roundhouse kick to the face from these bad boys, they know we're not messing around anymore. When the piggy smalls and the bacon stripes come and slap them, damn. Rex Kwando. Are we back to roaches now? At Masters 3, we're going to be doing a mix of roaches and mutas a little bit more fluidly. We're just building, we build roaches versus mech. And we're playing a lot of Terran today, guys. We got ourselves, did we actually, okay, remind me after this game to go out and refresh the server reads and we'll see what's up. For now, let's make sure we set up the pieces. Early game, natural base. I'm building the drone while setting up the 3rd camera location, 4th camera location. So let's go 4th up there, 5th at the front. So we're expanding along the edge of the map. It's the hardest for our opponent to assault. First Overlord is going to go in and then back to the pillar. Second Overlord is going to go over our natural and then out front. Okay?
Beautiful. Let us go 17 gas. And then we can try to, if you want, you can rally these guys to like different mineral patches. Make sure they all do different things. 17 gas, 17 pool. This guy can go to that. Every order viewer, what? Yeah, well, that's the thing is you got to remember that it's like based on what movies aired on broadcast television a lot in your country growing up. Back in the day when we were growing up, right? Everything you watched as a kid was like what aired on television. And outside of America, most countries only have a few TV channels. Like, there's more now, but growing up, there was always 5 TV channels, guys, in Australia. Channel 7, Channel 9, Channel 10, ABC, and SBS. SBS was the greatest because it was like government funded, but they got to do all the artsy shit. So it was like soccer, sex, and something else. Basically, you could watch all the soccer leagues in the middle of the night, and there was a lot of artistic foreign films. There was a lot of titties. And stranger things than titties. Much stranger things than titties, to be real. Did I just pull off gas? We're not meant to pull off gas. Let's just say there was a lot of things we learnt about the world from switching that channel on it at late at night, and we learnt a lot of anatomy. A lot of Australian youngsters learnt their sex ed from that channel. And let's just say we got some weird ideas because those foreign films could be a little bit odd. I don't know if you guys noticed. They could have some strange ideas about what's normal. So we're gonna just go for the SCV. Now you might be like, why? Remember, it keeps the Reaper back, makes my life nice and easy. And we get an SCV, and then we get to go after that. It's not the end of the world, we lose it. Oh no. And you know what? That guy was returning gas, why not just use him? Lair, second gas. So why do we build it on the natural? It's because that main's still building the queen. And there's a bunker here. Okay, cool. Tried to do an advanced dodge of the missile. The grenade, sorry. He looks like he's coming into the main. I'm going to build 4 lings just to see if I can help deny this guy a little bit. So we're just going to quick those straight away on that. We're building more overlords. And it looks like he's going to run behind the minerals. Let's get that 3rd queen started. See if we can hunt that mother trucker down. So we're going to aim over there, and then across to there. See if we catch him. Not worth putting a lot of attention into though, guys. Inject, inject. And this guy can now become our creep queen. Or this lass. Guy, girl. I usually use guy as a unisex term. Anyways. I don't know where the Reaper went, so we're just kind of queuing up those Zerglings to hunt around. And guess what? The Spire's done. So we build a Spire, we make an Overseer, we queue the Overseer out the back of the base. Build a few more drones here. And let's send a drone over to the 3rd. We still don't know what he's really going for. We have no information. But we see if there's units that are going to come across the map. And we actually just saw 2 more Marines, which makes us think it's probably a 2-on-1. So we just did inject, inject, a macro cycle. We're droning afterwards, guys. But we don't have enough money for that 3rd hatch. So let's chill out for a second. And what is this? So there's... Oh, it's like Marines and tanks and medevacs again. So another weird build. We're just going to move that Overseer back. 3rd hatch. Only then are you allowed to take the 2 gases. If you do it earlier than that, you're never going to get the 3rd hatch down. Because if you don't start it then, it's going to be time to build Mutas. Notice that's almost done. So we want to go lots of Overlords right now. If we don't build the Overlords now as well, that's never going to happen. So I don't know if I rallied any drones to this other gas. So we'll just keep an eye on it when that finishes. And interestingly, there's a Viking. Okay, so we're going to try and drop Changelings and try to run home. We'll try to pull our Overlords back a little bit. Move the Overlord in. There's a 3rd command center, and our opponent's very turtly. So that's very fascinating, isn't it? How much gas do we have? Not that much. Inject, inject. So we're going to try and build 5 meters. I want more than 5, because 5's enough to one-shot an SCV, but notice I built another one from the natural, because this is closest to my attack path, which is down here. So we're going to send them all to the rally point. What do you do while you're building mutas? The same thing you always do! So we can put 2 creep tumors there. We'll spread one over here. Let's build another creep queen as well. Build a few more overlords. Group them up. So he sees the Spire. Inject, inject. And that can go there as well. Now there's a new queen building there, so this can be our new creep queen. What are we doing, guys? 3rd base. 4th base goes down. We can get the double Evo and the Baneling Nest if we want. We can build a few more drones in there. Oh shit, the Mutas are already in there. So you should not send them in without looking at them, guys. You should always put them at the staging point, and if you're not ready to go in, don't go in yet, okay? Now I'm clicking on that because the bounce damage might kill those SCVs, but I lost a Muta for that. I'm not sure if I got any more kills. So what do we do, guys? We pull back out of vision, and then we rotate to the new angle. And what do we do? Inject, 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 drone, build gases, build overlords. We've got the 4th base. Let's build a 5th base as well. We've got these, put them on a hotkey. We forgot to make +1. We've only got 5 Mutas, and you know what? We did good damage, so let's keep holding the Muta key down, okay? So even all that droning, I probably could have actually been building more. Oh, that's Widowbines! It's funny how, like, I've actually been doing a lot better at playing more realistic today for, like, a, you know, lower mechanical style. Because even when I see something, I'm like not letting myself react to it until I vocalize the reaction. So I'm like, my instincts are screaming, click back, click back, click back. And I'm just flying them in and getting them killed. And I'm like, ugh. We're going to build them. We did so much damage before, guys. That's fine. We don't have a lot of Ling map vision, though. So we're just going to put some Ling spotters out, build a few more Lings. And my Mutas are going to get ready to dive in that main again. Now, remember, we saw a 3rd command center. So we're not really worried about a big 2-base push. We saw that way earlier. So that's always in the back of our head. We're going to go 1-1 in Bane Nest now. We're at 13 Mutas. Oh, sheesh. This guy's crazy. He knows I have Mutas out? I guess because he killed them. He feels confident doing that? Okay, so we're going to bring the Queen over here, since that's a substitute fighting unit. Group up me units. Oh, there was a Widow Mine there that I didn't even see. So I'm going to sacrifice some Mutas to save the hatchery, guys. If I can transfuse a Muta, that would be great. We're going to try and drone the gases there. Inject, inject, inject. Grab some of these guys. Make sure these are hotkeyed. Grab some crate. I think my Muta's killed the medevacs, but I don't really know because I'm not looking at it. Let's get Overlord speed because he's clearly building a lot of Widow Mines. And guys, do we keep building Mutas here? Hells yeah! No reason why not. Lots of Overlords because we're supply blocked, so we're building 9 Overlords to make sure we never get supply blocked again. This is the, I know I'm a baddie and I'm going to make mistakes, so I'm preparing for it. There's, ow, I ran into another Widow Mine. So we're just going to click the gas. Remember, click underneath to group them up and then target fire if you can. In this case, there's no anti-air. We can just shift click the reactors. But those are Marines. Uh-oh, run away. Inject, inject, inject. Buildlings.
Our forces are under attack.
Oh, he's just killing the changeling. I was like, what? How are units dying right now? It's fine. Still building Mutas, Lings, Banes. And guys, we're at that 70, 75 drones. No more drones in this. Remember, it's mostly just the gases plus transfer workers to that base when needed. And don't do it so many times. I meant to transfer more. Don't look at this number. 8:30 to 9 minutes. Drop the worker count in your main to 8. Doesn't matter what the number says. Some of the patches are going to run out a little bit faster or a little bit slower based on the game. It's more important for you as a player to just do it as one big default timing. Oh my, guys, let's group our Mutas up, see if we can slow this push down a little bit. Oh, that's really good for me. I got some of the atoms. Now, I don't have any Banelings, so I'm like, oh no. So what are we doing? We're sending all of our Zerglings across. Notice I control-clicked the Zerglings from there, stole them onto a different key, and I A-moved them, okay? Now, if I lose this hatch, oh no, we lose a hatch. Who cares? Oh shit, we'd already lost the Overseer. So, god damn it. But we've got lots of Ling Bane. Our Lings, we weren't even looking at them, but let's just kind of A-move those back to the left, and that kind of tempts our opponent to roll into us. Now, we saw a few Widow Mines there, so let's just try and make sure we blow those up before the big fight happens. Inject, inject, inject. Where are our Mutas? Okay, so now that we're not feeling like we're going to die at home, let's send our Mutas across the map. Let's make Banelings. So we're going to try and kill them with Banelings. They're going to click there, then there. The Mutas are getting ready to run by. He keeps running at us. So if you're ever at pressure at home, this is what you do. You grab some Banelings and you click them at their units to clear map control. This is one of the best moves because it just kind of allows you to force your opponent back. And we've done that. We're not really looking at what's going on. Deep breath. Hatchery, hatchery. Inject, inject, inject. Build more Lings, build more Banes, build more Mutas, and we can go back to doing what we're doing. So, and of course, click those there. We can see maybe his ramp's open. I don't know. Oh, look at that. We actually walked right past a bunch of guys. I was expecting them to automatically do some damage, but yeah. So we can now fly in there. Shift click the turrets. Oh, there are two. There's still Widow Mines there. Ow. Oh shit, he's got an army there, guys. What do we do? Just click the Banelings at it. Look away. Oh no! So those Mutas need to get out of there. What do these Banelings do? Well, it looks like they took a shot, and that's about it. Okay. Let's get map control now, because it seems like our opponent doesn't really deserve to have map control. Every time we go out there and try to fight against one of these pushes, what do we see? Like 1 or 2 Widow Mines and basically nothing else. So this tells us, hey, it's time to just go win the game, right? Let's inject, inject, inject. Add an upgrade, add some more Mutas, add some more Lings. Okay, we did a production cycle. Let's spread some creep. So even when I'm like, let's go win the game, I'm still going, yeah, but let's make sure we respread creep. We get our macro going. Okay, now let's go across this map. And how do we set up our attack? Same as always, guys. Stole those Banelings off to the right into the mineral line. And then our main army can just roll over. We don't actually have that much Ling Bane, but I think it should be enough. I'm just kind of A-moving because my opponent seemed to be very surprised by this. So, and I had some Banelings in there. I could have used more Banelings for sure. I would have morphed more there and set up ready for the attack, and I probably would have split up before going in. But an A-move managed to do the job just because everything was kind of naturally spreading out, which meant the worst thing I could have done there was said, no, move. Because whenever you move like this, your units clump up. The bigger the fights get, the more you're going to get rewarded for A-moving and let your shit spread out. And if there is actually a good biomine spread, what micro would I have done there against that bio spread? So let's take a smaller set of units so you guys can see a bit more clearly. Imagine this biomine here. What I would do is I would A-move it, and I would box the front-running units, and I would kind of click those through. So let me show. Imagine the army spread across this area. So we're going to go A-move. So what does that do? I'm just trying to grab sections of units, and then I can keep doing it. So the scary thing that happens is when you're running forwards against Widow Mines, right? Is that naturally you have a few Lings ahead, but they get gunned down by the Marines. They're dead, they're dead, they're dead. And then you've got bigger clumps of units stacking into each other. And that is where you want to make sure Widow Mines don't hit those units. Because if Widow Mines are hitting these units when they're all clumped up like that, that's where the problem is. So if you just keep spreading them through, what are you doing? You're dragging the Widow Mine shots deeper into the opponent's army, more friendly fire, and more away from what usually happens, which is the bigger the fight gets, there's a big blob of 30 Banelings coming in from behind. And if Widow Mines connect on that, that not be good. Now, bonus micro is what if you shift click the Widow Mines with the Mutas? That can be nice. Or you can box Banelings and be like, oh, there's a few Widow Mines here. Box 3 or more Banelings. Doesn't matter if you accidentally box 6 or 7 Banelings. It's not about being perfect. It's about killing the Widow Mines before they shoot. And you just go, boom. And just as you're A-moving, you're like, oh, they're over some Widow Mines. Boom, boom. You just try and blow them up on them. Or you just click them on them. Just use that detonate. If you can stop the Widow Mines from firing, you can do that very inefficiently. It takes 3 Banelings to kill a Widow Mine. So sometimes you'll kill 5 Banelings just to kill a Widow Mine. Just to stop it from firing because everything else is so clumsy. You're like, just kill that before it shoots. I don't care if I blow up 5 Banelings for 1 Widow Mine, as long as I stop it from shooting. It's obviously a little situational and kind of how you like to play, but it's a little different depending on how you want to do it. Do we go to Hive? You can. It just isn't really necessary. You can just keep rolling Banelings into people's mineral lines and doing Ling backstabs. And I think for most players, you're going to be at your mechanical limit, spreading creep, injecting, Baneling run by, Ling run bys already. So you're going to get really overloaded if you're like, I got to go Hive and these other things. It's like, are those things good? Yes. It's more about, I want this to be more of like, think of ladder as a training exercise. Too many people focus on too many different things at once. And I always say, hey, get good at one thing, use that to its ultimate and force yourself to do that by putting restrictions on yourself. Restricting yourself forces you to be creative, innovative. It forces you to get a deep understanding of that unit set.
But if you like play really shitty average mid-game Lingbane Muta, but then you get to Ultras and you win with a Space Cow A move every game, you're going to be incentivized to not improve your shitty mid-game. You're like, yeah, it's fine. The Space Cows win it for me. So it's always nice to say, I'm just going to use Roach Hydra for a period until I get a deep understanding of that. I'm just going to use Muta Lingbane. It's good to have a theoretical understanding of like Ultras is fantastic off that. We talk about, oh, we build roaches against mech. We swap in a roach Lingbane. If they're building lots of anti-air, we don't need the mutas and stuff. And yeah, it just kind of depends. Does turning your graphics to low make it easier to see cloaked and burrowed units? Google StarCraft 2 hybrid graphic settings. That's figured out the best. It's also a performance thing. A lot of people play on gaming laptops on high graphic settings, and it makes me want to shoot myself. Like, I'm like, what is wrong with you guys? If you're playing at 10 FPS in game, or 20 FPS, or even 50 FPS, you cannot micro and do things quickly. The screen is not bloody reacting fast enough. It's absolute crap. The number of people out there who are playing on high graphic settings whose systems can't handle it because you need a beast of a processor to handle the graphics in StarCraft, I know. But I've got a good graphics card. It's your processor. It only uses one core because it's an old game that's not optimized for it. Just turn the graphics down. So number one, higher FPS just makes you play better, allows you to play smoother. The reason though is definitely some things, depending on the graphic settings, are more apparent. Why am I not showing you my graphic settings? Well, because this is optimized to look good for a stream. That's why I've got physics ragdolling across the screen. It makes me feel good when I blow up a bunch of Marines and I see their limbs flying across the screen. Does it help me in the game? No, it's visible clutter. That's all it is. But I have fun. So I'm not the most competitive player. Hybrid graphic settings is people figured out like the most visible you could get it while still having pretty low settings. So they turn up a few things, like I think textures is very high and one or two other settings they turn up high, but everything else they keep on like low or medium. So they've kind of, there's a whole giant thread on Team Liquid where they discuss that. Honestly, you can fiddle with it yourself and just see what makes the units show up a little bit better. It's like, oh, how to see the little Widow Mine mark on the ground, that sort of thing. Yeah, it really depends. Why are you teaching Zergs how to beat Widow Mines? You're cramping my style, bro. Oh, don't worry. Most won't actually listen. It's the same way most Terrans grab their 200 supply army and then move it into Creep, Storm, Colossus, Banelings, and then go, why is the other race overpowered? And I'm like, and like people will send me replays or get coaching with me, and I'm like, you've watched hundreds of hours of my stream. I know this person has been in here for hundreds of hours, and their Terran pushes still involve them just smushing their army into the worst possible. So I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, did you listen to anything I ranted about? Anything? Stop smushing. No, pre-spread. Use your siege units. Pre-spread your bio. And they're like, nope, here's 80 Marines in a ball. I'm going to stim it onto creep, and I'm not going to scan ahead. And when the Banelings enter my vision, I'm just going to expect myself to split better than Maru. I'm like, even Maru would not be able to split those Marines in time. You've put yourself in such a bad position. And they're like, this is just unfair. It's just unfair. I walked deep on creep with no vision, no scouting. I put 80 units in a ball, specifically microing them for my opponent's death. And then, like, you know, just... and then I complained about it. Like, stop! Same reason with Zergs, like, getting surprised by a push coming across the map and then just going and engaging it straight away with, like, a handful of units, and then another handful come out and they engage, and they just trickle their production to... I'm like, rally away! Give up the base! Pull back! For Terran, it's just walking into the worst possible angle is their big problem. For Zerg, it's, I'll just fight at a point when it makes no sense to fight, and I'll throw my army away 1/4 at a time. I'm like, stop! We have a Protoss, which should be really fun. This should be awesome. Chileno Singaporean. I don't know what that means, but I do like... What's Chileno? I like that. Are you Chilean Singaporean? Chileno Singaporean? What's up? Thank you very much for the 7 months. Hodor holds doors for the 3 months as well. Thank you very much for the love, guys. Really appreciate it. Nice A move in that last game indeed. Guys, please ask your questions. Doesn't matter how dumb, how simple, how much it's a little bit off topic for exactly what we're focusing on here. We're having very low interaction in terms of people asking critical questions. So ask your clarifications, your questions. Don't be afraid of asking dumb questions. There's no such thing. People that are afraid to ask dumb questions are usually people who stay dumb. They don't learn things because they're too afraid to ask. Don't be like that. Oh, look at this, guys. There's a probe. So what do? We send 2 probes down. And I'll just build another drone, assuming that this is going to go down, that this is going to get blocked. And we're just going to try and make sure we cut him off on the inside, remember? Always cut him off on the inside. You don't need to micro both. You just need to micro one drone. And always cut him off on the inside of that circle. He's always going to go on this circle. Always cut him off on the inside. And if he blocked it, we would have just kept attacking the probe with one until he runs away. See if we get the kill. The other one would have gone to take the 3rd base. Same reaction as always, every time against every single race. How do you like your mouse? I really like it. I just actually plugged in a new version of the M65. It's a Pro. It's the M65 Pro. Basically the same mouse. I really like it. My current mouse has no issues registering clicks, and it screwed me in game today. Oh, that's frustrating. Yeah, I mean, gotta have a mouse that works. I think it really depends on your hand size and how you like to use a mouse, but this is the mouse which I got used to the quickest, which I kind of doubted at first, because like I was like, I guess that's kind of the right shape of mouse for me, but kind of looks silly. Like the button on the side of my current mouse, I was like, oh, that seems really dumb, man. But then I was like, oh no, this actually works, it's fine. So it's a Protoss player, guys, who has a hole on the diagonal in the wall. So we're gonna go show him that because we're being nice. We're like, hey buddy, I don't know if you realize that's a hole. So we're gonna just walk our Zerglings in, get a full scout. This Overlord didn't move across, whoops. Lair starts, second gas starts. Hey buddy, hello. Better to let him know now with the 2 Zergling scouts seeing the Stargate than later, guys. Now remember, we don't inject straight away. Let's try and kill that guy. Inject, inject, keep building drones. Hey, we got one. We can run away. So remember, you pull behind the minerals. That's one of the best places to fight. And then we can just build another Overlord, and we can just kind of run around. Now, because we don't see any units here, I'm a little worried there's 2 Adepts coming across the map that I missed. But he's only chronoing out of one of them. I'm just going to risk it. If I lose some workers, well, I will have built extra workers by not building Zerglings, so it's okay. All right, we're just going to A-move those Lings. That's getting way too much damage. This is unfair. I mean, so I was talking about what do Zergs always make as the mistakes, what do Terrans always make as their mistakes. What did I forget to mention, guys? I forgot to mention Protoss players. I literally had a thought. It crossed my mind. It flitted across my mind, and I was like, I won't be mean. And I was like, and Protoss players, their issue is they don't know how to wall off because they're absolute like baboons who literally can't figure out the most basic part. Like I was going to make some really offensive comment like that, and I was like, let's not be a dick. I'm not kidding. And then the next game, the guy just doesn't wall off properly, and I'm like, no, really? So he could have some Adepts coming. So I'm going to build 10 Zerglings just to be safe. We're going to run this Overseer back and actually just use Changelings to scout. And remember, guys, we're not allowed to... do we want to pull the Overlords back? Well, I'll leave the Overlords out for now, just so we can see. If the Void Rays decide to pressure, we'll see it. And, ooh, we actually saw a 3rd base. Let's see if we can cancel that, shall we? We're going to put 1 Zergling spotter out front to see Adepts coming. We're going to spread creep. And remember, we put the hatch down, which means we can put the gases down. Inject, inject, keep droning. And another Overlord, because that Spire's getting close to done. So I guess a few more drones, and then we need, what, 2 Overlords to make sure we can build all of our guys. I doubt we can cancel this because I don't see a Void Ray killing my Overlords, which means it's just camping here. No, you're not going to kill the Nexus with this many guys, so we're just going to go for the guaranteed damage. I could actually let that finish warping in. We're just going to back off, put a Zergling there, and just run home. Alright, so let's fix my workers. We go there, let's put guys on gas. 1 more guy there, inject, inject. Oh, the Spire's done. Fantastic. Alright, we only have enough money for 5 Mutas. I'm actually going to go for the natural. I think that's like one of the easier paths to hit. Ooh, let's build a Spore on each base. I want to move these guys up there. We're going to try and make another queen or 2 as well. We're going to try and hide these Mutas if we can. So we're just trying to like hide. Then we'll go across the map a little bit. Alright. Did we get across? I think we did. Jeez. Okay, so I'm gonna put a few more Ling spotters out just in case. Just to see if stuff's coming. And we're droning really hard. Now this was only 5 Mutas, guys. Just because we were a little gas lower than we normally have. That's okay. So notice we've got 5 clumped up, and now let's go in and building some Overlords behind it as well. Okay.
So let's try and do some damage. My opponent had no scouting other than that Oracle, which came in incredibly late. Most Protoss players basically do no scouting at all. They just kind of do some stuff and rely on the Zerg basically just handicapping themselves. And we're just going to shift click that, cause macro cycle, inject, build more drones, and go back to macro. So obviously it's up to you how much, I guess, risk appetite you have with doing that sort of stuff that I just did, where I'm actually looking away from it. Oh, those are High Templar we just killed. But my opponent hasn't started building Phoenix yet. And like I said, looking away from these units is always dangerous. So we're gonna, did we get tagged? We did. So we're gonna go back to the middle and just sit there. When the tag wears off, we'll choose a direction in terms of where we want to go. So, double Evo, Bane Nest. Now, because we didn't see if he's building Phoenix or not, we're going to send a Changeling into each base and the Overseer around the top. And actually, wait, we did see Phoenix, I think. I think that's a Phoenix, I'm not sure. So if it is, we'll build those Corruptors, which is, of course, the next step. Let's try and roll back in here. And we're going to build some more Zerglings. Looks like he's attacking me. I'm just going to build some static defense. Mutas are, of course, already in the base. I'm going to build a Roach Horn, just in case he's building Archons. But right now, it should be fine. Alright, go for the natural. Just cancel that 4th base, that's fine. If we didn't cancel it, it wouldn't be the end of the world. We don't have a Bane Nest or anything, guys, and he does actually have Archons. So this is real bad for me. Let's see if we can surround that Archon. So if you can actually target the Archon, get a surface area on it, it does go down pretty quickly. My opponent just dies there. So that was actually, we'd already seen the Templar Archives in the gateways, but a little sloppy of me, I think, to not respect that when he first saw the Stalkers moving out. I was like, oh, he's just going to poke with a few units. It was a desperate, I have gateways, I have charge, let's go all in. But if your opponent just jerks it in that corner of the map and has literally no scouting, no harassment, no pressure, you just get a free pass to do whatever you want. A build that goes for a quick spy like this makes your life even easier. But even if you were to say to do a big 3-base macro build, you could walk all your Queen Roach across the map, you could do a big Hydra Bane push. This sort of Protoss play is like, I make one Void Ray, I make one Oracle that does almost nothing, and then I just try to go straight to charge Archon on 3 mineral lanes with 0 actual information about what's going on in the game. And this is really common that you run into this. So this sort of 2-base Muta play, you're going to catch out a lot of people whose build just happens to have a big old gap in it, a big weak spot. So, I mean, this is just, obviously, I just followed it pretty straightforward. What's the best Mutiling Bane? What is Mutiling Bane best against? What is the best use of that comp? I mean, it's just about killing your opponent's work. It's just about catching your opponent's workers undefended. It's about harassment. It's about mobility. So it's not about what composition is it really good against. I mean, Zerg, ideally you're playing Roach Hydra, right? Because Hydras just get wrecked by Banelings. Mutas kill everything else. Bio, it's good against Bio as a solid comp. Against Protoss, it's not really a long-term composition, but it's more of I mean, it kind of can be, as long as you can win the air war, right? But you're not really fighting their army. The whole point is that, like, your dream, I guess, if it's just Mutiling Bane, is that they don't build Phoenix. But if they build Phoenix, you're kind of playing more mass air Muta Corruptor with some Ling Bane support on the ground. But the idea is it's always looking for the backstabs and the base trade and that sort of stuff wherever possible, because it's about fast-moving units that go after the opponent's workers. Why are people so obsessed with GG? It's like some kind of GG bling going around. What do you mean, performance? Do you mean like if people like offensive GG? So that's how you what we call the tiny penis test. If someone is really unhappy in life, has no friends, and is generally a really sour person that no one wants to spend time near, they're usually the person who's going to type GG telling you to get out of the game. So if you play against that, it means you've really inspired. Like, that's their one moment of joy in their otherwise very empty existence. So you've just got to remember that those people have the saddest life of all time. You've delivered a brief respite from the deep, crushing sadness that is their existence. Remember that on a daily basis, they wake up and go, winning the game isn't enough. I need to tell my opponent that they lost. So it's okay. Think of it as charity. You're helping those who are less fortunate than you. No, I mean, if somebody doesn't GG, an arsehole has to make a big deal out of it. People, well, the thing is, at high level, it's so assumed as a standard thing. If you don't do it, it usually means the person's a little bit angry, right?
And it usually does imply, because the only reason you wouldn't say it is you're like, no, this wasn't a good game, right? Does it really, when people are like, oh, my diamond opponent who plays the game casually didn't say GG, it's like, who cares? And sometimes people just, they try to type it, but it doesn't go through because they mishit enter or whatever, and they leave the game. And it's like, yeah, but it's like, wow, we did GG. It's silly. People get really obsessed with GG for no reason. Yeah, like, oh, they're like, oh, why no good luck, have fun and stuff. Yeah, I actually had one guy at a tournament or at an event. He was like, hey man, I'm this guy. I'm like, oh cool, we play a lot. And he's like, yeah, like, what's your problem with me? And I was like, what? He's like, you never good luck, have fun me. Like, I don't know, did I do something like to piss you off? And I'm like, I didn't notice, man. I usually good luck, have fun, but a lot of the time I'm reading chat at the start of the game. So sometimes I do it like a minute late after the other person does it, or sometimes I just forget to and don't do it at all. Like sometimes I go a month with very little good luck, have funning because I'm just reading chat. I'm like, it's not personal, man. Like, so this guy in his head had built it up to think that I had something against him, because when he'd tuned into my stream, he'd seen me good luck, have funning other people, but then I hadn't happened to do it to him. So he just thought that it was like I had a problem. And it's funny, right? Because it's like, you don't actually know. Someone not saying something, only in the StarCraft community could that be something that people are like, oh my God. Every time I go mutiling, I feel my army's so weak, says Dr. Tuttlebomb. When they push, I feel like my mutas get shredded if I fight with them. Well, you guys will notice I very rarely fight my opponent with this composition. Very rarely do I fight their army with my mutas. I almost never use my mutas to engage their army front on. How often have I actually engaged my opponent's army with mutalisks? If I'm just cleaning up a drop, because I've got plenty of Zerglings with it, and I'm like, oh, let's bring the mutas back and just kill the medevacs while the lings kill all the marines, right? When I'm dealing with like a harassment, that's what I'll use the mutas for. But otherwise, the mutas are a backstab unit. They're a base trade unit, and I'm kind of not fighting them front on. So you're absolutely right to feel that your army is not strong, and that's kind of what you should get used to feeling, because that's what a lot of Zerg is. Even with Roach Hydra, there's a lot of moments you're like, ooh, I'm not ready to fight. I need another minute of pumping roaches before I'm ready. Don't forget your good luck, have fun, pig. Thank you, chat. I would have forgot it. 17 gas, 17 pool. We actually built the pool a second or two earlier that game. Doesn't really matter though. And make sure this next drone goes straight down to the natural. Thank you, Fizz Surfing, for the 4-month resub. You need braces or jaw surgery? Oh, that sucks, albino. Have you been clenching your jaw a lot? Is that it? Or did you get an injury? I'm a discipline of your Hydraling Bane or Die Trying build, says Snapcast. Is the Mutiling Bane now your suggest diamond build? Or for the current meta? No, it's whichever you prefer. I'm just showing Mutas because it's a very fun, different style to the Roach Hydra we were doing before. Whereas Ling Bane Hydra kind of plays a little bit more like the Roach Hydra that we were doing up to Diamond 2. So I'm just trying to show a bunch of different styles, essentially, and kind of show how they all work, because there's so many different things to talk about in different scenarios, and different styles kind of bring out different things. I'm only doing this style until the end of Diamond 1, this 2-base Muta build, and then I'm going to swap it up again. So I really think, you know, there's so many ways you can play, my dude. Don't be like, oh, I need the one that's best for this meta, because the thing is, I don't actually know the meta, guys. Like, I've been shocked so many times. Actually, let's just check. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, I've been shocked so many times, right? Because I keep coming in there and going like, oh, is this what people do on the ladder? Like, I didn't queue my second queen, so that's a little late. That's okay. I'm like, is this really? I'm like, what? Like, but the thing is, it changes based on who you're playing, what server you're on and stuff. So people are always like, oh, what's the best in the current meta? And I'm like, I don't know what your meta is. And people are like, what do you mean? And I'm like, dude, it's like different depending on what level, what server, what time of day you're playing. Like, and it changes week to week. So what's the point in teaching something that's like, oh, this is the best meta? I'm teaching generally like pretty solid styles that can be used in a wide variety of situations and that teach different skills. So, oh, our injects are going to be off sync because this queen's late. Let's try and sync up on the next wave. This is a 2-gate. Oh, that's a Stargate. That's not a gateway. Oh, they canceled the gateway and built a Stargate. Cool, guys. We get to scout what's up. Oh, that's nice. So I'm going to move this Overlord here, actually. We're going to be real careful. And this guy's going to go hide. Because I don't want to give the Void Ray free kills, okay? Let's get that third queen started. We've still got these lings kind of spotting out here. There's only one gateway, so I don't need to be too worried. So the idea is, what we're going to do, we're going to try and be really greedy this game. If you guys are having people hunt down all your overlords, it's annoying you. You can change things up and be a little bit safer. More drones, more drones. Now your lair's done. A lot of people might start the spire then, but mate, I just queued up like 7 drones. It's way more important to keep your drone production going than to start your spire the second that happens. Okay, guys? And what do we see? We see a void ray. So we're actually going to morph this into an overseer. We're going to fly that back to the corner. And this guy's also going to fly back to the corner. We're just trying to deny it. Because everyone's going void ray. No one's building oracles, guys. So we're like, hey, if I can keep these alive, that's super awesome. Inject, inject. Build for the gas, build for the gas. Oh shit, I don't have the third hatch. Guys, it's third hatch before gases. So I've gone and broken my own build order there. That means I'm going to have a bit more gas. So we want to lean into our mutas and see if we can do a bit more damage with them. Now, I still prioritize that third hatch getting down, so it's not too far behind. It's not like the build's totally broken or anything. Now, is he taking this base? I'm going to build a bunch of Zerglings, guys, because it's 5 minutes. Adepts could be coming out. We don't know what's going on. So we've got a Zergling on each base, and I'm building a bunch of drones. Let's build a few more drones. So we want to saturate that base. And then overlords. And we're going to just put them all in the back for now. Actually, maybe one out front, one there, one there. Yeah, you know what? We will get some overlords. Let's just put some ling spotters across the map. And because we haven't seen a third base yet. Oh, I was going to say let's go look for proxies because there's no third. But we see that third now and we go, oh, okay. It is just that. That's fine. Alrighty then, guys. So remember, even if an oracle flies in, we can run the drones and bring our other queens up. We're building mutas behind this as these guys run in. And let's just kill the adept. Oh! So we just try to make sure we get a swarm there. Oh, cool. Yeah, probe's always worth it. Now we do lose these lings, so it is what it is. How many mutas do we get, guys? 8. We click them down the bottom. Inject, inject, inject. Or in this case, we don't have the queen ready for injecting just yet. But we will in a moment. And we're building lots of overlords and lots of drones as we rally to that third base. Awesome, guys. So we've got 4th there, 5th there. Can we afford those yet? Well, we can afford the 4th base while we wait for those mutas to get in position. And remember, our overseer's here. So we can keep dropping changelings and sending them in from the edges of the map. I'm building lots of overlords because I'm worried right now. Now, the important thing is, remember what someone was saying before? Oh, I always feel like I could die. I can't win a fight right now, head-to-head, guys. Why does that not matter? Because I know he's gone for a quick third. He can't hit me with anything scary. Now, we don't need to kill the shield battery. We're just going to go for the probes as long as we focus fire. Oh my god, that's a carrier, guys. So we're going to do some very detailed micro here to try and kill as many probes as we can, okay? And then we're going to go home. So we queued up a lot of attacks. And now let's fly away because I think those queued up attacks probably bugged out at this point. So we've still got enough to one-shot. We just need to make sure they all shoot at the same time. Notice I'm moving them and giving them enough time to all reset so that we could one-shot those units, okay? Now, what have we seen, guys? Void Rays, good versus Corruptors. Carriers, very weak to Corruptors. We're going to go Corruptors. It's going to hard counter those carriers pretty bad, okay? So let's get the gases up on the base. Let's take a 5th. Let's inject, inject, inject. And we're building lots of drones right now and a few more overlords. But those carriers usually come straight across the map. And they are, yeah. Okay. So we're going to build lots of Corruptors now. We're trying to pull back these overlords just to see if we can kind of lose a few less units if possible. Like, come on, come on, come on. Wait, there's still a carrier there. Is he going straight for a 4th base? And remember, guys, you just leave this hidden in the corner. You do the same thing versus Muta play, and it's like your little changeling outpost. So we're going to be Corruptors, 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 lots of Corruptors. And this is off just 3 bases of workers, remember. So, in the midst of this, let's just build drones for the gas. And let's also take the gases on the 5th. Because remember, what's the most important thing when we're playing air? You've got to get that 10 gas up. Doesn't matter if you have the minerals on the 4th base or not. The gas is the most important part. If you can get a handful of drones for it, it's great. But it's really not necessary. So he's hanging out here. Notice there's no shield battery yet. So we really want to get in there. We want to dive with these Corruptors. Now, what if he has an observer? Let's bring an overseer. Hopefully he doesn't see us. If he's going pure sky, 4 bases, carriers, probably doesn't have a robo, probably doesn't even have warp gate, right? Inject, inject, inject. And let's also swap into ground, because we might be letting him get away with no ground defense right now. And let's go for it. This is not that many. Oh, we've got a few more corruptors coming out. Okay, let's go. Okay, we're gonna come in. I think he's around there. I want these corruptors in front. Let's go, go, go. We're stacking them. Let's go. And we're just gonna attack and shift click the carriers, okay? Now he's trying to run away, so we're gonna actually do a bit of a stutter step as well. And guys, my lings are now moving that third base. You might be like, whoa, the Void Rays are doing a lot of damage. There's only 2. We're gonna pull back now, wait for more corruptors, because there's shield batteries around. Let's see, what are our lings doing? Ooh, effing nothing. Now, why do I not have my Evos and my Bane Nest yet? It's because he had carriers so early that I was like, all that matters is getting up the 4-base economy. I don't need the ground army, right? It's bonus because it's good for killing my opponent's shit. But did I need it? Do I need ground army? No, he can't have any ground. Like I said, I've seen mass tank cannon, lots of bases, and only flying units. So on this next wave, guys, we're going to do something which is cool. If you're not confident taking a frontal fight, what you want to do... Let's move these drones down there, shall we? Oh, we don't have these gases yet, so let's also drone those. And let's get +1 armor next. Spread some creep, spread some creep, spread some creep. If you're not confident with that, I actually am. I'm pretty sure I could dive in. But if you're not, what you want to do is you want to think about where are the Stargates. There's one there. I bet the rest are in the main. I don't know for sure, but I reckon there's at least some in the main. So let's go into the main. Oh, there is one there actually. And let's try and catch units popping out. And if we don't catch them popping out, that's okay. Because we can pee on the buildings. Oh, he's here. So we're going to actually just one-shot the Void Rays to start this time. And once again, just shift-click those carriers. If you want to be super pro, you can do more than that. Especially when they're running away. Move past, A left click. Move past, A left click. Okay? And he's trying to go Twilight Council, which is interesting. And we're just peeing on a bunch of different buildings here. I had already broken a bunch of peas, which is why it's taking me, obviously, a bit longer. And guys, whenever you're playing a late game player, go build 3 hatcheries at once. Now, I'm going to build some more drones just to make sure we can afford to throw banelings away like a dummy-dumb. And we're going to wait for Bane speed in 1-1, and then we're going to roll about 1,000 lings and Banes in just to finish this game, okay? But we get a Nexus here. We're going to kill that as well. Stalkers don't really kill this very quickly at all. And we're going to start pinning on that one. Okay. Oh, cool. And we can kill that carrier with these corruptors while the other ones pee the base down. So we're just going to make a billion banelings. We don't care if we lose all of our anti-air. Don't get nervous about that, guys. Now that's a battery overcharge, so it's very hard to kill. We just click these guys. And as I said, inject. Build some macro hatcheries. We killed these carriers. And we're going to try and piss on that one next. Okay. Do we have Bane speed yet? Not yet. Just waiting for it. Oh, hello. Nice attempt to wall off there. We can basically just roll these guys in. We can also get some in there. Oh my god. And Lingbane is the funnest counter to Skytoss, guys. It really is. Now you might be like, this is getting a bit wasteful, right? If I would have killed this guy a while ago if I was actually going my hardest, guys. By the way, because I was like, you're playing too fast. Trust me, I know I spread the creep a bit quickly. I know I inject really fast, but I would have killed this guy a while ago. The fact we're letting him get a 5th base is ridiculous. There's no way I would normally do that. Right click, right click, right click, and then right click. Okay. So we've queued those banelings to actually blow up on things. Now, I don't have a great economy. Yes, I do. That's 92 drones. Don't you dare say that about 92 drones ever again. Now, let's see what those banelings do. Yeah, they did some pretty good stuff. So we're going to not even look at those, and we're just going to aim at this one. And we're going to go back into Corruptors now, because we're doing great damage to the opponent's economy. Oh. Hello.
And we're just blowing everything up here. We can even take out the Nexus there. I think I just built more Lings, whereas I'm trying to swap back into Corruptors. Now, why do we do it that way? The important thing is you want to build the Corruptors in great big waves. And you want to use them the moment you build them. Don't ever get stuck in a point where you're like, I'll build 3 Corruptors. And then I'll just sit there and do other things. No. If we're building Corruptors, we're going full Corruptors, which is why I'm annoyed at myself for building this extra round of Zerglings. Okay, we're just going to send some Lings because he could have taken that base. And we're just going to send a few Lings. He could take that base. And what are we doing? Nothing but Corruptors, okay? We're going to get 30 plus Corruptors out. Let's get a second Spire. Let's get an Infestation Pit so we can get more upgrades for those air units.
Mineral field depleted.
All we're doing is building Corruptors. And we get these 30 Corruptors together. I guess it'll be about 27 Corruptors probably when we go. And we'll do some stuff. Now these Banelings, click the Pylon, click the Shield Battery. Why the Shield Battery? Well, it gets rid of a defensive structure, but it also means they're going to blow up where the probes are. These guys, click in the mineral line. Why? That's where the probes are. We're going to rely kind of on the carriers killing them. I'm going to do completely hands-off micro, but let's see how successful that is. It's a bit of a gamble. It might work, it might not, but we'll just see what they do. So hands-off. Yeah, gets a few probes, clears some buildings. So I'm going back into Ling Bane now. Okay, these guys weren't going to do shit. Fair enough.
Mineral field
Okay, so the carriers, the Corruptors are here. They're ready. We're just going to A-move Zerglings, by the way, behind this. We've already supported this. We've already built this wave as much as we can. So we're going to fly in. And we're just going to shift click on those carriers, okay? And if you ever mess up the shift click, you notice them attacking interceptors, redo the orders, okay, guys? But hands off the keyboard, just shift click the carriers. You see there? They don't have a command. So we wanted to make sure we focused on that. Ooh, GG, my opponent played pretty well. Any questions, guys? Is it worth knowing how many Banes kill each important building? Yeah, it's 5 for a pylon or a cannon or a depot or a bunker. It's just 5. 5 for everything. Shield battery, I think, is only 4. But just think of it as 5 Banelings kill all the little structures and 15 Banelings for a big structure. I don't think it's actually 15. Is it 15? It was like probably 13. Or I think it's 13 kills a gateway. Maybe 14 for a cybercore. I just think of it as like 15 for a big building, 5 for a little building. What if your opponent got Storm? That's fine. Yeah. He wouldn't have had as much, he wouldn't have had as much air as early as possible. So the thing is, it's like, when could he have got Storm is always the question. Right? Hey, Q. Yeah, Q tried to get Archons. That's Q. Q's who we just played. Well played, Q. That Archon did get some big hits. I wasn't microing my Corruptors at the end after shift-clicking the carriers, and that Archon got a few big shots on them, actually. But when could he have got Storm, guys? The thing is, it's like, well, if he gets Storm, then he has less other things. Storm doesn't automatically kill everything, right? So he couldn't have got Storm by my first timings and also had carriers and everything else, right? So the thing is, it's like, when does he get Storm? What if he rushed straight to Storm? What if someone just plays cannons, batteries, and Storm? Your Mutas are going to kill them on the first wave. You're going to get so much damage done, unless they have cannons in their mineral line. And even then, well, you're just going to go, well, this guy doesn't actually have any anti-air. I'll just keep building Mutas, and we'll just kind of bounce around and fight in the fights. And you can kind of dodge Storm and dodge in and out of it. So the thing is, you could just go pure Mutalisk and actually just do it that way. Because he had carriers so early, I went very quickly into the Corruptors. So this is a good question. You can see I'm kind of struggling with it because I'm like, it really depends when that happens. But it's like, I wouldn't have changed anything. Don't get me wrong. Would it have been a little annoying in some of the fights? Yeah. But like I said, if he's got High Templar down here, I could go in the main with Muta Corruptor and pick off his base and his tech, right? I can fly around and avoid where the Storm is. I can still roll Banelings into mineral lines. That's not really going to change based on there being a bit of Psy Storm. Your opponent needs a lot of cannons and wall-offs and batteries and Storm and Sky Toss, and they can't do everything at once. So there's always going to be kind of like, when do things come in? And with Muta Corruptor, you don't really mind your opponent getting Storm. You'll actually see at pro level, someone playing versus Mass Muta Corruptor, they will often morph their Storm High Templar into Archons because it's so unreliable for them to land Storms on a high level player's Muta Corruptor. If they go Mass Void instead of Carrier, would you just go Mass Muta? Yeah, absolutely, guys. That's why I often try to keep scouting with the Changelings from this guy.
or sending the Overseer even through and say, hey, are you building Phoenix at all? And I could have, even in this scenario, gone mass Muta, and it's actually pretty good versus carriers. So the reason is because I was a little worried about the carriers coming across the map for an attack. I was like, oh, let's just go straight Corruptors. But I could have done Mutas here, and it would have worked really well. In that case, I wouldn't have been looking for the army. I would have been diving into the main again here, picking off the probes, depowering the Stargate, bouncing around a little bit more with the Mutas and hitting the economy and avoiding the carriers for a bit longer. But the Corruptors are more like, okay, we can't actually attack ground units other than doing a piss, so we're just going to straight up focus those carriers. So in your view, what would have been scary for the Protoss to do? Did he miss a timing? Should he have harassed you? Well, I mean, this is just a completely passive style of Protoss. This is a Protoss that is just sitting in their corner doing their thing. So I think any Protoss that is active on the map and actually doing sharp pressure, I think that the general best way to play against Zerg from any race's perspective, even in the mirror matchup of Zerg versus Zerg, is to put pressure on them to force them to react. So to do a sharp harassment timing macro behind it and a big sharp harassment timing macro behind it, big attack to try and finish the game. A well-planned series of harassments into a big attack to finish it. And obviously if that's lower level, maybe it's, oh, I shade 2 adepts across and then I hit an immortal timing. You know, it's a very basic pressure into a very basic all-in. It doesn't have to be overly complicated, but the idea is you're not just giving the Zerg complete control of the map for the entire game, complete scouting, and just sitting in your corner. That I find a lot scarier. Now, a lot of people find this style scary, though, because they're not recognizing what they're up against and shifting gears, right? I think if this guy went DTs, it would help. Thing is, how's he going to go DTs, guys? He actually went Warp Gate, which I was surprised by, to be honest. But how's he going to go DTs? He's got 1 gateway. If he's going Twilight, he's already going to be pretty gas-starved in this scenario, right? Right now, he's supply blocked, and he's only building 1 carrier. But if he queues another carrier, he's completely out of gas on this 3rd Stargate. So it's always like, if you're going DTs, you know, you're kind of doing a different thing, right? So there's a mingling of strategic lines there. And generally, if you're playing Sky Toss, the opponent's going to have spores. So it's not going to be too likely DTs could work too well. It might. If your opponent's not building any ground units, they're skipping spores on their bases like I do. If a DT walked into each of my bases at once, somewhere between 8 to 10 minutes, and they each got targeted to focus drones, that would be a nightmare for me to deal with. Don't get me wrong. But for a Protoss to do that while going Sky Toss and not just dying to Muta Corruptor at the same time, very hard to balance. I heard before pressuring Zerg is important to make them spend too much lava on things that aren't drones. I would say that's one way of thinking of it in Pale Moon. The other side is it's also to scout their all-ins. The thing about Zerg is that Zerg is putting everything into economy or everything into army most of the time. Or they're going half-half. Whatever the matter is, if you don't pressure a Zerg, you don't keep them under your thumb, under control, you don't keep tabs, they can get away with being super greedier than the other races, and then you're behind. Or they can go for a super surprising all-in. And likewise, if you're not pressuring them at all, that attack can just, they can create such a massive unit with very little foreshadowing of that. It's very hard to scout ahead of time unless you're actually pressuring them going, oh, you know, I see you building these units up. So the idea is, generally speaking, why do we pressure Zerg players? It's so they can't abuse their production to bullshit, to pull over bullshit on us. And that can be in 2 directions. They can either be massively greedy and get away with it if we don't pressure them, or they can be massively aggressive, and it's just going to be like, where the hell did all this stuff come from, man? This isn't fair. So it's to keep their production under control and stop them cutting a corner too drastically, which the Zerg players are always is an option. I say as my internet seems to lag. Whoa, it's a solid 5 second, 6 second disconnect, 7 second disconnect. We're back. Oh my lord. That's a big old disconnect, mother truckers. And we're back. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I've got internet issues at the moment, guys, and I'm trying to sort it. Thank you, Jason, for the Vigor Aid. Appreciate that, mate. Hope you had a great stream. Thank you, Fizz7, for the 4-month resub. Hope you guys are all having a good time. If you guys have questions or anything like that, make sure you get them in. We are getting towards the end of Diamond 1. We're going to take a very quick break, and when we jump back, we're gonna finish our 2 base Muta in every matchup. By the way, where are the Zergs? Where are the Zergs? I got so many Zergs in Diamond 3, Diamond 2, Plat 1. I got quite a few of them. Diamond 2, Diamond 3 especially. Where are the Diamond 1 Zergs? I'm not getting any right now. So I'm going to refresh my server menu. Hopefully that gives me... No, it's already got a pretty accurate ping read. Wherever they are. Hopefully I get some Zergs, because I want to show you guys Lingbane pressure into 2-base Muta, because that plays out very dynamically in Zerg vs. Zerg, and there's 1,000 different scenarios along that line that I'd like to discuss that we're just not getting on the ladder right now. And because I'm winning every game, I hope we don't get past it. We'll see how we go. For swine flu, you need ointment. Thank you. Have a great stream. Thank you, Artie Frowls. Your dad jokes are welcomed here. They're celebrated here. This is a safe space. And we wanted to get a Zerg versus Zerg. All right, we got a Zerg versus Zerg for someone who's very close to Masters 3. 43,800, damn. All right, let's go. All right, Overlord is gonna go in and then move back. All right. Do we want to do gas pool in this matchup as well? Well, this is going to allow us to do a much faster Lingbane attack. We don't want to commit too hard to it, but I think that's a good idea. So we'll do a very small Lingbane attack, guys. And behind that, we will work our way up into 2-base Muta. So I think this will work out really well. So we haven't actually done this in Zerg vs. Zerg yet, so it's going to be a bit of a learning process for me. At the end of the game, I think we'll open up the document and write a few notes. And we'll kind of be like, okay, what went well and what was a little bit silly. Let's see. So 17 gas, 17 pool. Same once again. Should be fine. Hey, Liquid Yale, how you doing, mate? Thanks for dropping by, yo. I haven't set up all my camera locations. 3rd base, 4th base, 5th base. So we send 2 just in case he blocks. He does. I mean, if you're there, you might as well, right? We're just building a few extra drones ahead of time. Remember, cut off the inside. I didn't actually see if there was lings coming or not. It's fine. Nice Captain Dickhead from my opponent. But yeah, we've got to pull first, so I mean, we are super safe. And yeah, there's some lings coming, but that's fine. So we're actually going to build 4 lings, and then we'll build an, you know what? Yeah, and then we'll build an Overlord. We can even extractor trick out if we want to get 2 more lings. Why not? Why not? So we're building that extractor, and we're going to cancel it once we start these Zerglings. Just a cute little defense mechanism. We just want to make sure the hatch doesn't die. Oh, we got some good damage there. Alright, we haven't actually started ling speed, so we started that. We've done an inject now. Oh, this is a lot of guys coming. I'm going to even pull some drones. So notice we're just trying to distract him a bit. But now that the queen's here, he is losing this fight. We're going to build a baneling nest, so we're ready to counterattack. Oh, look at that! He actually distracted me there. Well done. Got some lings back there, man. Alright, we're going to build a few drones because we're not actually ready to attack yet. This baneling nest is not really necessary because he was so aggro. I'm just like, well, he might actually have a quick baneling follow-up or something. So we're going to inject the hatch, build a few more drones, and then we can... Oh! So he gets a drone or 2 there, but he's going to lose some guys for it. So he loses a few guys. That's cool. And that also means he doesn't scout the baneling nest or the ling speed, which is awesome. Let's check that he's not on this pillar. And we're actually droning right now. Okay, push him back, push him back. So we're going to go 1 more round of Zerglings, just all built from the natural, because that's closer to the reinforcement point. And let's go, because ling speed's about to kick in. So, let's go. We're not going to kill him, that's fine. Let's go lair. 2nd gas. Now, I'm not building a crazy number of banelings by any means, guys, so that's okay. We're going to make 6 banelings. All drones behind, all banelings, or all drones behind this, sorry. Inject, inject, rally to the natural. Build an overlord as well. Building lots of drones. Now, obviously, I feel like I'm getting all in right now, but... Oh, he's actually just also... He's going roaches. But it's like a Roach Nidus. Ah, okay. But there we go. We should be able to kill everything here. So notice we're just trying to target down those weak ones. So my opponent was going to do a Nidus all-in. And that was good. So that build was very confusing because it didn't feel like a 12 pool, but he built a ton of Zerglings. Let's check. Was it a 12 pool? Looks like it was. I guess because I'm not used to going gas pool in this matchup. I'm used to going hatch first. My timing sense is off. This is a 12 pool. So that was actually a 12 pool. Normally you'd pull a few more drones to help defend that. But yeah, that was a 12 pool. Pool first, of course, defends that very easily. The drone coming across was really surprising. So I think he wanted to build a spine crawler next to my hatchery when it finished, was the way he wanted to do this. Because he was expecting hatch first, which is probably 90% of this player's Zerg versus Zergs, right? And then because he couldn't get it, he was like, oh, I guess I block the hatchery and pretend I'm not just early pooling. Like, yeah, I totally want to deny your base. I think these lings started a little bit late. Only a sec, maybe 1 second, 2 seconds late. Not too bad. That's okay. So yeah, he tries to be annoying. So basically, the moment you see Zerglings coming, in hindsight, that is pretty early Zerglings, I guess. And yeah, they would be getting there pretty damn fast. So this Overlord is queued to check if there's a hatchery behind it. And that tells us, oh, this is actually not a gas, because that's a pretty quick hatch behind it. If the hatch starts before a minute, I mean, this is still kind of a slow hatch because he's gone a queen first. He could have dropped the hatch a bit early. This is kind of a weirdly timed hatch. This is not an optimized build from my opponent by any means. This hatchery probably could have been 15, 20 seconds faster, right? It goes down at a minute 45. Normally, if they go for a gas, though, it would be down 2 minutes or later. That's the main thing, right? If you see a hatchery is down real early with this Overlord, and what's good is it's gone deep, but then it is queued back to safety from the queen, that's fine. So yeah, normally what you'd do here is you just keep building as many Zerglings as you could. And you might grab like 5 drones on a second key. So you have main army Zerglings, second key drones, and you bring them down and you just do this on and off micro. You say, don't kill my hatchery, don't kill my hatchery. Because if you lose your hatch, you're not in a very good spot. It's kind of bad. The whole point of a pool first is you're meant to be able to defend this bad boy. If you're playing hatch first, even, it's pretty bad to lose that hatchery as well. So yeah. So notice we just dance back and forwards. If he keeps attacking it, we will keep attacking him. But there's a lot of preemptive pulling back. I'm obviously playing with a bit of delay as well, so I have to be a little bit more cautious and sometimes pull back even before he turns. But we've already killed a few Zerglings, and obviously we don't want it really to get this weak. This is a little bit weaker than we'd like it to get, but he wasn't going to be able to get the kill there because it was still getting hit points from finishing and so on. Now, I built the Baneling Nest probably earlier than I need to. My Ling speed was a bit later than I would have liked it to be, right? If I started that on time while the micro was happening, I could have counterattacked faster. But I drone up a bit because my work account absolutely sucks balls, right? It's only 19 workers, or it was like 16 before I built those next 2 or 3. So we're like, okay, let's try and make sure we at least have 20, 21, 22 workers before we go for our Ling Bane pressure. The less we have, the more committed we are. You could always just do a 19 drone, nothing but Ling Bane, but you're just going to have, obviously, a much slower follow-up into Mutas. So I was like, hey, once my Ling speed's getting beyond halfway done, we want to build more Zerglings to try and be like, okay, let's make sure we have a big pack of Zerglings ready as soon as Ling speed's ready to run out. We don't want to run out before Ling speed. And my opponent's Overlord positioning sucks. He only has 1 Overlord. So the moment we push that to the left, he actually doesn't have an Overlord here. So he wouldn't even know about me coming across the map till I arrived. So I potentially could have actually dodged this completely, gone down the right side, and just run straight in with my Speedlings and won the entire game right there. I didn't have enough Overlords out here yet. It was still too early game for me to know that, but yeah. Behind that, what we're going to do, guys, we made about 20 Zerglings, or not even 20, what do we make? 12 plus 6, 18. 18 Lings total. I made 6 Banelings, which is pretty heavy on the Banelings, to be fair. You probably, with such a small pressure, only want to make 3 or 4. But once we realized that he had only a spine and not much else, I was kind of like, oh, let's kind of kill him. You might have better success committing to, if you want to make 4 to 6 or 8 Banelings, you want to make at least 25 Zerglings, then go to the Mutas. It's all about finding something that works for you and feels comfortable. If you do 12 Zerglings, probably only 2 Banelings, 10, 12 Zerglings, and it's straight up to Mutas and it's more of a very light pressure to see what's going on, I think usually committing a bit more is going to punish people who are stupid greedy like this guy. They're like, I have 2 queens and a spine and nothing else, lol. Behind it though, what do? Layer, second gas, hold down the drone key, try to get the third base before the third and fourth gas. So we go back to the normal build order. It's just that we're engaging in more shenanigans early on with the Ling Bane. Someone was saying before as well, oh, can you play with your food a bit and actually let the other guys play the game? That's like, it's just unnecessary. It's bad teaching, and it's also disrespectful in my opinion, guys. Playing with your food is not good teaching. You know, I'm trying to show you guys doing the right moves and committing hard where we can. Am I microing a little bit better than you guys will? Yeah, for sure. Am I jumping to conclusions a bit quicker? Yeah, for sure. But hopefully you can learn from that, and that's kind of the whole thing. Remember, this is the McDonald's of StarCraft teaching. It's the easiest, it's the most readily consumable educational content, but it is at its heart smurfing. It is that is what it is. I can do much. I can package it and pretend like I'm playing at a diamond level, but I'm not, because I'm doing bronze to GM. There's no way someone doing a bronze to GM is playing at that level. They can be a little bit more harsh with their restrictions to give you guys more of a feeling like it's actually them playing at your level, but they're not. They're always playing a lot better in some regards. Otherwise, they wouldn't be winning 90% plus of their games and getting to the next league. How do you play at this level? Play pure cheese. I mean, it kind of depends what you define as cheese as well, right? Playing aggressive is great. Playing aggressive is great. If you have layered aggression, I do one attack to set up for the next, to set up for the next. I wouldn't even call that cheese. I'd just call it like well-planned aggressive play, you know? Well-planned, well-executed aggressive play. What's the best Diamond 3 Terran build to get better with? The one that you find most fun. So the thing is about strategy games is there's so much self-directed learning inherent in them that if you aren't enjoying a playstyle, you will not be curious enough to understand what you can do to improve even when winning, and what you can do to fix your losses and stop them happening, right? So people are always like, oh, what's the best build to learn? Or something like that. And it's like, well, it really is something you want to take part in terms of the first decision you want to make as a player is, am I playing bio or am I playing mech? Because obviously those are pretty different styles. So that's the first decision you make. And then once you've made that, once again, pull the 2 drones, guys. 2 different hotkeys for them as well. You'll die. So I pulled those very early, so if you wanted to pylon block, you would have had to juggle that while doing other things. And we're going to follow him just for a little bit to make sure he's not cannon rushing, okay? You might be like, oh, you're losing mining time. This is so bad. Guys, he sent a probe across the map. That probe's not mining either. If I chase the probe for a little bit, it's totally fine. You're not going to lose the game because you sacrificed less minerals than he sacrificed. Like, it's... the number of Zergs, like, oh, I can't even pull a worker to follow the probe or I'm behind. I'm like, oh, Jesus. You guys have been listening to far too many pro gamers. Have you noticed that pro gamers suck against cannon rush yet? Don't listen to their lies. They're lying to you. No, I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like one work is not going to kill you guys. And I always say, even worker scouting is awesome. Oh, body blocked accidentally. And he was trying to cannon rush, was he? The fuck is this guy doing? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this guy doing? Do we bring those? No, I'm not going to bring those. Wait. That's a pylon in the back. Yeah, we can just take this down, I think. Right? Okay. This is hilarious. What is this? We're going to put some guys on gas, guys. We're going to try to take that down if we can before the other ones go down. We need just these extra lings to pop. I think we can take this down. I normally wouldn't do this response, but... So notice we moved the queen in first, so she tanked. And we'll just focus firing. Oh no! Okay, this isn't working. Okay, I built a bunch of Zerglings because we have link speed and we can run past, but that has slowed down my Roach Horn now. So, that's going to be cool. I mean, we do have high ground, of course, so we can start wearing on the shield battery. And I think we can actually potentially even overwhelm the whole thing, but we're going to go over there first.
Put a third one in each gas, and yeah. Oh, you dead, boy. You are dead. Oh, he's got an observer, does he? He's got an observer. So, similar to the proxy barracks, we had a discussion earlier today. For anyone who didn't catch this part of the Bronze to GM, where someone came in with a bunker rush and I didn't see it till the bunkers were up. Similar theory. I sent my Zerglings across to counterattack, and then I made roaches to defend. So this is kind of your, if you let them get it up, there's that. If I immediately pulled drones, this would have been easier for me. Now, because he already had some walled off structures, I was a little like, what the fudge is this? But I could have, if I, at this point, pulled drones, these cannons are in such a bad position. If I just grabbed 5 or 8 drones, pulled them down there, this never would have got up, and this would have been a much easier hold, okay? I wouldn't have needed to think about gases or which one. I could completely pull off gas mining, defend it. I've already got link speed started. Go to the next step. Easy peasy, okay? Now, what about getting surprised by it? I don't react that fast. Well, I have mentioned that you could, notice I just go to the natural and then I move across the map with the Overlord. I could, with that Overlord, shift queue it back and forwards 3 or 4 times, then tell it to go across the map. Because if we look in this game, what timing does this Overlord get over here? It needs to be over here by 3:45. And it gets across the map at like 2:40. 3 minutes a lot of the time. So you can queue that Overlord to hang around for an extra 40 seconds and then move it across the map. That's totally fine. Okay? So that's actually something which, if you guys want to add that as an extra safety precaution, go for it. I'm not going to bother because I just feel like these delayed pushes aren't much of a threat off pool first, and I just don't want to add extra things to worry about. But if you're like, I face so many of these rushes and they're pissing me off, man. Hey, I hate not seeing it till the bunkers or cannons are up. Okay, sure, just queue it a few extra times in there. Easy peasy. What's a good worker count on gas with that defense? I heard you change it up a few times. We had 2 on gas at the start because I was pulling drones to fight, and then I put a 3rd on each because I was going nothing but Ravagers towards the end of that. I could have probably just gone straight Ravagers and defended it if I did that a bit quicker, but like I said, the fastest defense is the best defense. If someone's doing some bullshit like that, it's always better to just pull drones and shut it down. And the reason I could do that is the cannons were in terrible spots where they had surface area, and I already had 2 wings on it. If their first cannons are already going up completely encircled, obviously you can't pull drones. But if they're so lazy that they do it the way my opponent did it there, it deserves to get punished. Oh, we're playing 4,900 Protosses. Oh no. Guys, we're in Diamond 1 and we're already playing Masters 1 players. The ladder is realizing it's like, this guy's a douchebag smurf, man. This opponent is like 100 MMR off GM. I think GM is like 5, just over 5k, maybe 5.1. So that's cool. Okay, so first Overlord goes in, goes to the pillar. Second Overlord goes to our natural, goes out front, and then is going to go to the sacrifice spot. Fantastic. Let's double these workers up on the close patches. That one, that one, that one, and that one. Good Vibes was just playing Vibe. Do you want the gold base? No, gold base is a little dicey. That'll be like a 5th base, okay? Don't want to rush that one. Alright, let's go gas, pool. Oh, the pool was actually 1 supply early there. Doesn't really matter. These are just numbers. I thought GM was about 5.4k. All of the servers seem to have had some depreciation on that recently. So we'll send 2 drones down, guys. So there's some gas. Cut off the inside. Oh, hello. Do you want to play a game? Alright, we get that. Queen is always the priority, right? Because Queen is what allows our 1-base production to be legit. And then 2 Zerglings. Go straight across the map with those. And then 16th drone. Rally to our natural. Alright. Did we build the Overlord? We did, right? I'm pretty sure we built the Overlord. No, we didn't build the Overlord. Oops.
And that's why I have so much money. And my opponent did want a cannon rush. Okay. Because we're playing donkeys, remember, guys? So we're just going to make sure that my opponent hasn't taken the gold base and just won. Go over there. No, there's nothing wrong with cannon rushing, guys. My opponent went for it, didn't find it, and backed out of it. That's fine. So we're going to build 2 more lings because I saw a probe coming out here, and I want to make sure he dies. I want to make sure my opponent dies. Build the gas. Why? Because it's lair time. And let's make sure he doesn't scout that lair, if we can deny that. You'll die. As I said, we're going to kill that guy. Now, what's his tech? His cybercore is so late because he's gone forward. So remember what I said? So your opponent kind of can't really do that much. Inject, and build drones. We've rallied 2 of them there. They can't really do that much in terms of tech if this has been the opening. Now, we just saw a zealot coming, guys. So I'm actually going to build a few more zerglings just to make sure we can kill this probe. And I don't know where that zealot went. So I just want to make sure I deny it scouting. Inject, keep building drones. Okay. Now, if you want to be super hardcore, guys, look at the zergling it's hitting and pull it back. I know that's super try hard, but it feels bloody good when you do it. You basically look for which zealot's getting, which zergling's getting attacked, and that's the first, and you immediately click it, tell it to get back. You tank 2 shots, and then you survive. From here, guys, we go zergling, the other guys can just chill. And we know he's going Void Ray. So let's send our other Overlord home. These guys can just kind of chill back here. Let's go drones, inject. We've already got that guy there. Now, do I have a little bit of, Oh, I forgot the 3rd queen, didn't I? Yeah, the 3rd queen, I know you guys will notice I'm pretty inconsistent on the timing for that. We're queuing it now, but we're supply low. So we'll build the 3rd hatch, build the 2 gases. We're building extra guys right now. And that's double Stargate, guys. Ooh. Now, I could commit to a few more lings to try to make sure we kind of deny everything coming my way. But let me just put these guys on gas and build 3 more for that gas. Remember, once we've got 2 base saturation, good benchmark is by the time your spy is done, you should be able to have 2 full bases of workers. So we're going to build a spore up here, just in case. And let's see if we can deny this base again. Kill the probe. So we know he's gone for an expansion. That's the most important thing there. It's not, oh, I've got to stop the base. Oh, no. Stop the base. It's, see what they're up to and stop it. So we got 7 mutas on the way now. Now, I don't know if he's coming with Void Rays to harass me, right? So how do we see this? Well, I'm building a few spotters along there, and then we're going to go fly across and try to get right into my opponent's main, okay? Inject. Don't quite have the energy. Wait for it. Inject. And there we go. Let's drone the 3rd, and let's also take the 4th base straight away. We're going to spread the creep. Let's make this guy our creep queen, so we'll make another one. So we're going to group those, and awesome. We'll make an overseer, I guess, just because why not? Keep droning behind this, and let's try and go for that main mineral line, since we know the Void Rays will be up there. The Void Rays are guarding the 3rd from the ground assault. We're still building drones just off our hotkey behind this. I don't really want to fight the Void Rays here, guys. Remember that we can one-shot probes as long as we sync up our shots. Now, remember we had an overseer, so I've F2'd to find that. And I'm going to try and send that through to see what my opponent's building. What did I just do, guys? Gas, hatch, gas. Why? Because we're playing mass air. So what's the most important thing? We've got to saturate those gases, right? So we've got to... Remember, that's the goal. If we can get up to 10 gas straight away, we've already basically won the game. And let's go, in case he swaps into ground, double Evo Bane Nest. Maybe build another Spore here just in case. We can move those over. But let's see. Is he going Phoenix? Has he reacted at all? My Mutas are just hiding in the top, seeing if they can come in. He's got Phoenix. They can't do shit. Run home. Run home. So he's respected what we're doing, guys. And I think it's time to build air units, because what if he hits us? Uh-oh. What if he hits us? Oh, no. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Is it though? Is it though? It's fine. We've got lots of Corruptors coming now. I'm building lots of Overlords, so we'll be on supply block soon. Notice I'm not focusing on melee, carapace, or main speed. Because all we've got to do is defend this counter attack, guys. Let's grab some queens. Oh, he's going to get a hatchery. That's okay. We'll cancel it. As long as we defend the other one, we should be okay. We're going to try to go see if we can get... Now, he already used his prismatic alignment. Pull back. Notice most of our units are in eggs right now. Oh, pull back, pull back, pull back. So this is a pretty bad fight for me. So, not the best micro for me, guys, but prismatic alignment's off, so I think it's okay. Probably should have brought these down. He's actually fully committed to air units on that thing, I'll say. Psychopath. We take a trade. Is it good enough? Ooh, this is actually pretty dicey. I never play this style at high level, so this is interesting to see. I'm like, yeah, he can't do anything because he's got to be... I've been playing guys who don't double down. And there's no way they win that fight. But in hindsight, I should have built a Spore or two across my bases. I should have brought these down. I should have brought all the queens. And that would have made that a lot more feasible of a fight, right? So now as it is, I'm going to build a few more Corruptors here, and we will go look for snipes. But we've got to be a little careful in terms of like what we're expecting to happen, okay? Let's build these gas.
Our forces are under attack.
So he's not getting out of here without losing a whole bunch of Phoenix, unless he does a recall.
Mineral field depleted.
Move and shoot, move and shoot. So now we're going to make some upgrades. We're going to make a round of drones for our 4th, because we did take a lot of damage and that slows us down. We're going to take another base down here as well. So we're going to try and get lots of macro up, guys. Do we have injecting queens? I think we do now. Yep. And let's try to catch some units popping out of the Stargates. Okay, guys? And I'm going to make some Ling Bane because he could be freely expanding right now. There's another Void Ray. That's a Phoenix. I'm going to kill another Void Ray. Let's run away because we don't want to fight Prismatic Alignment. Remember, we're making Ling Bane right now. Okay. Whew! This game is intense, guys. So let's get a second Spire. Let's get an Infestation Pit. But what are we actually building for now, guys? Okay, yeah, thought so. So these guys are going to go up there. These guys are going to go here. And we are about to roll in. He's on Mass Phoenix Void Ray. What does that mean? It means he does not have units that can deal with a Mass Baneling roll-in, okay? Now let's just check what the cannon situation is. I'm gonna, once again, sacrifice those Corruptors, guys. We're gonna get a few more drones here to get up to like 90.
Our forces are under attack.
And we're going to try and click Banelings into every single base, okay? Okay, now big problem, guys. He has got pure voids up, right? So we're gonna make mass Muta now. because that's an army that doesn't take bonus damage from them. And even though it's not the best late game army, I think if we can just do one big round of mass Muta and hit that top side of the map, we can do some really good things with it. He's only got a few Phoenix, keep in mind. So, yeah. We're going to roll these Banelings into that base, by the way. Oh yeah, boy. So we kill the Phoenix. And notice we've just got mass Muta overwhelming now. Because, yeah, he can kill the Corruptors. Notice he's focus firing them, so we could even try to pull them back. But the mass Muta comes in, and now we swap back into Corruptors. Woo! And we're gonna go straight for the production, guys. +2. We've got the upgrade on the way. Woo! And because if that first fight was a little bit better for me, I think this whole game is a lot simpler. But as it is, obviously things have gotten quite difficult quite quickly. So we're going into Ling Bane to hit the top while he's going to be struggling to deal with the Mutas down here. And he's going to have units popping out on top. And notice we're killing the probes. And we can fly away. And we can fly back in. We need more overlords. We keep losing those. Obviously, at this point, guys, if you... I mean, air upgrades are the most important. If you really want to... I mean, this gets really dicey for him because it's hard for him to micro while defending the Baneling. So we've timed this out. So we're killing Phoenix as they pop. And notice we do this like in and out micro.
Mineral field depleted.
So notice we're forcing the Phoenix to kind of run into us. And Baneling's just rolled into all of his bases, by the way, for those who are wondering. Why is this so hard for him to deal with? Well, we just rolled Banelings into all of his bases, didn't we?
Mineral field depleted.
Hello. And let's go for the gold base. So what do we build? Corruptors, I think, because it's mostly muted Phoenix now, right?
Mineral field.
So we're building another big round of Corruptors. I mean, this is pretty intense. My opponent's played pretty well, man. And I don't have any idea how to play this normally because I've only seen Bly do it. So we're kind of figuring it out as we go. But we're still trying to figure like, hey, if I've just built a lot of Corruptors, go Mutas behind it and then go trade. We cannot sit back making these sort of low tier Zerg units. You have to be actively seeking trades at every point in the game.
Our drones are under attack.
So he's going to come across the map, which is kind of wild. Because this is such a low tier army, man. So we're pulling the Mutas behind the Corruptors, guys. Let's make sure we do that a lot. GG. Well played, well played. Mutas behind the Corruptors. Sometimes, if your Mutas are wanting to dive the Void Rays, so you might do something like shift-click the Void Rays, and then your Corruptors fly in front. As long as your Corruptors are in front of the Mutas, the Phoenix will naturally shoot them unless they shift-click them, which is really hard to do. It's a really kind of interesting scenario, but notice there's a lot of in-out micro. This is one of those situations. I don't have a lot of experience in this. I kind of know how to do it. I die to it when I play Protoss a lot. Even when I have Phoenix and Void Rays out, I'm like, these counter your units. So I know it's really good. You'll notice there's a lot of don't just headbutt into prismatic alignment unless you have crazy critical mass, right? Do not headbutt into prismatic alignment. And that's kind of the mistake I made with my defense up here, is I was like, he doesn't have prismatic alignment, I can fight it. But because most of my units were still popping out, they weren't grouped up, I should have just built a spore or two. I should have moved my spores from my main the moment I saw where his army was and brought every queen to support. Every queen, every spore supporting on a defensive fight like that would have been big. Because if I crush this fight here a little bit more, then I should have been able to get across the map and dominate. But because I bled out so many units there, it was a very long time before I could get my Ling Bane joining and my upgrades for them, which meant I let him get the gold up for free. And that's why he was able to withstand so many awkward trades. So remember, early on, I did a lot of worker damage. We're at 70 versus 45 behind those first Mutas. This is a fantastic position to be in. If I can get 12 Corruptors out, yeah, we can hold this army. No worries, get that 12 Corruptors out. But, well, Why am I picking a fight with my queens right here? It doesn't really make sense. I built a spore there, build another spore, and just wait. Wait for those corruptors to get out because they're popping all over the map. A few there, a few still in eggs. Just, unless I actually had a hatchery deep in the orange that was going down, I did not need to fight. So this was a good one. Isn't 2 base Muta, you build 2 queens at 32 and then 2 overlords at 36? No, so 4. Is it better to have only 3? No, that's what we call a really bad 2 base Muta build, where your 2 base Muta literally never hits. You'll notice with this, I'm building a lair about 2 minutes faster than that, so we're actually getting the mutas at a crisp time. You can do a 4 queen muta opening. The problem is your mutas aren't even very fast. So it's like you might as well have a 3rd base if you're going to take your lair that late. This is a very different build. You guys can see it in the B2GM dock. It's down towards the bottom, where we are up to right now with our Diamond 1 2 base muta plan, guys. But you can see this fight was so bad for me, guys. That was a terrible fight. So that was what put me in a really hard position in this game. And that kind of made this a lot closer than it needed to be. So that fight there, I should have followed my own rule, pulled back, waited for those corruptors to come out. I've never actually seen someone counterattack that hard with Phoenix Void Ray in my own games because, well, I don't normally play this at a high level. So it was interesting to see someone 100% Sky focus just shove there with the Phoenix Void Ray. He did a really good job and made this a really hard game for me because of that. For me, yeah, if you're playing 2 base Muta, but you're building 4 queens off your 2 hatcheries before you build a lair, your lair is very late. It's a very slow spire. It's not a terrible build order, but it's definitely not leaning into the advantage. Whereas we're doing a proper lair rush, proper spire rush, proper getting mutas out very quickly, and actually giving ourselves the maximum chance to find damage with them. And the initial reason was I was doing 3 base Mutaling Bane. The mutas hit so late, your opponent most of the time has the defense ready, and it's more of like a threatening force. Maybe you get 1 good wave of mutas in, but this is a much more constantly active style that forces massive reactions from your opponent and gives you many opportunities to micro your mutas.
Thanks for the Bezos
You've been hitting with
box.
your mutas at 9 minutes. That's common if you're playing a 3 base style, because we're doing a 2 base opening. Remember, our 3rd is quite delayed with this. We don't drop it till 50 supply, thereabouts. It's definitely a little different. How much harder would that attack have hit without the Forge first? Yeah, it would have been different. Would have also been a very different style though. This is a Turtle Skytoss player who doesn't make Warp Gate, so they're always going to be playing Forge, Cannon Battery, Skytoss. Yeah, it would have been a different game then. So for those who didn't read chat, do you think if your opponent used the Phoenix to force your Corruptor and then switched 2 Void Rays to scare you into making more, but then tech switched into 32 gate Dark Templar, would they have won? The answer is 100% yes, 100%. Anyone ever do the 2.5 base Muta build anymore? It was more for BCs countering. That's when that build was really popular. If people are doing BCs a lot, you might see it a bit more, but it's very weak against 3cc and 3cc 2-on-1. Like 3cc bio builds and 3cc 2-on-1. So any of the builds where the Terran gets a really fast 3rd command center and just goes into bio pretty quickly without overcommitting to Hellions, you really struggle because you're like, I have mutas, and they're like, I have stim marines, and I'm pushing into you, and you're like, can you just can you go defend? And they're like, I'll use my rally of stim marines to defend my base. If I don't care about losing a few workers, I'm gonna kill you. Like it's very hard because you don't have enough economy. We're on the Singapore server. We're up against Beyond. Hi Beyond. Good luck. Have fun. Please tell me Beyond's not doing a Bronze to GM stream, guys. Please tell me it's a fanboy. People are like, no, Beyond's actually streaming. He's actually streaming. He's doing a Bronze to GM. Is the Twitch moderator bot a little more aggressive? Sometimes it gets that way. You know, Twitch is based in California, so you got to keep things in perspective. What are we playing? ZVT. Hi. My pool's about a second or 2 late, not the end of the world. What does that mean? Let's just say all those California frogs have been turned gay. Fucking disrupting the fragment, the fabric of the way our fraternal society is meant to operate. Yeah. Dumb memes aside. September. Yeah, you know it. We are ahead over here in Australia. I mean, it's funny because we're behind in literally everything else, but apparently when it comes to the date, we're technically ahead, which I guess means we're even further behind. All right, let's go. Let's go. Easy there, Jessica Hyde. It's a warning. That's a warning, Jessica. None of that language here. Reaper's at home. That's cool. All right. So remember, guys, we kill the Zergling, the SCV, and then we go hide up there. Because the Reaper's at home, we just chill. Remember, you want that green circle to be there. Shift hold position, just to make sure. Queen's already moving down there. Link speed's on the way. Lair. And then what do we do, guys? August. A guess. A guess. A female guess. Do a deer. Yeah. Alright, check it. So we built an extra overlord here. We're just droning. We did our double inject. We did a macro cycle there. I think we got a drone rally to that. So that's 16 on minerals, 3 on each gas. It's beautiful, eh? It's beautiful. The Reaper come across the map, maybe? I'm gonna build 4 lings. Run! Run! You know what, guys? We're gonna run those. I was already poking around with those Zerglings. Actually, you know what would be really cool? Is if we just kill the Marine. So we're actually gonna go back to the high ground. No! You bastard! No! Run! Run! Let's make the Overseer before I forget. And let's get that Spire down, shall we? Revenge! Kill that Marine! Kill! So, in general, doing what I just did, this is something you should never do in StarCraft. Just get excited and start tunnel visioning and staring at units and be like, I must kill that. This is what we call bad craft, and don't do it. Don't do it, guys. Inject. That could become the creep queen now. We should have more overlords popping out momentarily. Third hatch is going down a bit early in terms of supply, just because I was supply blocked, so I'm like, well, why not? And then, guys, drones and gases, of course, as soon as we get that third hatch down. So what do we see, guys? We see, was that a fusion core? I think that might have been a fusion core, guys. Now, we know there's Hellions. Let's build some more Lings. Let's also poo creep on these overlords. Let's put down a creep tumor. Inject. Well, we're not letting... There we go. That inject does pop out there. And yeah, guys. Oh my god, my opponent is doing BCs. But it's off an expand. So, we don't actually need to build spores. Some of you are like, what? Trust me. Ooh. So, we'll build a few more... we'll build another queen or two for sure. I'll build a few more Lings, make sure we're safe. Spire's done. So we do need to try and get this going. Let's put a creep tumor there, inject there. Now, do we want Mutas? I think we're going to go Mutas, because last time I played BCs, we actually went, we went Corruptors, and while they kill BCs better, they don't do other things better. So what's really cool is if you can, oh, let's spread the Lings out. Let's see if we get us around. No, don't chase. Don't chase, guys. Oh my god, I'm so supply blocked. Can we please build Mutas? Oh my god. So I've got... There we go. And we're just going to wait for that BC to teleport in. So the Mutas are just going to hang at home. Just hide. Just hide. Okay. So we've got a queen on each base. I guess I can build a spore there. So he did make Hellbats, which is of course a bit of a bummer. So guys, what do you do? Kill the Hellbats. Because the BC is not going to do crazy damage. Just keep building Mutas, kill the Hellbats, and then kill that, okay? Back to mining. Once the Hellbats are gone, we don't have to worry about anything, okay? Remember, if you want to be super hardcore, you can click the Muta on the wireframe that's taking damage. So look at which one's losing color, that one. Click it back. Which one's losing color? That one? Click it back. Do you need to do that? No! We had enough units that we did not need to do that. So guys, what do we need? We need queen, queen. That one goes there. Let's move across the map with our lings, see if they can do some stuff. And what are we doing? Overlords, and then +1 air. And we're going to just drone behind this. This is already 11 mutas. That's more than I normally commit to. Oh, he's running away despite the turret being finished. Oh, check that out. So we're just going to run away. Looks like the lings can't really find anything. There is a third CC, but my opponent didn't really do much with it. Okay. Inject. Creep. And then that goes there. That goes there. Do we have creep queens, guys? I think we do now. I think we've got a creep queen. And all we're doing is droning the third. What else do we do, guys, in these sort of situations? 4th base. 5th base. So we're just going to say, look, you're turtled up. You have turrets. You have cyclones. You have mines. You're sitting there and defending pretty well. Let's just chip at the edges, but we're not reinforcing our mutas. We're going to take a moment to just pick off these guys. And we can just move from here if there's no fighting units around. We'll kill one more if we can. And we'll just back off. Why not fight the BC there, you might wonder. He can just pull SCVs and repair. So it's one of those things that it's just kind of not particularly reliable. Oh my god, my stomach is making the craziest noises, guys. Alright, so we've got the 4th, we've got the 5th. There we go. We just built another round of drones. Okay, now everything's settled down. Double Evo, Bane Nest, and Roach Horn. Remember, this is our mech composition that we swap into. Let's see if we can kill some more guys. I'm just telling them to attack the refinery. Let's see if we can deny some mining. Oh shit, there's a Widow Miner. Run away. But hey, those lings are completely expendable, guys. So we're just going to pull those back. Just see if we can kill some more. Looks like we can't, but that's fine. Drone count, 72. Always tell you guys, that should be enough, right? Let's saturate the gases. We'll go a little higher, 76 drones. But behind that, we're just going to keep... so we're thinking about going Ravagerling Bane. So we go melee, but also range. The important thing here, though, is these styles of battle mech and battle cruisers are very weak to mass muta. So we're going to show you guys a different response. If I was playing safe, I'd just add Corruptors if I need any more anti-air. And I do nothing but... Okay, so he's not got enough Cyclones to actually take out these mutas. Unless the BCs are also there. So we're going to pull everything to the front now, move the spine there. What do we need, guys? Roaches, and then we're going to build... We use queens and mutas, and if we have enough guys on the ground, we should be good. See if we can get some damage with Dominant Queens. Okay, so we're just trying to pull back here. This is kind of scary, right? So what are we doing? We're building a bunch of Corruptors so we can just move the BCs. And on the ground, Roach Speed, Bane Speed, Roaches. Now, we don't have Roach Speed yet. So we need mobile units. What are we doing? We're just turning every Roach into Ravager, because that's our way of jumping to getting the equivalent to Roach Speed Roaches. Inject, inject. Okay, we need queens. So we're going to go queue up those injects and build extra new injecting queens. We've still got a good worker count here, but this is a very scary army. Now, at this point, looks like he sieged some tanks there. So that's kind of very scary as well, right? Now let's keep making these Ravagers. And we're going to make lots of Zerglings as well. Now, we don't want to fight until these upgrades are done. Roach Speed, Bane Speed, both 40 seconds from finishing. If we lose this base, though, doesn't matter. We've got a base here. We could even take the gases down there just to repair in case that goes down. Okay. Let's go take a look. See if we can pick off the tank from the left with the mutas. Or maybe even the DC. Nice. Very good. Awesome. And let's go around. We don't want to... You never want to attack around a corner, guys. So if we've got to fight here, we want to fight from up there. We can also fight with some units there. So let's go for it. Every side. Okay, I'm going to send my Corruptors. I'm going to steal those off and just tell them to attack the BC. And we're going to go and do a PP on the command center. And then we're going to fly past with the mutas while our other army just moves into the third. Okay. So I'm purposefully throwing my other army away. But at this point I go, he's mass repairing. Okay, let's focus on the main army. No, a move should do the job. Let's go home and macro. Inject, 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 inject. Q injects, Q injects. Q your macro. Look at my money, guys. We're gonna even build a hatchery there. You float your money this bad. That's okay. Just take a moment, build a billion hatcheries. Build a few more drones there as well, just to make sure we can keep throwing units away. Plus 1, 2, plus 2. Let's get more upgrades. What are our units doing, guys? Oh, check it out. They're winning the game. Okay, well, obviously, I'm very good at recognizing I didn't have anything left to micro there. I was like, let's just A move and they will do stuff. Is essentially what my plan was. And it worked pretty well. And what are we remaxing on? Roaches? So you always want to have about 20 roaches, 10, maybe 12 to 20 roaches is kind of the answer. And notice I scroll between my bases. What am I looking for when I'm doing this, guys? Do I have too many drones? That's what I'm looking for, okay? After the 20 roaches, we just add zerglings. Inject, inject, inject. Taking a moment to fix your economy in a hectic game, rather than going, is really big. But what if you just can't find the calm to do that? Your problem is you don't have a game plan. It's not that you're not fast enough. It's not that you're just unable to calm down. The reason you're unable to calm down in these situations is you don't have a game plan. I know. What do? I'm playing mech. As long as I have enough corruptors to beat battle cruisers, what do? 20 roaches, nothing but ling bang. How do you scroll between your bases? So you can actually press backspace, and it does that by default. Obviously, I don't have that bound, but backspace will do it. I have my first 5 bases, or in this case, it's 4 bases and my newest hatch that I want to transfer workers to, on camera locations. So those are those camera locations that I set up at the start of the game. Now, if you don't use that, you might just click on the minimap. Or you might press that backspace button. Or maybe you rebound backspace to something a little bit more reachable, like spacebar. It's a good way to do it. Right, let's kill that. Let's make sure our banelings don't blow up on this. Alright, so we've still got a good squad of corrupted Muta. Opponent has a pretty good army. We didn't make an infestation pit. Remember, if they turtle on tanks, we do want to add swarm hosts. Showed you guys how to use swarm hosts earlier today. And we're just getting ready for one big final boom. I guess we'll make a few more Banes. We just need to make sure we have plenty of Zerglings in the front to kind of tank Cyclone lock-ons and tank shots. Alright, I'll even send my air units in to tank the first wave of lock-ons, actually. Oh my god. Oh my lord. That's a pretty scary army. That's a lot of tanks, guys. I'm trying to just spread out a bit versus the Widow Mines and the tank fire. Oh my lord. I think we killed all the VCs though. He's got tanks on the high ground, so notice we're going to pull these guys here. So we're going to try and pull the units to attack the units on the edges that are out of range, if possible. We also lost all of our overseers, so let's grab them, add them all to control group 1, add 1, steal it onto control group 2, secondary army. Okay. I could swap back into Mutas here because I've killed all of his air units, so that actually kind of makes sense. Opponent's still in the game, I guess, just because I'm taking a while. A lot of Zergs do throw big leads, so we always talk about the very valid choice as a Terran to stay in the game, because you can always just hope that your opponent chucks a Zerg. And we're just going to drag those Widow Mines onto his own tanks. And the one Ravager is going to say, "How dare ye, Widow Mines, die!" Obviously, I was too busy just talking about kind of what you should have done. Do you ever get spellcasters earlier? If you're playing Roach Hydraverse mech, I like to rush Vipers as fast as possible. Kayla says, I find it awkward to use F3 to F7 in the middle of the game. You should not be using F3 to F7, guys. You should rebind F1 and F2 to more accessible keys. For me, I don't use F1 at all. I don't use idle worker button. I control click on this button if I need it. That's what I do. I just control click on that. And it selects all my idle workers. So I actually use that. F2, I mean, I use F7. I'm using the right side of the keyboard. If you're going to use F1 keys, number one, make sure there is a small gap between the F keys and the other bits. Sorry, my mic's in the way. I can't show. There should only be a couple millimeters, maybe like half a centimeter at most, between your F keys and your number keys. If you don't have more than that, you got a shit keyboard. you better use a modified setup or get a better keyboard. But basically, there are other ones like mine where you don't have to reach up as much. But yeah, you can use the core, you could use the core light, you could use fleet keys, fleet hotkeys. There's lots of custom setups out there that you guys can look at for inspiration, and it's super cool. But you don't need any spellcasters with this style. No, not at all. You're just playing Ravagerling Bane. So you open with the Mutas. Once you realize they're going map, it's Roachling Bane. If they've got air units, you just build some corruptors as needed. You can do big Muta swaps if you want. There's 1,000 options available to you, especially if your opponent, say, just got siege tanks. But generally speaking, you can just come in with good flanks. And like I said, if they're really turtling up on just tanks and hellbats, mass swarm hosts, like get 16 swarm hosts out along with this army, and you can do really well. Yeah. You could use tab to scroll through your bases. Sure. Yeah, that's a key that's available. Tab. Caps lock, I sometimes advise people use for hotkey as well. Yeah. Are there video links for Bronze to Gem? Oh shit, we did it! Oh, we're done with 2-base Muta. I think we got a lot of MMR from beating that Masters 1 player earlier, and that sped us up a little bit. Woo! Alright, yep, 4,400 MMR. We're into Masters League. Masters 3, guys. Only about 600 MMR to GM, maybe 700. Oh my lord. So that's awesome. And that, I think, is a perfect point to wrap up the 2-base Muta play. I think it's a really good point to say, cool, we went pretty deep on 2-base Muta. We showed you guys a build. If you are going for a tech-oriented build, if you want to get good at any kind of micro-intensive tech unit, it's a good idea to rush towards it. Get really good at controlling it and executing that. And you'll find that you really do develop very quickly. So that's why that 2-base Muta build is so good for learning Muta micro, when to fight with Mutas, when to back off, how to do Ling Bane run bys, because you're getting control from the start and you're really putting yourself in the driver's seat and getting those Mutas out very early. What should the Terran have done in the last game differently? Played better. So my opponent was playing mech. I can't really remember the opening. The BC was super late. So the BC Hellbat timing just hit really, really late. For sure. That BC was not very quick. But it was just a bad matchup of builds. So if my opponent scouted and realized I was going 2-base Muta, they should have not gone for the fusion core. And they could have, if they wanted to do, like, if they want to do a pressure, they could do a double Thor drop with Hellbats. That's a cute timing versus a Muta player. Or they could just defend and take a third. If you just get a few Thors out, build a turret on each base, Mutas can't do any damage, as long as you don't slow down your third, and then you can go up for the big, powerful mech push in the mid game. Would have been a really nice way of doing it. So that's a cool way to do it. Yeah. So, it says, when do you take your second gas? Builds in the notes, guys. So this is the build that we just wrapped up finishing there in Diamond 1. If you go to the bottom of the B2GM doc, someone could link it in chat once again. A lot of people struggling to find that. Exclamation mark B2GM doc, one word. Yeah, it's a very simple build here. My third queen, I found I forgot quite a lot. Sometimes that rewarded me because I just got more drones and more tech up quicker. But in general, this is a very fast layer, and the rules of the build are there. Now remember, there were games where we switched it up, right? Where rather than getting +1 air attack and 5 more Mutas straight away, we flew in with our first 6, 7, 8 Mutas, whatever it was, and there was like 6 turrets on a base, and we were like, whoa, I don't want none of that, man. And we just backed off. We were like, no. We still looked for little bits of damage picking off D, but then we saw Cyclones chasing off our Mutas as well. And we were like, that's fine. I didn't keep building Mutas. Not immediately anyway. I think I did later in that game and flew them into Widow Mines, which was hilarious. But I said, oh, that's fine. Look, if your opponent's already overcommitting to their defense, what's the point? Is 13 Mutas going to break a guy who's got 6 turrets in his main and Widow Mines and Cyclones? No. So we might as well just drone up a little bit quicker, get the double Evo Bane Nest transition on the way, take the 4th base, then I can add a big round of Mutas all at once. And we're at 20 Mutas and we can start fighting turrets and picking off Cyclones and stuff like that. But that's a very advanced adjustment. If you didn't do that, you'd still be in a good spot. It's just doing those little decisions of like, oh, let's back off. There's too much anti-air. Let's be very careful and focus more on the macro. Whereas there were other games where I flew in, there was no defense, and you guys saw me put a lot of attention for like a minute straight, sometimes into the mutas, just killing workers. I know I'm missing injects. It doesn't matter because I'm ruining my opponent's economy. And when I do disengage with the mutas, I'll go and inject, build workers, build overlords, do all those other things. So that's kind of the you know, this is any attack you do. And the thing is, these are rules. You could be Terran or Protoss watching this. You could be playing Roachar. You could be playing anything. Anytime you go for an attack, unless you're completely all in, which you very rarely are in StarCraft, you want to look ahead of your attack a bit. You want to be very much focused on assessing the situation and going, what am I going into? If I'm doing a 2-base Roach attack and my opponent's camping on 1 base with 6 siege tanks, I think I'm going to change my plan, right? I'm going to wait for him to move out and take a natural and maybe even a third, and I'm just going to drone up and go to, I don't know, Swarmos or Mutas or something else, right? We're gonna be flexible and change the plan. Like, if your opponent is putting themselves behind to counter your thing, which is often the case, then that is huge. Can we see the art on your pants? Exclamation mark merch if you guys want to check out the merch store. It's Piggy Smalls and some bacon crosses. It's beautiful. These are my favorite. I wear them too much. I probably should wash them more, to be honest. Yeah. So this is the build we've just done. So what are we doing in the next part in Masters 3? We're going to do much more aggressive builds, a lot of attention to detail. We're going to have one push that sets up for the next push and sets up for a finishing blow. We're going to be switching from one tech, forces a big reaction, into the counter to their counter. We're going to be doing some strategy jiu-jitsu here, you know, positional wars. We're going to try and push our opponent to do one thing, and we're already planning to do the counter to their counter. We're going to do shit like that a lot. We're going to also just have, it's not just that, it's layers of attacks that just naturally give us a nice focus as a player, because we're going to be kind of going, guess what? I am just bloody keeping things moving. I am scouting by attacking constantly. Number one, I'm giving you many opportunities to have mistakes. I'm macroing on my own schedule because I'm putting the pressure on you, and I can play way above my skill level or strategic understanding if I do this, just by having some pretty solid good game plans that make sense, that are thought out beforehand, and putting all the pressure on our opponent and letting them make all the mistakes. And this is kind of a way you can punch way above your perceived, oh, I'm not fast enough, or I'm not smart enough, or this or that. It's all about kind of mapping things out ahead of time and choosing the path of least resistance. So we are going to be choosing the path of least resistance, at least for Masters 3. I think Masters 2, probably Spellcasters. What do you guys think? Masters 2, Spellcaster practice. So we're going to try and use Spellcasters in every game for a little bit there, just to get good at them. And then Masters 1, full-blown GM standard play. Do we do that? Do we just like do we just do full-blown, it's like, hey, we're in Masters 1, let's just play really like reflexive, super solid openings. I mean, we'll still look for timing attacks and ways to punish and stuff, but it'll be like just really like ultra, and that's not about, is that the best way for you to go from Masters to GM? No. But it's just about, I mean, this is all a showcase, right? This is all about showing you guys things and hopefully opening up some ideas for you and teaching you tidbits. As with anything, you don't want to just blindly copy exactly what I do. You want to make it your own. And you want to be critical and think about what you're doing and grab little bits of it and see what you can do. It's amazing how far you can get without spellcasters. I mean, we could easily do GM and beyond without spellcasters. You could literally win a Katowice World Championship and come second in 12 GSLs or however many it was that Sue made it to, because he made it to the final so many times. Never built a spellcaster till the last like year and a half of StarCraft 2. And that's Sue, man. One of the best Zergs in the world of all time. I mean, he was in a stalemate maxed out air war, and he sat on 50, was it 60 corruptors? He had 60 corruptors, and he only had 2-1 upgrades, and it was stalemated for 20 minutes, and he didn't even think to add another upgrade or spellcasters. Like, that is the sort of like just galaxy brain genius you could be one of the best pro gamers of all time with. And that shows you that StarCraft is a diverse game. And this is what I always say is the most empowering thing about StarCraft. People are like, no, there's too many things to be good at. I make too many mistakes. Remember that as you identify all the mistakes you make, that is not you realizing you're never going to be good, which is what most people go down with the StarCraft path of improvement. It's realizing you have 1,000 options. You are literally in a fucking forest glade filled with berry bushes and nut trees, and there's little fucking gazelle hopping along that are like, eat me. And they're like, they've got cooked steak already on them. There's like a cow that's already cooked for you. You can just take steaks off its body. That is what StarCraft improvement is. You get to pick whatever you want to get better at. And all of them will pay off for you. All of them will help you improve. A lot of people are like, oh, but I'm so bad at everything. It's like, just pick a thing and get better at it, and it will steadily become part of your repertoire, and then you can move on to another thing. And it's so empowering because you can always choose something that is exciting for you. You go, oh, it'll be so cool if I can do that thing. If I can micro mutas around my opponent's base, that looks like such a fun style, and just constantly doing baneling backstabs and never fighting them front on. Oh, that looks like so much fun. I'm going to do that 2-base muta build and get really good at it. Always lead by like what you think is cool, what enjoys you. That's my approach. Maybe not everyone's like that, but my approach is always whatever you think is cool. Whatever you think, man, it'll be so sick if I can do that thing. And I'm going to do this to get better at that and work in that direction. That's a good way to do it. What's a good first race to play? The one you think is the coolest, Woos. That's it, my man. So guys, that ends Diamond 1 for today. Next episode, we're going to be doing Masters 3, and we're going to be doing roaches into mutas, back into roaches. We're going to be doing a Ling run by. We're going to do Captain Dickhead into Ling attack, into a speed Ling attack, run by, into bam, my roaches got across the map and you didn't see them coming because you were dealing with the other bullshit. We're going to be doing all sorts of shenanigans, hatch blocks to throw off a Zerg to set up for our roachling timing. Huge, all sorts of different attacks. Oh, look, Zergling elevator in the main distracted you while my Roach Max just jumped on top of the Protoss army and you missed your force fields because you were distracted by the Zerglings. Captain Dickhead is when you send one drone and you be really annoying with it. You block their base, you harass their SCV. When they come to kill it, you hop into an extractor, and then when they walk away, you hop out, keep attacking the SCV, building the command center. Captain Dickhead is just like you putting a silly amount of APM just to be as obnoxious as possible with a single drone harassing your opponent in the early game. Works best versus Terran, but yeah, even versus like Zerg, you can sometimes like build an Evo chamber in their mineral line and block part of their minerals. And then when they kill that, broodlings pop out and you can focus down a few drones, plus it scouts everything they're doing. Yeah, you can block the Protoss' nexus. There's lots of very annoying things you can do.